Rice paddies need to be constantly flooded, just like the ones we have now. The entire tribe worked together to dig rivers and transform the land to make this happen. The river on this side and the one over there were both dug by our own hands. The excavated earth was used to fire bricks for building houses. Suang and the elder were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. People can actually dig rivers? If Lasung hadn't said it himself, they would have thought those two rivers were natural. No wonder it felt so strange when they first saw how straight the river was. It was very strange. That river over there was just finished a few days ago, and I plan to expand the rice cultivation area next month, Lasung said, pointing to the newly dug river. Is there still time to plant rice now? How long does this stuff take to bear grain? The weaving elder asked. From sowing the seeds to flowering and bearing fruit, it takes over 3 months. In the spring, when the ice and snow melt, we can plant one crop and harvest it by early summer. After that, we plant a second crop. If we're fast enough, we can get another harvest by late summer. In theory, we could even plant another crop in the fall, but I'm not sure if we can harvest it before winter arrives. Trying to grow 3 crops of rice this year seems difficult. If we perfectly understand the climate and temperature patterns and replant immediately after each harvest, it's theoretically possible to get 3 crops. For Suang and the weaving elder, this was their first time ever seeing rice plants. Listening to Lasung's explanation, they silently calculated. A year has 14 months, with 4 cold winter months, leaving 10 months for growing rice. If 1 clump of rice is enough for 1 meal, each person would need over 800 clumps per year. That's based on 2 meals a day. For 3 meals, it would be around 1,300 clumps. Divided into 3 crops, planting 400 to 500 clumps each time would be enough. This food source was incredibly promising, no wonder it's considered a staple food. But only Lasung knew that growing 3 crops of rice was as hard as reaching for the sky. Even though 10 months sounded like enough time, it was practically impossible unless they sowed new seeds the moment they finished harvesting. That was just too difficult. Harvesting takes time, and so does plowing and fertilizing. Just the turnaround between crops would eat up 10 days, and that's if they were super fast. 2 turnarounds would waste nearly a month, meaning the 3rd rice crop could be planted, but it definitely wouldn't ripen before winter. This situation was genuinely concerning. However, where there's a will, there's a way. If they studied carefully and minimized the crop rotation time, maybe they could still succeed. With that, the tour for the 2 leaders of the weaving tribe came to a successful conclusion. They now had a clear picture of the Han tribe's situation. Both sides smoothly agreed to the weaving tribe merging into the Han tribe. The weaving tribe wouldn't relocate just yet, but from this day forward, they were officially members of the Han tribe. Lasung would provide them with production tools just like any other tribe member. In return, the weaving tribe had to provide their entire harvest of hemp fiber. The initial supply plan involved Lasung sending 5 ox carts to the weaving tribe. These were simple flatbed carts pulled by a single ox, originally used for transporting bricks within the tribe. These 5 carts carried pottery, white salt wooden barrels, bronze axes, bronze shovels, bronze spears, and other daily tools. Along with them were 10 spinning frames, the tribe's only 2 exquisite carding machines, and 1 weaving loom. Currently, all the wool had been fully carded. During this downtime, Lasung decided to transport everything to the weaving tribe to process the hemp fiber. Later, he would provide a new type of loom, one specialized for weaving hemp sacks. The rice was nearing harvest season, and the Han tribe needed a lot of sacks to store the grain. This was also the first production task Lasung assigned them. After returning, the weaving tribe had to switch entirely to weaving sacks. Lasung would send the dimensions manufacturing process and machinery later. For now, they just needed to focus all their efforts on spinning hemp fiber. This was also why Lasung sent 10 spinning frames to the weaving tribe all at once. After the inspection, as evening approached, Suang and the weaving elder, along with Zhao Deep, toured the woodworking and kiln workshops. This was truly an eye-opening experience for the 2 of them. The Han tribe was leagues more civilized than their old tribe. But now they were also members of the Han tribe and would enjoy these amenities in the future. At that thought, both of them felt an indescribable sense of pride, a feeling of belonging and identity with the Han tribe. That evening, Suang and the weaving elder were treated to a flavorful meal. Salt and chili were used generously. Back in the weaving tribe, they used white salt very sparingly. It was a precious commodity obtained at the cost of human lives. They wouldn't dare use it freely. Each person only dared to take a tiny pinch to taste. Sprinkling it on food was an unimaginable luxury. The next morning, Lasung got busy with arrangements, ordering his people to prepare supplies for the weaving tribe. Suang and the weaving elder also diligently learned how to use the carding machine and the spinning frame. This was the first task Lasung had entrusted to them, and they were determined to complete it perfectly. The supplies were prepared throughout the day. The 2 of them also spent the whole day studiously learning to operate the tools. At dawn on the 3rd day, the group set off on their return journey, accompanied by 8 ox carts and an escort of 10 tribesmen, 8 of whom were the cart drivers. The other 2 were women sent by Lasung, who were original members of the Han tribe. Their mission was to guide the weaving tribe in using the supplies, teach them the Han language, and also remind the weaving tribe not to forget their promise to the Han tribe. and that they shouldn't even think about running off with Lasung's things because it would be absolutely impossible to succeed. A hunting party riding moose was also sent to escort the convoy to the entrance of the valley where the Weaving tribe lived before returning to the Han tribe. After seeing off the Weaving tribe's delegation, Lasung immediately rushed to the workshop and began researching a new type of loom. His mind was focused on how to create a simpler structure. He needed a loom that could be quickly assembled and disassembled. After all, the tribe would need a ton of sacks soon, and a more convenient loom would significantly boost efficiency, helping them better prepare for the upcoming harvest season. Meanwhile, the Yu tribe was advancing along the east bank. After a while, they spotted the Yu tribe's women herding a flock of small, bizarrely patterned pigs back towards their settlement. The pig's fur was colorful, short, and shiny as if greased. Their bellies were round as drums, and they looked very sturdy, clearly well cared for. Yu Ye of the Yu tribe paid no attention to his surroundings, carelessly fell into a trap set by the Ju tribe, crying out in agony. Dupuk rushed over to check the situation, then stepped out and shouted towards the Ju tribe. "We are from the Ju tribe and are just passing by. We didn't come here to fight you." The chieftain of the Ju tribe Ku heard the noise and led a few tribesmen to approach. As soon as he saw the Ju tribe's convoy of carts pulled by oxen and deer loaded with pottery and white salt, his eyes immediately lit up. Seeing this, Dupuk took the initiative to talk about intertribal trade and offered some white salt to Ku. "Chieftain, please try this white salt. Its taste is incredibly pure. It's truly a rare commodity in these parts." Ku took it and had a taste. The savory flavor made his eyes shine, and he immediately decided to trade animal hides or other treasures for the white salt. Hearing this, Dufuk was inwardly delighted, thought for a moment, and then said, "Chieftain, I find these flower pigs of your tribe very interesting. I wonder if we could trade some white salt for a few of them." Q listened and responded generously, laughing heartily as he invited them into his tribe as guests to discuss the trade in more detail. Upon arriving at the Ju tribe's village, Q enthusiastically led the Ju tribe's group and explained the habits of these flower beasts. The flower beasts love to eat hat flowers and cabbage. "We have no shortage of these two things around our tribe, and I can even give you some seeds and flower vines, so you can take them back and raise the flower beasts yourselves." Dufuk and everyone else listened and felt this was a very profitable deal. The two sides sat down to discuss the details. After some haggling, the Du tribe finally traded a quantity of their processed salt for 2 boars, 4 sows, and exactly 50 piglets. In addition, the Ju tribe also gifted them 10 young and clever maidens to help out, along with some cabbage seeds, flower vines, and quite a few animal hides. The people of the Du tribe were overjoyed. Satisfied, they led the herd of pigs and set off back to the Han tribe with their new acquisitions. Meanwhile, the Han tribe was bustling with activity. Everyone was rushing to build looms for weaving sacks, and the weaving tribe was also diligently weaving hemp cloth as agreed. The Du tribe hurried the herd of pigs back to the Han tribe, being extremely careful along the way, afraid of any mishaps. The mining area was also busy with convoys of ox carts bustling to transport ore. Everything was going smoothly, as if bright days were just ahead. But unexpectedly, danger was silently approaching. That evening at dusk, Q Bing's youngest aunt rushed back to the tribe leading more than 20 strangers. These people looked terrified, their faces etched with exhaustion, and their bodies were covered in injuries. Upon asking, it was revealed they were refugees from another tribe. It turned out their tribe had suffered a horrific attack. Lasong quickly came forward to inquire. The strangers trembled as they spoke. "We were attacked by a horde of cannibals, and there was also an abnormally large vicious beast." They all wore expressions of sheer terror, completely scared out of their wits. They hastily reported to Lasong that their attackers were a group of cannibals, accompanied by a monstrously large beast. That beast was humanoid in shape and just one slap of the tragic battle against the man-eating apes from before. Without hesitation, Lasong immediately summoned the tribe's high-ranking leaders. He seriously assigned tasks. "Through NHA, go and inform the Tang tribe at once. Tell them to halt all supply distribution. Then call back everyone mining at Bao Bao Mountain and the ox carts transporting ore at Hadong to return to the tribe immediately. Recall all the boat guards as well, to strengthen the tribe's defenses. The logging team and the gathering team will temporarily stay and continue their work. The fishing team will operate as usual, but must post lookouts to watch the surroundings. At the slightest sign of trouble, report back immediately." After making the arrangements, Lasong originally planned to have the tribe members harvest the rice urgently overnight. But on second thought, everyone had been busy all day and was now exhausted. If he forced them to work, it would likely be inefficient and could even cause chaos. So he let the tribespeople rest. However, as a precaution, Lasong still assigned 100 warriors to stand guard at night while he himself sat in his room racking his brain for a way to deal with the enemy. He knew very well that among the more than 200 enemies, the most terrifying were the man-eating apes. He had to find a wide-open area to fight them, as that would maximize the tribe's advantages. Moreover, he needed to find a way to restrain the apes' movements. Nets or ropes would surely be effective. That's right. He could also use quicklime to attack their eyes, temporarily blinding them and disabling their ability to fight. Early the next morning, Lasong immediately dispatched 3 cavalry teams, assigning each to a different location to deliver messages. He notified the nearby allied tribes to prepare their defenses, while his own people were to stay put. The women were divided into two groups. One group went to harvest chili peppers. After all, chili peppers were also an important resource. The other group went to harvest rice, while the men were assigned to train in different skills based on their abilities. Those skilled in archery went to the river to protect the fishing team, and also to hunt to supplement their food reserves. 100 strong warriors were gathered to practice with meteor hammers, a weapon, which was essentially a rock tied to a long rope. If they could use it to control the man-eating apes, it would definitely have a huge impact. The rest of the men practiced throwing short ropes with rocks tied to them, not just ordinary ropes, but ones designed to hurl cloth packets filled with quicklime at the enemy. Lasung wasn't idle either. He personally experimented with making the quicklime packets, constantly adjusting the way they were tied, hoping to achieve optimal effectiveness. After some tinkering, he finally found a suitable method. He had the women of the tribe use this method to create 300 quicklime packets, and also had them make protective hoods and coifs to protect the tribespeople from injury during battle. The messenger cavalry teams returned one by one. The team sent to the Lin tribe brought back 30 large nets, which was kind of a pointless trip. The team that went into the forest returned with a boatload of limestone, and even caught many rabbits on the side, so that was a decent harvest. Only the team heading to 8 Treasures Mountain didn't make it back that day since it was too far. Seeing all the supplies they'd gathered, Lasung felt a surge of confidence. He decided to go on the offensive and nip this threat in the bud. He absolutely could not let the enemy reach their tribe, otherwise the consequences would be devastating. Early on the third day, an army of 411 men marched out boldly. The army included expert archers. The meteor hammer team prepared to besiege the enemy, the specialized prisoner capture squad, the long spear squad, and the agile deer cavalry. Even the refugees acted as guides, pulling ox carts behind the army. As the army marched north for a while, they unexpectedly ran into a pack of wild wolves. But what chance did they have against these elite warriors? Everyone worked together seamlessly, quickly surrounding the pack. After a brief fight, they easily wiped out the whole pack, scoring a good amount of spoils. The entire army's morale skyrocketed. Everyone was pumped up, feeling super confident about the battle ahead. As dusk fell, the army reached a valley. Thu Nha led a few men to scout, and when he came back, he brought several refugees from the Sun tribe with him. It turned out their tribe had also been attacked by the man-eaters. Their whole tribe had been scattered, with only them managing to escape. Hearing their plight, Lasung felt great sympathy. He had the women and children of the Sun tribe help cook and prepare food for his soldiers. The men were given weapons to participate in the upcoming battle. Among the Sun tribe refugees, one was wearing a type of lacquered leather armor. This caught Lasung's eye, and he took it for a closer look, discovering that this armor was not only incredibly tough, but also very lightweight. He immediately grew interested in the material, which they called lacquer grass, and thought to himself that after this battle he absolutely had to go check out this valuable plant. If he could harvest a large amount of it and craft this armor for all his warriors, their combat power would increase dramatically. The next day, Lasung had already set up his battle formation outside the valley at dawn, commanding his warriors to hide cleverly behind the small earth mounds. He distributed packets of lime powder to everyone. Once everything was ready, Lasung led the cavalry toward the enemy's likely direction of approach. By noon, they finally spotted the enemy's tracks near the woods. There was a horde of man-eater warriors holding shiny, deadly weapons with savage, brutal eyes, accompanied by over a dozen huge and ferocious flesh-eating apes. And they were holding a number of captives. Seeing this, Lasung didn't waste a word. He drew his bow and let an arrow fly. Whoosh! The sharp arrowhead shot out, accurately piercing the chest of one of the man-eaters. Right after that, he shot a second arrow at the apes. This enraged them, and they roared as they charged straight for him. The man-eater warriors also raised their shields and swarmed forward to attack. Seeing that his goal was accomplished, Lasung led his cavalry in a quick retreat back to the valley, deliberately taunting the apes as they fled to keep them in hot pursuit. They ran like this all afternoon, finally approaching the valley. He ordered the cavalry to get ready to fight, while he quickly equipped his own protective gear. Just as the 17 ferocious flesh-eating apes aggressively caught up, Lasung yelled, "Go!" The warriors all threw their packets of lime powder at the apes at once. In the blink of an eye, the white lime powder exploded into a thick, blinding fog. The apes got the powder in their eyes and started screaming in agony, completely disoriented and thrown into chaos. At that exact moment, the Meteor Hammer Squad seized the chance to rush in. Using the long chains on their weapons, they cleverly broke up the apes' formation, separating them one by one. The prisoner capture team and the long spear unit immediately followed, coordinating flawlessly. Moving as one, they trapped the apes in a pincer attack, taking the chance to finish them off one by one. The tribespeople watching this all roared with excitement, shouting for revenge. But Lasung didn't let this victory go to his head. They tightened their grip on their weapons, ready for the next fight. Their morale was so high they felt they could crush any foe. But it was already late afternoon, so Lasung had his army make an orderly retreat back to their camp in the valley. First, they carefully bathed in the clear stream to wash away the grime of battle. Then they started to prepare dinner. The tribe members gathered around the campfire, deftly prepping the food, while excitedly discussing the intense battle that had just ended. Everyone was in awe of their chief's tactics, especially the brilliant move of using lime powder for a surprise attack. They just wished they'd brought more of it. Just then the guide from the Tay tribe came forward to Lasung with a grim look on his face. He spoke worriedly. "Chief, we can't use the same trick on the rest of the enemies. I just got a clear look and some of our captured people are mixed in with them. If we keep fighting this way, I'm afraid those captives won't make it out alive." Lasung nodded slightly, showing he understood. He replied calmly, "I already know. We're out of lime powder, and besides, I never planned on killing all of them anyway." The guide was baffled. "Not kill them," Lasung patiently explained. "That's right, we're not killing them." "Why do we have to make them work? Can't our own people do it? And won't we have to waste food on them?" Lasung sighed and patiently explained further. "There's honestly just too much work to do. No matter how many people we have, it's never enough. Compared to the massive amount of labor they can provide, a little food is nothing. Besides, it's not like I plan on feeding them until they're full every day. What else was there to do?" So he couldn't help but ask, "Chieftain, what kind of work does our tribe need to do?" Lasung calmly replied, "Hunting doesn't require that many people. Right now, my priority is building sturdy houses for everyone. These houses must not only provide shelter from the summer sun and rain, but also withstand the cold winter winds. We also need to dig irrigation canals, plant various crops, and send people to the mountains to chop wood, gathering enough firewood and materials. There's just so much to do." The more the guide heard, the more confused he became, thinking he'd just wait and see for himself once he reached the Han tribe's territory. Anyway, right now he was only worried about his own people. After the meal, Lasung quickly summoned Thudai Thu and Hahuyat-do and the other elders for a meeting. He announced his decision to capture prisoners for forced labor. Everyone agreed after hearing it, but the thought of capturing over 200 enemies made them all frown with worry, unsure where to even begin. Seeing this, Lasung said confidently, "The plan is already set. The cannibals are on foot, so they won't be fast, especially since they're dragging along many prisoners. They definitely won't reach this valley today." Although they had laid in wait all day on the battlefield, apart from the brief fight at dusk, they had mostly been resting, plus having just won a victory. Everyone's morale was sky high. Hearing their leader announce a proactive attack to capture enemies for labor, they were all fired up. But just then, the first command Lasung gave made the tribesmen find it both strange and amusing, almost not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They watched as Lasung directed everyone to dig a large pit by the stream, then channeled water into it, stirring it into a pool of thin mud. Lasung explained, "The purpose is to blend in better with the night. This way the enemy will have a hard time spotting us during the midnight raid." As darkness fell completely, hundreds of Han warriors looking like mud statues neatly divided into several formations. The vanguard consisted of 30 men spread out in a fan formation, cautiously advancing north, with about 12 meters between each person. Lasung specifically instructed that if they spotted any sign of the enemy ahead, they were absolutely not to attack on their own, but to quickly return and report, then regroup. Following the chieftain's unified arrangement, the second formation of 70 men marched in 7 spaced-out columns. They maintained a distance of 200 meters from the vanguard. To provide timely backup if the first team ran into trouble, the third team of 100 warriors divided into 10 columns also stayed 200 meters behind the second. The remaining 200-plus warriors, along with the cavalry and 2 ox carts, were in charge of the rear. Lasung arranged it this way because he knew that if the army marched together, the noise would be too great. He feared they would be spotted by enemy scouts long before they even reached their destination. The troops force-marched through the night for 3 or 4 hours, and just as the pre-dawn hours approached, a sharp-eyed warrior in the vanguard suddenly spotted the flicker of a fire ahead. He didn't dare hesitate, and immediately rode back to report to the main force. Upon receiving the news, Lasung carefully scouted in the direction of the fire to verify the intelligence. He personally got close to reconnoiter. He then handpicked 10 skilled archers to quietly approach the enemy camp. But he suddenly realized it wasn't the ideal time to attack, so he immediately led the vanguard and the second line to withdraw. They rejoined the main army and had everyone wait, because Lasung knew all too well that they had to wait for the third watch, the golden hour, when the night was darkest and the enemy was most exhausted. The Han tribe's assembly point was not far from the cannibal camp. There was at least a mile between them, a perfect distance. As long as they spoke softly, the enemy absolutely wouldn't hear them, and as long as they didn't light a campfire, they wouldn't be exposed. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. They drank freely from the water barrels on the ox carts, and then rested either sitting or lying down around the carts, but they never let go of their weapons, clutching them tightly even in their sleep. Lasung put Thudai in temporary command of the troops, while he himself called for Huyat-do and the guide from the nomad tribe. The 3 of them once again moved towards the enemy camp for a more detailed reconnaissance. 3 men. They crawled forward, slowly inching their way ahead. It took them over 10 minutes to cover that 200 meters. Finally, the enemy came into clear view. Most of the cannibals were deep asleep. They were using their rattan shields as makeshift mats on the ground, sleeping soundly on them. Not far away, dozens of sharp long spears were propped up in clusters. In their hands, they only had rocks for immediate defense. These guys were sleeping like the dead. Perhaps they thought that with a dozen ferocious man-eating apes charging into battle, their opponents stood no chance of survival. There were over 200 people in this camp, but the captured prisoners weren't in the same area. They were a short distance to the north, less than 10 meters apart. That place also had a few totem warriors standing guard, and they looked quite alert, probably afraid the prisoners would take the opportunity to escape. The captives included men, women, and small children. In the morning, there were 70 people, but counting again, now there were only over 50. Luo Sung was wondering why the number had suddenly dropped like that. At that moment, Luo Sung led a few Han warriors using the cover of darkness to silently approach the cannibal tribe's camp. He carefully counted the prisoners. This morning, he clearly saw 70 people now. There were only over 50. Just as Luo Sung was silently wondering, a deep growl suddenly echoed from the side, accompanied by the sound of a violent struggle. Turning his head, he saw Xue Tu covering the scout's mouth. Xue Tu was forcefully pinning him to the ground. The scout's eyes were wide with terror, tears streaming down his face, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at the totem warrior on guard. In that warrior's hand was a long, roasted object, which he was eating with relish, making smacking sounds. Looking closely at the end of the object, there were clearly 5 human fingers. He was gnawing on a human arm. Luo Sung suppressed his feelings of disgust and rage, turned to glare coldly at the scout, signaling him to absolutely not make any rash moves. He chose 50 sharpshooting archers and ordered them to concentrate their fire on the dozen or so guard posts they had to eliminate them all in an instant without making a loud noise lest they wake the enemies sleeping on the ground. He then dispatched 50 strong warriors to sneak into the enemy camp after the guards were taken out to steal all the long spears stuck in the ground, depriving them of their long weapons. The remaining 300 men were ordered to ambush from all sides, and once the first mission was complete, they would charge in and use 30 large nets to trap the enemy. Warriors without nets would attack directly, with the first goal being to snatch their stone axes, so controlling the situation shouldn't be hard. This detailed reconnaissance plus assigning tasks after returning lasted until about 2 in the morning, when the main force equipped and ready began the tense night raid. Everyone did the same as last time, running until they were 200 meters away, then crawling forward. The archers led the formation and everyone crawled much more slowly and carefully, because with their large numbers, even a small continuous sound could easily give them away. After more than 20 minutes of crawling, the hundreds of warriors finally got close to the enemy, about 40 meters away. However, they didn't dare get any closer, and the enemy sentries remained oblivious, and the sleeping enemies were undisturbed. Seeing that the time was ripe, Luo Sung immediately gave the order to attack. He imitated a cuckoo's call, letting out 2 clear sounds. The guards heard the strange sound, startled and filled with suspicion. What kind of bird was that? Why had they never heard that call before? But they would never get a chance to find out. As soon as the signal was given, the sound of arrows ripped through the night, followed by a series of thuds. It was the sound of arrows finding their marks. More than a dozen enemies collapsed in an instant, each body pierced by 3 or 4 arrows in vital spots. Seeing that the sentries had been completely eliminated, Luo Sung immediately jumped to his feet, waving his hand towards the enemy camp. 50 elite warriors charged forward like lightning, running low into the camp and hastily grabbing the spears stuck in the ground. They held them tight, threw them back, and retreated. The remaining warriors swarmed forward like a tide, but the scene remained eerily quiet without a single shout. Everyone rushed in using large nets to throw over the enemies, targeting the most crowded areas. They reached for their spears, but when they looked, the spears had vanished without a trace. Left with no choice, they fought back with their stone axes, but the surrounding Han warriors were all wielding long weapons. How could the totem warriors' stone axes possibly reach them? They didn't dare throw their axes because losing their only weapon was a death sentence. Once thrown, they'd be empty-handed and defenseless. Thus, some small areas fell into a stalemate. Some enemies, startled awake by the commotion, saw the countless strangers and immediately tried to flee. Instead of fighting, they turned to run, but they didn't get far before being dragged back by warriors wielding meteor hammers. Meanwhile, more aggressive groups of 5 or 6 gathered, fighting desperately against the Han tribe with their stone axes. But soon they were surrounded by bronze spears and stabbed to death on the spot. Some of them threw their stone axes immediately, and though they caused some casualties among the Han warriors, they were now unarmed and quickly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, getting ganged up on relentlessly. The most prominent fighter in this battle was the assassin Xue Tu, who wasn't used to the Han tribe's bronze spears, so he still wielded his familiar long staff, which felt like an extension of his own arm, charging straight into the enemy ranks. Like a fish in water, the long staff in Xue Tu's hands wreaked havoc, slashing and sweeping with terrifying power. Every single blow he landed sent an enemy falling to the ground, but he held back, only knocking them unconscious, not killing them. The chaotic battle didn't last long, and the enemies were quickly subdued, pinned to the ground, and brutally beaten. After everyone was under control, the tribesmen brought ropes to tie up the prisoners. Lasung ordered them to collect the captured long spears, chop off the tips with axes, leaving only the smooth wooden shafts, and place them horizontally behind the prisoners' backs, tying their hands tightly to the shafts, looping another rope around their necks to form a cross. This made it impossible for them to untie themselves, as the slightest struggle would strangle them. About 20 minutes later, All the prisoners were securely bound and forced to lie face down on the ground. They couldn't get up on their own and could only lie there screaming, but any commotion earned them a beating to within an inch of their lives. Gradually, no prisoner dared to make a sound. In the end, the tally was a total of 237 enemies. 29 were killed by arrows or spears, and 208 were captured alive. This would be the first batch of slaves for the Han tribe under a system of lifelong slavery. They would never be allowed to join the Han tribe. Not a single Han warrior died in the battle, with only 5 or 6 suffering minor injuries. The other 57 captives who were rescued were people from the 2 previously attacked tribes. After hearing the story from their kinsmen, they gladly agreed to join the Han tribe. With their own strength alone, they weren't strong enough to protect themselves. After this battle, the power of the Han tribe became even greater. But Lasung believed the biggest gain from this northern expedition wasn't just the new manpower and expanded territory. His reputation among the warriors shone like the midday sun. But there was another crucial gain he would never forget: the tat grass of the Tat tribe, a wondrous plant that produced natural lacquer. Its potential value for the construction and development of the Han tribe was immeasurable, and he absolutely had to bring it back. The warriors rested on site for most of the night. At the crack of dawn, Lasung summoned Shu Dai. He ordered him to lead the main force back to the tribe first, carefully guarding the prisoners along the way. For now, they were not to be given any food, only salt water to starve them for a few days, so they wouldn't have the strength to resist. Once back at the tribe, I need to lead a small group to the Tat tribe's land. There's a special plant there that's incredibly useful to our tribe, and I must bring some back no matter what. We need to see if we can grow it in our settlement. You lead the rest back first. I just need 5 horsemen and a guide. We won't stay long. We might even catch up before you get back to the tribe. Yes, Chief. The guide rode Ru Bao, and the 7 of them galloped northward. Before long, Lasung arrived at the old lands of the Tat tribe. It was an unusually vast flat plain with a few sparse thickets scattered around. The ground was covered with countless clear animal tracks. Anyone could tell at a glance that this was a resource-rich area. There was plenty of dry firewood for fuel and all sorts of game animals to hunt for food, making it difficult to spot their existence without getting close. The tat grass the guide had mentioned was growing among the thickets. It was a plant that looked like a sunflower with a vibrant green stem and leaves, standing about 1.5 meters tall. At the top was a flower the size of a hand, but it was different from a normal sunflower. The center of the flower head was packed with tiny sealed pockets holding seeds estimated to be around 200 in total, each the size of a soybean with the overall appearance resembling a lotus pod. The tat grass had a straight main stalk about 2 centimeters in diameter, a bit thicker than a human finger, and was covered in a soft velvet-like fuzz. Actually, that fuzz was a mass of tiny short thorns that were quite painful to the touch. The first time Lasung touched it, he was careless and got pricked. Not only did it hurt, but his finger quickly swelled up not from poison, but an allergic reaction to the sap. The guide from the Tat tribe explained, "Our people get used to it after handling it for a while, so it doesn't affect us anymore." Lasung sighed in resignation. Looks like our tribesmen will have to endure a lot of pain while gathering this stuff. The tat grass stalk had many large oval leaves of a deep jade-like green. Each leaf was over 1 meter long, and the underside was covered in bumps like a toad's skin filled with the valuable sap. Out of curiosity, Lasung used his knife to make a cut around the stalk, and a thick white sap immediately started to ooze out. It flowed slowly, but it added up, and he could collect a fair amount. Each tat grass plant could produce about 300 grams of sap, which was a very good yield. And as long as it's in its flowering period, it will produce the valuable sap. In the middle of summer, the flowers wilt, and about a month later the seeds ripen. The small pockets on the flower head open on their own, shooting the seeds to the ground where they quickly grow into new plants. You can get another harvest in the fall. The seeds are edible, but they taste a bit strange. Not many of our people eat them, but large birds and field mice love them. In the winter, we use these seeds to bait our traps and catch plenty of prey. The guide meticulously explained the properties of the tat thou plant. Lasung was overjoyed. 2 harvests a year, 4 months to flower, and 7 days to produce 300 grams of resin. With 2 seasons a year, the resin harvesting period could last up to 120 days. It could be harvested 17 times. A quick calculation showed that 2 plants could produce about 5 kilograms of resin over 2 seasons. This was truly heaven-defying. What was even more insane was that its seeds were edible, although they didn't taste great. Do you guys have any tat thou seeds right now?" Lasung asked expectantly. "Yes, but not many. They're in those mud houses over there. I'm not sure if they've gone bad, but I'll go look." As soon as he finished speaking, the guide rushed into a mud house to search for the seeds. The Tat tribe was once invaded by a cannibal tribe, and some of their mud huts had collapsed. Lasung quickly ordered everyone to start digging. Under the guide's leadership and careful identification, everyone worked together with one heart. When it was time for dinner, Lasung sprinkled some white salt on his food as usual. Seeing the white salt, the guide suddenly said, "This humble servant has seen this stuff before." Lasung was shocked, thinking to himself, could there be a salt mine nearby? "Where did you see it?" "It's a 5-day journey east from here toward the rising sun. You have to swim across a river along the way. On the other side, there's a fairy lake. You can find this stuff on the rocks by the lake, but the white salt there isn't as white as yours, my lord. The lake water is also extremely salty, the guide explained in detail. A salt lake. There's something like that nearby. Why do you call it a fairy lake? Is it just because of the salt Lasung pressed him? At this point, his curiosity about this unexplored land grew even stronger. Not only that, but the fairy lake was guarded by many ferocious beasts, and even spirit beasts that ate grass. There was also a small mountain floating above the lake's surface. Lasung analyzed carefully. If it's guarded by ferocious beasts, it probably means many animals go there to drink the salty water, since animals need salt minerals too. As for the floating island, salt has a high density, so if there was a light basin-shaped rock, it could float on the lake's surface. That's a plausible explanation. But tell me more details about that floating island. Lasung then asked for more information about the floating island. What the guide said next immediately stunned him. It turned out the small island wasn't just floating on the water, but was suspended in midair not too high above the lake. Countless extremely sturdy vines grew by the lake, reaching straight up to the floating island and holding it firmly in place. According to the elders of his tribe, if those vines weren't holding the fairy island down, it would have flown away, floating forever in the sky. Are you kidding me? Lasung thought to himself. He continuously reviewed the physics knowledge he possessed in his mind. He guessed there must be a massive magnetic vein there strong enough to lift a large chunk of iron ore from the ground due to geological activity. The ore deposit below was pushing it up. Following the principle of like poles repelling it was forced off the ground. Thanks to the vines holding it, it didn't fly far and remained suspended in midair. If this hypothesis was correct, this would be a supermassive magnetic mine beyond human comprehension. The iron content in magnetic ore could reach about 72% enough to be smelted directly into steel and could even lift a small city. So just how massive must this ore vein be? At this thought, Lasung became extremely excited. He stood frozen on the spot, lost in a beautiful fantasy. Seeing him dazed, Dali cautiously asked, "Chief, what's wrong?" "I want to go check out that fairy lake." "Why would we need to go so far just for white salt?" Dali asked, confused. "It's not the white salt. It's the thing that can lift an entire island into the air." Lasung smirked, a smug grin on his face like someone who had just hit the jackpot. Lift an entire island into the air!" The cavalryman's jaws dropped in astonishment. The guide next to them hadn't heard clearly, but after Dali explained it again, he also stared at Lasung with wide, disbelieving eyes. This guide, having only joined the Han tribe 2 days ago, knew nothing about the miracles Lasung had performed. But now hearing him explain the reason for the floating island, he couldn't help but see him as an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. "Chief, is the thing you're talking about the vines under the fairy island? Or are the vines lifting the island up instead of holding it down? But what would we do with vines?" "It's not the vines, but the small floating island itself." "That island must be a massive rock, very likely the type of ore I desperately need. If that's really the case, we absolutely have to get it," Lasung said decisively. The people around him felt a bit intimidated by his attitude. "Is it really that necessary? You look like you're about to risk your life. Chief, what kind of ore is it? Could it be even more important than our copper mine? Do we really have to get it even if it's at the ends of the earth?" Dali clearly didn't understand Lasung's intentions. "Yes, if it's really what I think it is, we have to get it no matter the cost. That ore is called iron ore, and it's also a metal. It's harder to refine than red copper, but it's lighter than copper. And many times harder and stronger. If you hit a bronze bar with an iron weapon, the bronze will shatter into pieces." Lasung briefly introduced the properties of iron. "There's something that terrifying. Requires constant hammering, but we must succeed in forging iron. Only then can our tribe become powerful." That night, after some brief consideration and discussion, Lasung decided to send a cavalryman to carry over 50 kilograms of thatch grass seeds back to the tribe first. Upon arrival, he was to plant all of them immediately, as it was only early summer. If sown in time, they could still get one harvest this year. The chosen location was west of Tanthan City, their eyes darting around nervously. At the slightest rustle of grass, they immediately scurried into their burrows. There were also gray-furred wild rabbits that ran as fast as the wind. They nibbled on young grass while staying vigilant against predators like the hawks circling above. Strangely, though the sky was full of hawks, they seemed uninterested in the small prey. Just as Lasung was pondering this, a massive eagle suddenly swooped down. Its target was not a rabbit or a rat, but a full-grown antelope. After diving down, it used a single talon to cleanly snatch its prey and soared back into the air to the antelope's pitiful cry. It turned, flew east, and vanished, with only a few faint hills visible on the horizon in the direction of their destination. As the moon rose in the east, Lasung suddenly noticed a black dot against its surface. That must be the floating island on the lake. He could already see its silhouette. The next morning, the group of 6 continued heading towards the sun. Around noon, an unexpected discovery piqued Lasung's interest. It was a large pile of dried dung mixed with grass fragments. He intentionally stopped the group and used a small branch to poke it apart for a closer look. He saw undigested grass fibers. The pile weighed nearly half a kilogram, the droppings of a large herbivore. Soon, based on the surrounding tracks, Lasung deduced that if it wasn't a horse, it was definitely a medium-sized bovine. But it didn't matter. Whether it was a cow or a horse, he wanted to capture a whole herd. The Han tribe was desperately in need of livestock. The surroundings were still a vast plain. Besides rabbits and moles, there were only a few small antelopes with no trace of cows or horses. But Lasung wasn't worried, as these species would surely need a water source. This was the very river the guide had mentioned. It would take about 3 days to walk here from the Tat tribe. This time on their mounts, it had only taken them a little over a day. The river was about 17 to 18 meters wide. Lasung couldn't tell if this was a tributary of the river near the Han tribe. If it was, that would be fantastic, because if there was an iron mine here, they could quickly transport the ore back to the Han tribe by water. It seemed like he should scout along the riverbank on the way back. The Tat tribe used to go to the Salt Lake, so they must have crossed this river, right? Lasung reminded Daluk, then turned to the guide. Yeah, we always swam across this river before. It's not too deep. Our tribe has a river too, we even bathe in it regularly. And these horned deer and terror elephants, you don't need to worry. They can all swim so we can all cross. But you just said you used to swim across here. Does your tribe go to the Salt Lake often? Lasung asked. Not very often. We go once in the summer and only dare to go again when autumn comes. Each time we have to gather more than 10 of our strongest warriors before we dare go for salt. A single haul has to last us for half a year. The journey is too far, and what's more, there are saber-toothed beasts around Tianho. It's too dangerous to go with a small group, even with 10 people. What's wrong, you scared? Of course, we'll bring more people next time, but for now, we're still crossing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lasung led Hoi Sun into the water first. He began swimming vigorously to the other bank. It was early summer and the weather was getting muggy. Soaking in the cool water, Lasung felt refreshed and comfortable. The river water was crystal clear. Lasung dove to the bottom, gauging the depth with his hands to be about 5 or 6 meters, about as deep as the deep end of a swimming pool. Nuk Bao and Hoi Sun had loved playing in the water since they were young. Soaking in the river, they didn't want to get out, poking their snouts underwater to blow bubbles, and spraying water everywhere like a fountain. Daluk gritted his teeth, led his horned deer into the water and clung tightly to its neck as they crossed. He seemed a little afraid of the water. The others swam to the opposite bank one by one and rested on the bank for a while, waiting for Nuk Bao and Hoi Sun to have their fun before continuing east. The terrain on the eastern bank had changed, with trees becoming more numerous again, but overall it was still a plain dominated by grassy shrubs. But the terrain in the distance gradually rose, with a few low hills appearing, and in the sky the shadow of a giant eagle was seen flying eastward. It seemed these eagles lived near the Salt Lake up ahead by the distant floating island, around 50 to 60 miles at most. If the road was easy, it could be even further. The sky quickly darkened, but just as everyone began to look for a place to camp, a piercing animal cry suddenly rang out, a harsh and unpleasant sound. Hearing this unpleasant sound, Lasung was immediately disappointed. He had expected to find a herd of wild cattle or horses, not run into a bunch of wild donkeys. But things didn't go as expected. When they saw the creature making the strange sound, Lasung and the Kuyen-Luk cavalrymen were all stunned. The creature was definitely a horse, and its build looked perfect for riding, but Lasung wasn't happy at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Before them was an entire herd of zebras. Chief, what kind of animal is that? It looks a lot like the blue antelope you brought back once. Should we catch some to use as mounts? Lasung shot them a strange look. Is your sense of aesthetics that strange? You actually want to ride zebras? But after thinking about it, the Han tribe is in dire need of draft animals. Finding any kind of horse is a stroke of luck. With that thought, Lasung decisively said, "Catch them, of course we have to catch them. Our tribe can never have enough livestock, so the more we catch the better. That way I can at least plant more rice paddies, but not right now. We'll wait until next time to bring more people and try to capture this whole herd of zebras. For now, hurry up and set up camp and get a fire going with the flint." I think that zebra herd we saw earlier was running from something, so there must be dangerous predators nearby. Everyone be careful. At their leader's command, the men acknowledged and started a fire to cook dinner. Soon the cooking smoke rose straight into the clouds. A fire's smoke is especially easy to spot in open land. Lasung's campsite was quickly spotted by the giant eagles, who then reported back to their masters, the eagle tribe living on the floating island. They specialized in raising eagles to help them hunt. At that moment, a flock of eagles with metallic heads and tails landed one after another on the floating island in the Salt Lake, carrying prey of various sizes. "Dad, my Azuoka is back. It caught a foal." A boy about 8 or 9 years old greeted his eagle, and happily showed the tiny horse it carried to his father, the chief. The Azuoka you mention is the common name for all eagles raised by the eagle tribe, which proves it is maturing just like you. You should encourage it more and give it the best piece of meat today, the eagle tribe chief Nue told his son. Yes, Dad. The boy immediately got to work using a stone knife to butcher the small horse, taking out the organs to feed the eagle, and giving it nearly half of the horse meat while keeping only the 4 legs, some meat, and the hide for himself. The relationship between the eagle tribe members and their Azuoka wasn't one of master and servant, but more like friends, or even brothers. Because the Azuoka had very long lifespans, often living 50 to 60 years, they could accompany a person for their entire life. Typically, a person and a bird would be bonded for life, a connection stronger than any other. The boy sat watching his Azuoka eat, preening its feathers, then looked towards the sun setting on the horizon. Dad, why isn't Bazuoka back yet? It's almost dark. The Bazuoka he mentioned was Chief Nue's eagle, and it was also the strongest bird in the tribe. Just as the boy spoke, a powerful eagle cry echoed from afar. The eagle tribe's Bazuoka had returned. It was a very special eagle, its entire body covered in pure white feathers. Bazuoka was late today, but the prey it brought back was monstrous. A snake more than 10 zheng long. The snake's head had been completely crushed by Bazuoka's sharp beak. It didn't land right away, instead, swooping low to drop the giant snake on the ground before soaring back into the sky. After circling a few times, it faced west and cried out twice, then finally landed on the floating island waiting for Nue to portion out the food. Dad, what was Bazuoka saying? Bazuoka just circled 6 times and cried twice towards the west, which means 6 people are approaching from that direction. They're probably just here to get salt from the lake, nothing unusual, Nue explained to his son, while expertly carving the prey. Dad, are there any girls with them this time? You little rascal, you're not even as tall as an Azuoka, and you're already thinking about girls. The Eagle Tribe chief gave his son a light smack on the head, laughing as he scolded him. The boy clutched his head, giggling, but didn't talk back. Tomorrow let's have Bazuoka check if we can help those people get their salt. If not, the long-fanged beasts by the lake will definitely devour them. It's a hard journey coming all this way just for salt. Yes, I'll tell my Azuoka to go along too. The boy nodded vigorously. The next day, as expected, the giant Bazuoka went to help Lasung, circling high above his group. Chief, if we just follow that white eagle, we'll get to the fairy lake in no time, the guide said to Lasung. Follow an eagle. What's the deal with this bird? Could it have come specially to guide us? Lasung was full of suspicion. It must be an eagle from the Eagle Tribe. They often help those who come here to get salt. They probably saw the smoke from our group's fire and figured we were heading to the fairy lake, so they sent an eagle to lead the way. Hearing that, Lasung, though, still doubtful, decided to trust him for the time being. Under Bazuoka's guidance, the group's speed picked up noticeably. By noon, they spotted the zebra herd again. The zebras seemed to sense the threat from above and became restless. Lasung merely glanced at the herd before continuing toward his goal. By now, the silhouette of the floating island was clearly visible ahead, like a small upside-down mountain silently floating in the air over the salt lake. From afar, it radiated an indescribably mysterious and alluring aura, as if hiding countless undiscovered secrets. Lasung's heart began to pound faster. This expedition was reaching its most critical point. Did that floating island truly hold the massive iron deposit he was searching for? Right then, Lasung stared at the hovering island before his eyes. He felt a surge of anticipation. Right at that moment, the pack of striped hyenas silently closed in. From the sky, Bazooka suddenly let out a sharp, eagle-like shriek. The man was instantly on guard. Lasung quickly gave the order to prepare for battle, leading the group in a wide circle around the salt lake. Hearing his command, everyone immediately drew their weapons ready for a fight. Over 20 striped hyenas tailed them from behind, keeping a steady pace. Their gazes were sharp enough to pierce through the group, ready to attack at any moment, yet they seemed to be holding back. That was because in the past, whenever they attacked humans, the eagles from the floating island would immediately swoop down to interfere. While keeping an eye on the hyenas, Lasung turned to the guide and asked, "Are these the only kind of predator around here? Why haven't I seen any others?" The guide replied that besides these humpbacked wolves, there's also a pack of about 4 or 5 large long-fanged beasts, but they weren't around today. Luke, who was beside him, curiously asked if the long-fanged beasts were those yellow short-tailed tigers with long teeth. The guide's expression turned grim as he nodded. Yeah, that's them. They can kill a man with just one swipe of their paw. Even the eagles in the sky are no match for them. Hearing this, Lasung decided to take care of the hyena pack first, and then scout the surrounding land thoroughly. He immediately seized the opportunity, drawing his bow and firing an arrow at a striped hyena about 60 meters away. Lasung's arrow struck a large one right in the head. Unfortunately, maybe the hyena's skull was too thick, or perhaps the angle was off, so the bronze arrow just grazed it, embedding itself in the creature's scalp. The hyena in agony went absolutely berserk. It bared its fangs and claws, charging ferociously at Lasung on his elephant. Luckily, quick as a flash, Bazooka swooped down from the sky, using its talons to knock the hyena over and leaving several deep gashes on its neck. Seizing the opportunity, Sung quickly drew his bow and fired. A second arrow, this time aiming right for the hyena's upper torso. The arrow struck its chest cavity home to the heart, lungs, and other vital organs. With a whoosh, the feathered arrow tore through the air and sank deep into the hyena's chest, and the beast collapsed instantly. Without pausing, Lasung had Koi-sun keep moving, steering the elephant in a circle around the area, always keeping a 100-meter distance from the hyena pack to keep them in range. Next, whoosh, 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 4 more arrows flew into the middle of the hyena pack. 2 of them were hit, instantly tumbling to the ground. Unexpectedly, the pack broke into a frenzy, crazily fighting over the 3 dead bodies of their comrades. Seeing this, Lasung immediately ordered another volley. This was a golden opportunity to attack. 5 more arrows from a distance of 80 to 90 meters rained down on the hyena pack, and 2 more fell, making the wild dogs fight even more ferociously. Right then, Bazooka decided to join the fun from above. It dove down, snatched up a hyena, and carried it back to the floating island, dropping it right in front of the eagle leader, Nue. Nue looked at the hyena's corpse, which was riddled with arrows, a curious look on his face. All the previous visitors had come under Bazooka's protection, quickly gathered salt, and then left right away. It was rare for them to fight the wild beasts, but this time was completely different. Not only were they not gathering salt, but they were also just loitering by the salt lake, and their weapons were something Nue had never seen before. Musing on this, Nue looked up at Bazooka circling in the sky and shouted, "Bazooka, take me down for a closer look!" Bazooka let out a long cry and Nue leapt high into the air, grabbing tightly onto Bazooka's talons. Just like that, the man and the bird flew down from this floating island. By the salt lake, Lasung was still leading his group around the perimeter of the hyena pack, firing off arrows every now and then. Suddenly, the shadow of a giant eagle's wings passed over the ground. Lasung looked up and was completely stunned to see a person being carried in the eagle's talons. Nue, dangling beneath Bazooka, was just as shocked. He had assumed these people were here for salt, but seeing it with his own eyes, he realized he was mistaken. They were riding on the backs of beasts, wielding strange weapons and hunting the striped hyena pack. The hyenas, under constant assault, were no longer fighting over their fallen comrades, and had started to scatter and flee. Seeing this, Lasung led his people in pursuit, but since they were riding deer, drawing their bows was difficult. Their accuracy was terrible, with only 1 in 5 arrows hitting its mark. It was too much of a waste of feathered arrows. Seeing the hyenas were getting away, Lasung immediately called off the chase and headed back to the salt lake. Along the way, he made sure to retrieve the arrows that had missed their targets. They hadn't gone far when Lasung ran into Nue by the edge of the salt lake. He was also picking up arrows. Lasung looked at Nue and gestured, asking, "Is that eagle yours?" Nue, holding an arrow, curiously asked back, "Are these little spears yours?" Lasung nodded and replied, "Yeah, please give those arrows back to me." Nue held the finely crafted bronze arrow, looking at it fondly. "A weapon this good. I've never seen anything like it. Could you give one to me?" Lasung looked at Nue, then scanned the area, thinking to himself that there wasn't another soul in sight. This guy definitely came down from the floating island. After a moment's thought, Lasung said, "Sure, you can have one." Nue took the arrow and happily returned the rest of the feathered arrows to Lasung. He then asked curiously, "How do your weapons shoot so fast and far? Is it because of these bird feathers? My bazooka can also fly fast and far because he has feathers." Hearing him say that, Lasung repeated the name Bazooka. Nue quickly explained, "He's the eagle my tribe raises. Bazooka is the strongest one." Lasung was stunned. "Your tribe lives on that floating island?" "That's right. But aren't you guys here for salt? Why are you hunting?" "Those land wolves are no good anyway." Lasung pointed up at the floating island. "We're not here to hunt or to get salt. We just heard there was an island floating in the sky here, so we came to check it out." Hearing this, Nue immediately became guarded. "That island is my territory." "You can't." Lasung quickly cut in. "Wait, you've misunderstood. I'm just looking for a type of stone that can make the island fly. It has nothing to do with you guys." Nue was stunned. His tribe had lived on the floating island for generations, but never knew why it floated. They just thought it was the sacred land of the eagle god. Now hearing Lasung talk about finding a stone to make the island fly, Nue became extremely curious. After speaking, Lasung led his people to search the surrounding area. Diluc and the others remained on their deer, keeping watch on all sides. The eagle tribe leader Nue ordered Bazooka to fly into the sky to stand guard, while he himself followed Lasung. He watched Lasung search for the stone without blinking. Suddenly, after a while, Lasung discovered a large white rock by the lake with strange patterns resembling a fish. He meticulously brushed off the layer of salt on its surface. The fish skeleton was clearly revealed before his eyes. This must be the fossil of a deep-sea fish similar to an oarfish. But how could a deep-sea creature appear on land, Lasung pondered. Perhaps this land was once uplifted from the seabed. That's why the soil here contains so much salt. This also explained the origin of the salt lake, but the iron ore Lasung yearned for was still nowhere to be found. Nue stood by, watching Lasung stare at the rock, and asked curiously, "Is this the rock that makes the island fly?" Lasung shook his head. "It's not this one," then stood up to continue his search. The main component of magnetite is iron oxide Fe304. Through sun, rain, and air erosion, it turns into hematite Fe203, which is dark red rust. The soil here has a reddish iron color, so Lasung was certain it contained iron. But that wasn't his target. After all, after millions of years, any magnetite on the surface would have already turned to rust. He had to dig deeper. Lasung chose the reddest patch of soil. Using a beak knife and a spear, he began to dig. He dug and dug, but found nothing, cursing silently to himself, vowing that once he could smelt iron, he would immediately forge a military shovel. How convenient his military shovel was in his past life. revealing a layer of white rock slightly yellowish with no veins or glassy sheen. Lasung knew that the white rocks with a glassy sheen around the salt lake were usually natural sodium carbonate, but this one was not. This was saltpeter, which coexists with iron ore. Lasung took the yellowish white rock to the lakeshore, dug a small hole, scooped some lake water into it, and then dropped the stone in. The stone quickly dissolved. A layer of hazy white smoke rose from the water's surface, and a layer of white frost also appeared around the small puddle. This was the principle of cooling with saltpeter, although he hadn't found the magnetic iron ore yet. Discovering saltpeter still made Lasung incredibly excited. This meant that in the future the Han tribe would have the raw materials to make gunpowder and would no longer have to worry about shortages. He could use explosives to do many more things. Luke, watching from the side, asked doubtfully, "Chief, this rock isn't the iron ore you were talking about, is it? Why did it dissolve as soon as it hit the water, and why did the water get so cold?" Lasung explained, "Yeah, this isn't iron ore, this is saltpeter. You've seen it before. It's that white powder I had the women boil from the soil in early spring. But this stuff is also very useful. We can dig up more next time we come. Remember this spot, I'll have you lead the team then." Hearing Lasung's assignment, Luke immediately and seriously looked around as if trying to burn this location into his memory. After confirming the white rock was saltpeter, the two continued digging in the hole. Nue watched from the side with a curious expression. He never knew such a magical rock existed beneath the soil here. They dug for half a day. The hole was now over a meter deep, but it was still all saltpeter. The reserves seemed to be quite large. Lasung felt they couldn't keep digging and decided to change locations. The two of them took their weapons and went to an area a few hundred meters from the salt lake, found a spot with red soil and gravel, and started digging again. The ground here was much harder and more difficult than before, but their efforts paid off. This time, Luke swung his axe down hard, and a rock shattered into pieces. The stone was about the size of a fist with a color like gray iron. Lasung quickly brushed off the sand and dust on its surface and picked it up to weigh it in his hand. It was heavier than ordinary granite. The broken surface revealed crystalline patterns. The flat surface reflected the sunlight with a faint metallic sheen like a layer of shimmering grayish-gold sand. Lasung exclaimed excitedly, "This is it. This is the rock." This was a lodestone. Luke looked doubtful again. "This is iron ore. I don't think it's even as hard as our tribe's bronze. It shattered with just one axe swing. Chief, are you mistaken? Or is it some other kind of rock?" Nue also asked doubtfully. "This tiny little rock can make the island fly." "Are you kidding me?" Lasung patiently explained. "This is exactly it. You were able to break it because it's still a rock, so its hardness isn't high. The truly strong part is the iron inside. Didn't you see the characteristic metallic sheen on the broken surface?" As he spoke, he handed the ore to Luke, telling him to observe it closely. After careful inspection, Luke realized Lasung was right. The broken surface of the rock indeed had a metallic sheen. Just then, something strange happened. When Luke tried to hand the two halves of the rock back, as soon as he let go, the two pieces suddenly flipped over and clamped his hand between them. Both Luke and Nue jumped back in shock. Lasung laughed out loud. "Haha, don't panic, it's not alive. That's just the magnetism of the lodestone. Now try flipping one piece over and see if the broken parts can fit back together." Luke did as he was told, and discovered that the two halves indeed couldn't be joined. Between the two halves, there was an invisible force pushing them apart. Even if he forced them together the moment he loosened his grip, the two halves would immediately spring apart. But if he flipped one half over, they would snap tightly together. Nue curiously picked it up to experiment, captivated by this strange phenomenon. Seeing their astonished faces, Lasung said, "This very rock is what makes the island fly." Nue still didn't quite understand. Lasung set up the two halves of the stone. "Let's say the bottom half is the ground, and the top is the island floating in the air. Doesn't that explain it?" Next, he broke a small branch into 4 pieces, stuck them firmly around the bottom half of the stone, then placed the other half between the 4 branch stakes. The top half didn't fly off, nor did it rejoin the bottom half, but instead levitated between the 4 small branches, as if suspended in midair. Luke and Nue were both dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Nue suddenly felt that Lasung was no ordinary man and asked suspiciously, "Are you a shaman? Did you guys come looking for this stone to make other things fly?" "No, I'm just like you, a tribe chief. My tribe is called the Han tribe. We have a lot of people, and we came here to find this stone to smelt metal. With metal, you can forge powerful weapons, tools, and jewelry." These words made Nue's heart leap with joy. "Chief of the Han tribe, what method do you use to turn this stone into metal?" Lasung waved his hand and said, "I can't tell you that. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to learn it. Smelting is extremely difficult. I only teach it to my own tribespeople." He pulled a small pouch of salt from his belt and opened it for Nue to see. The salt inside was flawlessly pure, vastly superior to the naturally crystallized salt from the lake. Nue's jaw dropped. "Chief of the Han tribe, then, how about I trade Bazooka's offspring with you?" Hearing this, Luke glanced at Bazooka circling in the sky and said covetously, "Chief, that eagle might be useless. But it looks incredibly majestic. Why don't we just take one?" Lasung shot him a glare. You just said it's useless, so why would we take it? Seeing them talking, Nue anxiously stressed. We of the Eagle tribe don't just give our birds away to others, but when we do, we consider them brothers and friends. Besides, our eagles are extremely formidable and can help you hunt wild beasts. An eagle can live for dozens of years bringing back prey every single day. Do you know how many people one eagle can feed? How could you possibly call it useless? After hearing this, Lasung silently calculated that if these eagles were trained as carrier pigeons, it would be a great asset to the Han tribe. It was just a shame that not many in the Han tribe were literate, making it difficult to implement. Besides, the Eagle tribe had nothing of value other than their eagles, so this alliance didn't seem all that important. Thus, Lasung once again rejected Nue's offer. I still can't tell you, and even if I did, it would be pointless. The smelting method is incredibly difficult. To be blunt, the method is to throw that stone into a fire and smelt the metal out of it, but it requires a huge amount of firewood. Even if you chop down every tree on your floating island, you still wouldn't be able to smelt any metal. Hearing this, Nue was a bit disappointed. So that's how it was only people living on the ground could forge metal. Lasung nodded and replied. Hearing Lasung's words, Nue felt a wave of confusion. He thought about his tribe's water supply, how their daily water depended on accumulated winter snow and melted rainwater, stored rainwater and condensation from the evaporating salt lake. Such a scarce water source was really holding back their growth. He had long considered leading his people off the floating island, but worried they wouldn't adapt and couldn't bear to leave their great eagles. After hesitating for a moment, Nue turned to Lasung and said, Chief of the Han tribe, may I invite you to be a guest at our tribe? Lasung tactfully declined. No. I've been away from my tribe for some time and my people are waiting for me to return. Nue looked disappointed, but still couldn't help but ask, So when are you leaving? Will you come back in the future? Lasung replied. Of course we'll be back. I'll send my tribesmen here to mine the stone in the future. They'll arrive very soon, but as for us, we're leaving tomorrow. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Nue's eyes immediately lit up. Can I go with you to visit the Han tribe tomorrow? I want to learn how to survive on the ground. Hearing this, Lasung was secretly overjoyed. This could be the perfect opportunity to win over the Eagle tribe. Just then, Nue told Lasung that he would go with him to the Han tribe the next day to visit and learn how to survive on the great land. Hearing this, a secret joy welled up inside Lasung. This was the perfect opportunity for the Eagle tribe to submit to the Han tribe. So Lasung immediately agreed. Seeing his approval, Nue joyfully called for Bazooka to carry him up to the floating island. Nue wanted to arrange his affairs for the next few days he would be away. Meanwhile, Lasung and the others weren't just sitting around. They skinned the striped hyenas and used hemp rope to sew several animal hide bags. Afterwards, they found a spot by the lake with saltpeter and started digging. This time, they took back some saltpeter to address the Han tribe's urgent need for the material. As for the iron ore, they only brought back a few pieces. Meanwhile, Nue on the floating island. He meticulously recounted his meeting with Lasung to his tribesmen, while also showing off the bronze arrowhead Lasung had given him. The tribesmen were all incredibly shocked, never expecting the underground tribe to be so powerful. Finally, Rui proposed the idea of visiting the Han tribe for a tour. Although the tribesmen were a bit hesitant, they didn't object. Early the next morning, the group led Rui along the riverbank and set off. At the same time, the cavalry that Lasung had sent to deliver the spirit grass seeds caught up with the main army on their way back. They brought news that Lasung was exploring a new ore mine, and also relayed a new order telling everyone to plant the spirit grass seeds immediately upon their return. They had now reached the mountain range behind the Han tribe's territory. On the other side of the small river east of the Han tribe, the Li tribe had sent 10 more people over. They wanted to search for their tribesmen who had been missing for several days. It turned out that the Li tribe's leader Mao Li had previously led his people to the Han tribe for trade, but ended up threatening them. As a result, he was detained by Da Shu, and the group that came this time couldn't escape a similar fate. As for the Han tribe, the Western Expeditionary Army returned in triumph, having slain 17 giant apes, captured over 200 slaves, and brought back new crop varieties along with a small tribe that had joined them. The entire tribe celebrated together. The women were overjoyed that all the men had returned safely. Moreover, the tribe had successfully defended its territory, and Dashu was also very pleased. He had been worried that facing so many giant apes this time would be dangerous. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The 30-something members of the Li tribe who were detained were tied up tightly and forbidden from eating, receiving only 1 bowl of water each day. This was a method Dashu had learned from Lasung. Li Wu, a high-ranking member of the Li tribe, knew that Mao Li's mindset was a bit too aggressive. This incident made him extremely worried. He had been waiting for 2 whole days, yet he still hadn't seen the tribesmen who went searching for the others' return. Instead, he saw a group arriving from the south. It was the party led by Yu Fu. They brought with them a mobile home pulled by 2 old oxen and a herd of very strange-looking black and white spotted piglets. Yu Fu was stopped by Li Wu. Li Wu, thinking they were from the Han tribe, asked if they had seen any Li tribesmen. Yu Fu replied that they were just friends of the Han tribe, and all these things were the result of trade. Li Wu asked Yu Fu to help find out what happened to his tribesmen, and Yu Fu initially demanded 5 animal hides to help. Only after Li Wu gave him 2 as a deposit did he agree. Then, Yu Fu led his group to continue toward the Han tribe. The next day, the tribe's leadership decided to resume their usual work. They focused on farming and construction, leaving 30 people to guard the prisoners. Shi Tao led 20 hunters to hunt and patrol, while also informing the border tribes of their victory to call off the war alert. The 100-man logging team headed west to harvest timber, and the women went out to gather food and building materials. The construction team temporarily paused building houses and switched to plowing fields to plant the second rice crop. On the 3rd day after the army's return, Lasung led everyone along the river towards the dark forest. This made him incredibly happy, because this river connected directly to the Han tribe's river. From now on, travel would be much more convenient, requiring only 1 more day to get back to the Han tribe. Also on that same afternoon, Yu Fu, after a 2-month-long expedition, arrived with 56 spotted pigs to the east of the Han tribe's wooden bridge. But they ran into a problem because the bridge didn't have proper railings. The piglets could easily be pushed off into the river. Fortunately, with the help of the female fishing team, they managed to herd the pigs across. Hearing the news, Da Shu rushed to the bridge, and seeing that Yu Fu had brought back so many spotted pigs, he was absolutely thrilled. Yu Fu explained that this herd of pigs was traded from the Yu tribe for salt and pottery, along with 10 young women who specialized in raising pigs. In addition, they also brought back 2 types of plants. One was a large flowered vine, and the other was a spherical plant with large leaves. But along the way, the spherical plants had been eaten by the pigs, leaving only a few seeds behind. Da Shu asked Yu Fu what kind of reward he wanted. Yu Fu replied that he wanted a Han tribe house as he wanted his tribespeople to spend the winter here, but he did not want to join the Han tribe. Da Shu said he couldn't make that decision, and that they had to wait for Lasung to return to decide. Yu Fu nodded, let his people set up a temporary camp, and went with the elder to tour the Han tribe's houses. The next morning around 8 or 9 o'clock, Lasung's group finally caught sight of the Han tribe's wooden bridge. Ru Bao and Hui Shan roared with joy they were finally home. The Han women heard the elephant roars. With a few gray wolves trailing behind, growling menacingly at Sanzuge, Lasung saw Ku Bing ruffled the top knot on his head and asked if the kid had missed him. Ku Bing looked up and asked, Chief, did you find a new mine again? Is it like our old copper mine? Lasung laughed and replied, Nope, this time I found something even more awesome than copper. As he spoke, Lasung took out 2 tiny magnets from his pouch and handed them to Ku Bing. Ku Bing had never seen such a strange thing before. He happily hugged them tightly and then ran off. After that, a series of high-ranking members of the tribe came one after another to welcome him and report on the situation. Xiao Di also dropped by to glance at Lasung. Only after seeing with her own eyes that he was safe and sound did she lead Thit Bam and Grey Mountain back. In this meeting, Dali and Chief Ying Rui also made a rare appearance. The elder spoke first. Chief, our tribe's first rice harvest has been dried and bagged, but I haven't let the villagers eat it yet, nor have we started the next planting, because I don't know how much we should plant. I've had people plow the fields that were just harvested so we can plant the second crop at any time. Right now, the villagers are clearing the grasslands west of the city to make more farmland. And we've already opened up over a dozen acres. I'm not sure if that will be enough. Shu Wu added farming must be our top priority. Everything else can wait. Lasung immediately issued a directive. In a moment, you two tell the villagers to soak the rice seeds first. Just use 17 times the amount from before. Soak the seeds in a wooden barrel, skim off any grains that float to the surface, and leave them in a shady spot behind the city wall. Remember this. And absolutely no exposure to harsh sunlight. Thu Dai continued his report. Chief, we didn't run into any danger on the way back. The prisoners tried to escape a few times, but we caught them all. We've set up warriors to guard them in shifts, still giving them 1 bowl of water a day and feeding them once every 3 days. Now they're so starved they have no strength to fight back, and will do anything we say. After listening, Lasung laughed and clapped Thu Dai on the shoulder. You did well. Keep those prisoners locked up for a few more days. We'll give them work in a few days. Dai Thu then started his report. Chief, when we got back, the Chestnut tribe happened to be here to trade for tung oil trees. Their chief saw that all our men were gone and demanded to trade for bronze goods from the elder and Thu Vu. When they refused, he threatened to burn down the tung oil forest over there, making sure we'd never get any tung oil seeds. This infuriated the elder and Thu Vu. I got back just in time to witness it and killed him on the spot. I also captured the tribesmen he brought with him, and when the Chestnut tribe sent 10 more people to demand them back, I imprisoned them as well. Should we attack them next? I await your decision, Chief. Lasung's face darkened with anger. Do they think the Han tribe is a joke, daring to stir up trouble the moment I'm gone? You did absolutely right. They dared to provoke us right at our gates, so they'll pay the price in blood. Tomorrow, Thu Dai take 200 warriors and pay the Chestnut tribe back. Make them surrender and join the Han tribe, and if they refuse, kill them. Also bring the people we bought from the Chestnut tribe last year to persuade them. If they're still stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Thu Dai, you'll handle this personally, and remember, do everything you can to subjugate them and bring back as many people as possible. Dai Thu then added, There's good news too. Yesterday the Yu tribe came back from the east. They found a tribe that specializes in animal husbandry and traded our white salt and pottery for dozens of piglets. And while they can't pull plows, we can raise them for meat. Their hides can also be made into shoes. In total, there are 50 piglets and 6 adult pigs, 4 of which are pregnant. That guy Dufuk also traded for 10 young women who are experts at raising pigs. I've put them in an enclosure for now. How should we manage them? I await your decision, Chief. Oh, and that Dupuk also brought back 2 kinds of plants. So now only a few seeds remain. Upon hearing this, Lasung cheered with joy. This is fantastic news. I'll go see the pigs myself in a bit. And what about Dupuk and his group? Did you give them more white salt and pottery? We need to treat them very well this time. Daithu answered. He hasn't left yet. He took his men hunting on the East Riverbank early this morning. They'll likely be back tonight. As for their compensation and reward, I haven't given it to them. Dufuk didn't ask for more white salt or pottery. He said this time he wants to live in our houses but without joining the Han tribe. I didn't dare decide on my own, and waited for you to return to make the call. Lasung was slightly taken aback. If they're not joining the Han tribe, they absolutely cannot stay here. But I guess we'll have to negotiate with him tonight and see. After the meeting concluded, Lasung gave Nue, the chief of the Eagle tribe, a tour of the entire settlement. Nue was completely stunned by the prosperity of the Han tribe. Looking at the vast array of plentiful goods, where almost everyone seemed to live in abundance with bronze tools and weapons visible everywhere. Carts of all kinds were neatly arranged, and their farming and livestock sectors were exceptionally developed. Every single thing left Nue in awe. When he saw the tribe's women expertly weaving cloth on wooden looms, Nue was so shocked his jaw hit the floor. Keep in mind his Eagle tribe was still stuck at the stage of sewing clothes in bags from animal skins. Filled with curiosity, he asked Lasung, Chief of the Han, can my Eagle tribe grow this kind of rice? Lasung shook his head slightly and explained calmly. You could, of course, but growing rice requires a massive amount of fresh water, and your lands around the lake are all salty, which makes it basically impossible. To grow rice, you need flat land near a freshwater source, and a place like that is extremely difficult to find. You see, the 2 rivers in our tribe were dug by our people 1 basket of dirt at a time for an entire autumn. Can you imagine the effort? As dusk fell, Dupuk returned from his hunt carrying a plump fawn. He excitedly ran over to find Lasung asking to have dinner with him. During the meal, Dupuk wolfed down his food and couldn't stop praising it. This rice is such a rare treat. It's so delicious and filling. By the way, there's something I wanted to negotiate with you. Our tribe doesn't have a fixed home, so we worry every winter. I was wondering if you could let us stay here for the winter. Could you provide us with a few houses? Lasung gave a small smile after listening. Dufuk, you know these houses were built by the sweat of my people. I can't just hand them over to you unless you all join the Han tribe. That way we all work together and the housing issue becomes much simpler to solve. Dufuk's expression immediately became awkward. Chief, I know you have our best interests at heart, but you people love to wander and don't want to be stuck in one spot. Lasung thought for a moment before suggesting a plan. All right then, if you join the tribe, I'll create a dedicated team to go out and travel with you. The women and children can stay behind in the settlement where it's safe and convenient. Plus, when you come back, you'll have a permanent place to rest. What do you say to that? Dufuk thought it sounded very reasonable, but he still had to talk it over with his people, and promised to give him an answer tomorrow. Sensing an opportunity, Lasung quickly added, In 2 days, I have a new mission. I need to send a team to a place in the north several days' journey from here to bring back something important. If you decide to join, you need to hurry up, otherwise I'll have no choice but to send my own people. Dupuk nodded seriously, and assured him he would have an answer soon. Early the next morning, Thu Dai had finished gathering 200 warriors to march to the Li tribe. Lashung stood before the troops with a solemn expression and shouted, Tribesmen, the Li tribe dared to provoke us before and were even arrogant enough. Must be secured in the hands of the Han tribe. Of course, I don't want to see many casualties because most of the Li people are innocent. Therefore, your mission is to force the Li tribe to surrender by any means necessary, and make them join the Han tribe. How many people you can bring back will depend on your skills. I will remain in the tribe and await your triumphant return. Thu Dai nodded resolutely and led the mighty army on its way. After making the arrangements, Dufuk rushed over reporting with a radiant expression, Chief, I've spoken with my tribesmen and they all wish to join the Han tribe. Hearing this, Lashung joyfully patted Dupuk on the shoulder. Dupuk asked curiously, Chief, can you tell me the mission in advance? Of course, on the grasslands north of the Han tribe, there's a herd of wild horses, about 300 of them. If we can capture them, it will greatly increase our tribe's labor power. Plowing and transportation will become much more convenient. After sorting things out with Dupuk, Lashung got busy crafting leg shackles for the slaves. These shackles were not at all simple to make, as they consisted of a total of 9 parts, and the process was extremely complex. Fortunately, Lashung was very experienced and sketched out the crafting process in the blink of an eye, then handed it over to Dachui's metallurgy team. After 2 days and nights of hard work, the metallurgy team finally completed 100 shackles. Lashung immediately ordered the slaves to be brought over and had the iron shackles locked onto their legs. The slaves had been imprisoned for a long time, constantly suffering from hunger and thirst, so their strength was already gone. Now weighed down by heavy iron shackles, they could hardly move and had no choice but to sit quietly. They didn't dare to even think of resisting. Meanwhile, the army led by Thu Dai marched quickly and soon arrived at the Li tribe's territory, swiftly surrounding them from all sides. Thu Dai went to meet with Li Vu, solemnly explaining the situation from beginning to end and stressing that surrender was their only path to survival. After hearing this, Li Vu was hesitant and couldn't make a decision. Just then, the young Li tribesmen who had been captured before all started persuading their relatives. They vividly described the many benefits of living in the Han tribe. They explained that their captured kinsmen were all safe, and that if they surrendered now, everyone would be reunited soon, and in the future they would have everything they needed, just like the other members of the tribe. Hearing this, the Lai people's doubts began to fade. They realized they had no deep-seated grudge against the Han tribe, and that it wasn't worth it for their dead chief to sacrifice more lives. So more and more people began to lay down their weapons. Seeing this, Li Vu knew the situation was decided and reluctantly announced their surrender. Upon seeing this, Thu Dai immediately ordered his soldiers to help them pack their belongings and prepare to relocate. Just like that, the entire process from contact to surrender and packing took only a single morning. In the afternoon, Thu Dai led a group of over 400 people back to the tribe. From then on, the Li tribe officially became the Chai clan of the Han tribe. The Han tribe's population increased by more than 200 people as a result. During dinner that evening, the tribe's high-ranking members gathered with La Sheng, discussing the tribe's development while they ate. Da Shu asked doubtfully, "Chief, the iron mine, is it really as important as you say? Does this mean we no longer need to mine copper?" La Sheng put down his bowl and explained seriously, "Iron is many times more important than copper. However, the Babao Mountain copper mine must still be operated. We'll just reduce its output. Right now, our main focus is collecting limestone, which is a crucial material for both construction and iron smelting. I will lead a team to Babao Mountain this time. Besides limestone, we also need to dig up kaolin clay and soil from termite mounds. I need to make fire bricks, and to build a few new large-scale smelters to increase our metal production speed and volume." Da Shu nodded repeatedly, showing that he understood. La Sheng then turned to give detailed assignments to Dali and Xuetu. The team for the Salt Lake Iron Mine will have Dali as its captain and Xuetu as the vice captain. After you arrive, the first thing to do is build a long-term base camp. There aren't as many trees there, so you can adopt the methods of the Sioux tribe when building the camp. Dig pit houses that are semi-underground. This will save wood and also make it easier to manage the slaves. Divide the slaves into groups and keep them in separate pits. You must assign warriors to guard them in rotating shifts, and give them their tools every morning for work. However, at the end of the day, you must collect all the tools and only hand them out again the next morning. During work, if you catch any slave using a tool to break their shackles, do not hesitate. Just take them out on the spot. If anyone is lazy and refuses to work, punish them severely. For those who disobey, cut their food rations. Do whatever it takes to make them obey." Dali and Xuetu nodded solemnly. "We have committed this to memory and will follow your orders exactly." La Sheng gave a slight nod and continued. "Dufuk will also be going with you on this expedition, but his main task is to lead a team to capture that herd of wild horses. Once they are caught, he is to return immediately. I will give him command of the entire deer-riding cavalry, and they will also help you clear out any dangerous beasts around the mining area. Regarding the method for capturing the wild horses, I've already taught you. First, set up an ambush, then send out cavalry to scout. Once the herd is located, use the cavalry to chase them into the trap. That's the only way to capture the entire herd alive. These horses can be used later to plow fields, cultivate more land, and grow more food. Whether or not our entire tribe has enough to eat will depend on how many horses you can bring back." The leaders listened to Luo Sung and all nodded in understanding. At this moment, the Eagle tribe's chieftain Rui sat in deep thought. What he had seen and heard about the Han tribe over the past few days had shaken him to the core. After careful consideration, he took a deep breath and respectfully asked Luo Sung, "Chieftain of the Han, is it possible for our Eagle tribe to join the Han tribe to live together like the Yu tribe? I also want my people to have such a good life. It's just that my tribe has raised giant eagles for generations. They've never left the floating island, so I'm afraid they won't adapt to life here." Hearing Rui's words, Luo Sung was both surprised and delighted, quickly replying, "You want to join the Han tribe? That's wonderful news, of course. As for the giant eagles, you don't need to worry. If you're concerned about their breeding, our tribe can build special nests for them in the western mountains. Even if they really can't adapt, they can still return to the floating island to breed. Besides, the entire area around Salt Lake will soon be Han tribe territory, so you can rest assured. Just bring your whole tribe here." After hearing this, Rui nodded repeatedly, his worries slowly fading away. He felt that Luo Sung's arrangements were incredibly thoughtful, completely taking the Eagle tribe's unique circumstances into account. This made Rui believe that Luo Sung was a wise and reasonable leader. He was confident that under his guidance, his people would have a better life. Rui stood up and bowed formally. "Chieftain, thank you for accepting us. From this day on, the Eagle tribe is willing to serve the Han tribe with all our heart and strength." Luo Sung quickly helped Rui up. "Ha, ha, ha! Excellent! From now on, you are the Eagle clan of the Han tribe. Since you're willing to work for the tribe, this next mission will have a part for you. Rui resolutely pounded his chest and replied, "Chieftain, just give the order. If it's something we can do, we will definitely give it our all. As soon as you find them, immediately lead my cavalry there. At the same time, you must command the giant eagles to help the cavalry drive and surround the herds." "That's not a problem, we can definitely do it." "I'll make the arrangements as soon as I get back," Rui replied confidently. Yu Fu and Eagle Rui looked at each other, and then powerfully punched each other's chests, a sign of camaraderie and their commitment to cooperate. Both of them had joined the Han tribe at the same time, and now they would fight side by side to complete this crucial mission. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and high spirits. The next morning, Tian Li and Yu Fu, along with Xue Tu and Eagle Rui, led a procession of 4 ox carts and 20 hand carts, commanding 80 warriors and 100 shackled slaves. They crossed the river using the Han tribe's wooden bridge, followed the riverbank straight north, and marched steadily towards the salt mine area. After another day, Shu Dai led 200 warriors and more than 200 members of the Li tribe back to the Han tribe successfully. The 30-plus Li tribe members who had been imprisoned by Da Shu were also released. When they saw that Li Wu had already led the entire tribe to join the Han tribe, they no longer had any resistance in their hearts and naturally integrated into this big family. During this time, the Han tribe's second crop of rice had been planted. Because it was the middle of summer, the weather was favorable with plenty of rain, so the seeds absorbed all the necessary water. In just 3 days, the seeds had sprouted, breaking through the soil. In about 20 more days, these young shoots would grow into sturdy rice plants, at which point the second round of transplanting would need to be done. However, with the tribe's population steadily increasing, the food supply was gradually becoming a serious problem. To ensure everyone had enough to eat, Luo Song decided to expand the rice cultivation area. After careful consideration, he chose the east bank of the small river as the direction for expanding the rice fields. That area was previously bordered by the Sang tribe, to the north, the Black Rat tribe to the east, and the Li tribe to the south. Now all 3 of these tribes had been absorbed by the Han tribe, leaving a vast expanse of land that the Han tribe could fully cultivate to ensure an abundant food source. Moreover, the tribe had already built a wooden bridge, so crossing between the 2 banks was no longer difficult. However, the scale of digging a new river was too large, and the progress with manual labor was too slow, so Luo Song thought of using explosives to speed up the process. There was still a good amount of sulfuric acid in reserve from before, but the nitric acid had run out since the salt mine explosion. Luckily this time they had discovered saltpeter at the Salt Lake mine. When he returned, Luo Song had specifically brought back several bags. And just like that, the problem of lacking raw materials for explosives was solved. Over the next few days, Luo Song personally used a distillation pot to prepare new nitric acid, and at the same time he concentrated several jars of glycerin. However, as he was making the explosives, the tribe's fat reserves rapidly dwindled. Fortunately, the production of soap, a byproduct, was constantly increasing. At the same time, a new tool, the Luoyang shovel, was born under Luo Song's direction. "Chieftain, what on earth is this strange shovel used for?" Da Shu asked Luo Song with a puzzled look, holding the brand new bronze Luoyang shovel. "A shovel is obviously for digging, but this kind of shovel is specifically for drilling holes in the ground," Luo Song explained patiently. "Drilling holes? You mean like digging a burrow? Why would we dig burrows in the ground?" Da Shu, standing nearby, asked curiously. "To dig a river," Luo Song answered concisely. "We can dig a river by making burrows." Da Shu and Shu Dai looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. "That's right. Today I'm going to introduce you to something, the explosives I made a few days ago. It's the same miraculous thing that blew up the salt cave last time. Digging a river by hand is just too slow, so I plan to use explosives to blast one out." Explosives. The thing that blew up the salt mine. Shu Dai and Da Shu were completely shocked after hearing this, an indescribable excitement welling up inside them. The fact that the chieftain was willing to reveal such a mystical treasure made them feel a deep sense of trust from Luo Song. In just 2 short days, the entire tribe learned that the chieftain could create a miraculous thing called explosives and would use it to forge a new river. They heard it was many times faster than manual labor, but the specific method of operation was still unclear to everyone. On the morning of the 3rd day after the news spread, Lasung led Dai Thu Thu Dai and the others to the opposite riverbank to prepare for a quantitative explosives test. First, Thu Dai used a Luoyang shovel to dig a vertical hole at the designated spot for the charge. The opening needed to be 10 centimeters in diameter and 4 meters deep, using the markings carved on the wooden handle for precise measurement. After the blast hole was dug, Lasung carefully poured the freshly mixed nitroglycerin into a cylindrical ceramic jar, then slowly lowered it into the dug hole. Next, he used branches to build a simple tripod over the blast hole. On the tripod, he tied a thin hemp rope holding a broken green brick. This was a simple but effective vertical impact detonator. After everything was ready, Lasung led everyone to begin the first blasting experiment. The amount of explosive this time was about 300 grams. He personally lowered the ceramic jar containing the explosive to the bottom of the blast hole, and then carefully hung the brick tied with the rope from the tripod above. The brick was suspended 10 centimeters from the mouth of the hole to prevent it from going off course when dropped. Then Lasung took the rope and slowly backed away to a hiding spot 20 meters away. this fortification, which Dai Thu had supervised digging beforehand, was a trench-like ditch. The men were already lying flat inside with only their heads peeking out anxiously watching La Sung approach. He handed the thin hemp rope to Thu Dai, telling him to be in charge of the detonation. Thu Dai was startled. I don't know how to do it. What's there not to know? You just hold the rope and when I tell you to let go, you immediately release it and lie flat. La Sung patiently taught Thu Dai how to detonate it. But Chief, I'm scared. Thu Dai's face was pale. His hands gripped the rope tightly and his whole body trembled. You're a man. What are you afraid of? Hurry up for me, you're doing it this time. Next time it's Dai Thu's turn, everyone has to try it themselves. La Sung urged him on, both impatient and annoyed. Thu Dai tremblingly took the hemp rope, his hands clutching it as if it were his lifeline, his palms drenched in sweat. His other hand kept wiping his forehead as beads of sweat dripped down. All right, everyone lie down. Thu Dai, listen to my command. I will count to 1, 2, 3. When you hear 3, let go. Yes, this one understands. Thu Dai replied in a trembling voice, his eyes fixed on La Sung, not daring to breathe too loudly. The moment he heard the number 3, Thu Dai's taut nerves snapped. On reflex, he let go of the rope, and immediately the brick hanging over the blast hole shot down the vertical shaft, like an arrow striking the ceramic jar at the bottom perfectly, and with a deafening boom, the jar shattered. The nitroglycerin inside instantly exploded from the violent impact. In a flash, dirt and rocks flew everywhere like a shower of confetti shooting up into the sky. The ground around the blast hole was blown apart, creating a crater 4 meters deep. And looking at the enormous deep crater in the ground, they were all stunned, their mouths wide open. This was the second time they had witnessed the power of explosives. But being this close, experiencing the entire explosion firsthand still shook them to their core. Holy cow, this explosive is seriously terrifying. Just one boom and it dug a hole this huge. If you had 10 tribesmen digging with shovels, it would take at least a whole day. It's truly a divine tool. Thu Dai stared at the large crater, his eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and awe, unable to stop himself from exclaiming. That's right, now I understand how the chief plans to use explosives to dig the river. Does the chief want to drill a series of blast holes along the planned river path, blow them up to create a line of large craters, and then connect them to form a channel? If so, the speed of digging the river would be many times faster. I estimate that if we have enough materials, we could finish an irrigation canal in just a few days. Dai Thu looked at the large crater, speaking thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he could already see the new water flowing vigorously through the irrigation canal. Smart, that's exactly the plan you've all seen. The power and effectiveness of the explosives, its destructive force is truly unmatched. As long as we master how to use it, we can dig several more irrigation canals within a month. That way we can plant another crop of rice this year, and by winter, we'll have enough food and fodder in reserve. No one will have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Hearing this, the men nodded eagerly, their hearts filled with hope and faith in the future. They understood clearly that thanks to the chief's wise decisions and brilliant leadership, along with the miraculous tool of explosives, the Han tribe would definitely continue to grow stronger and move towards a prosperous future. After testing the amount of explosives and their blasting efficiency, as well as determining a safe distance, the basic preparations were complete. Next, La Sung began to plan the details for the land on the east bank of the small river. The area opposite that bridge on the east bank needed a wide road left clear for people and vehicles to pass through. Using this road as the main axis, they would develop rice paddies for 500 meters on each side. The total length would be 1,000 meters. Thus, the total area of the fields on both sides of the road would form a square with a length and width of 1,000 meters each, totaling about 1,500 acres. By doing this, the total area of rice paddies developed on both the east and west banks this year would reach about 2,500 acres, enough to meet the tribe's food reserve needs. The area near the east riverbank was relatively flat. The trees were also not too dense. The area was a sparse forest with small bushes interspersed among the trees, but to turn it into rice paddies, it still needed to be cleared. So La Sung immediately summoned the logging team working at the West Mountain logging camp to return urgently, telling them to focus on clearing the trees and bushes in the area. For large tree stumps, they could use explosives to destroy them directly, a method much faster than digging by hand. The roots of small bushes could be uprooted with plows. Later, when the land was developed into rice paddies, the fields would be constantly flooded, preventing any remaining roots from growing back. While the logging team cleared the ground, Luo Sung ordered Da Shu to lead a team to start blasting and digging the moat on the west bank first. Digging the moat not only protected the city, but also provided an abundant water source for the western lands, making it convenient to develop. And blast holes marking a point every 4 meters. After a day of hard labor, they had dug a total of 50 blast holes, stretching over a distance of 200 meters. The next day, Luo Sung personally mixed the explosives, and then carefully placed them at the bottom of each hole. Da Shu led his group to quickly dig simple fortifications, while Shu Dai supervised the installation of the detonation system. The elder and shaman Shu had already informed the tribespeople, ordering everyone to stay far away from the blasting zone to ensure absolute safety. When everything was ready, Luo Sung gathered 50 tribesmen to prepare for the simultaneous detonation of all the blast points. 50 men gripped the detonation cords lying prone in temporary fortifications 30 meters away. To ensure the signal was transmitted accurately, the command method was changed from shouting to drumming. Luo Sung had someone bring the buffalo hide drum they had made earlier and placed it 50 meters from the fortifications. This time, the signal was set as 3 drum beats, and upon hearing the third beat, all the blasters in front would release the activation cords at once. A breathtakingly dramatic scene like a prehistoric cataclysm when an earth dragon awakens officially began. What followed was a thunderous roar, as a section of the moat southwest of the city suddenly erupted into an earth dragon over 200 meters long. An earth-shattering dragon bursting from the ground with such terrifying power that anyone who witnessed it was scared out of their wits. The entire Han tribe from Hoi Mountain to Rongrong along with their livestock were so frightened by the sudden explosion and tremors that they all dropped to the ground, not daring to make a sound. But the scene after the explosion left everyone incredibly excited and moved. As the gunpowder smoke and dust slowly cleared, a 200-meter-long deep trench was clearly visible where it was supposed to be. What would have taken dozens of people weeks to dig was now formed in an instant by the power of explosives, needing only minor adjustments before water could be diverted into it. After the explosion, Shu Dai quickly led a group to escort the slaves to start working. They used small carts to transport the earth and rocks that had been scattered everywhere, carefully collecting every inch of soil and piling it up in the city area, preparing to build rammed earth walls later. From that point on, the Han tribe officially entered a period of great construction. With the addition of the Li tribe and the 2 tribes that had submitted during the previous Western expedition, their manpower was extremely abundant. Luo Sung seized this opportunity to reorganize the construction team, specializing in building houses. This time, he expanded the scale to 30 construction teams, which could work on 30 rough houses simultaneously. The speed of house construction increased dramatically. The tribespeople in the city frantically built houses, while the slaves outside the city worked hard, digging the river and transporting earth and rock. All tasks gradually fell into place, and the entire tribe presented a bustling scene brimming with vibrant energy. The Han tribe was now slowly returning to a stable rhythm of life. With all work on track, the whole tribe was filled with a lively and energetic atmosphere. The mining team, after many days away from home, also sent back good news. After successfully reaching the Ngoi Lake area, they immediately got to work. First, they built a fortified camp near Ngoi Lake. At the same time, Yu Fu led the cavalry and all the Eagle Tribe warriors on a large-scale hunting campaign in the surrounding area. They systematically eliminated dangerous beasts, ensuring that the mining operations could proceed smoothly. In the following days, Dali and Xuetu began leading the slaves to vigorously dig for magnetite iron ore. Batches of ore were continuously mined, piled up on the riverbank, and then transported back to the Han tribe by water using wooden rafts. On the other side, Yu Fu and Ying Rui were also busy. They first chose a location to set up traps. This was especially true for the tribes that had traded with the Han tribe during the previous spring festival. Over a few months, the Han tribe's pottery and white salt had become extremely popular with them, but the white salt was being consumed too quickly. Especially in the summer, people sweated a lot, causing the white salt to deplete even faster. The tribes once again faced a severe salt shortage, and after getting used to white salt suddenly having their supply cut off, was truly unbearable for them. So some tribes began to think about approaching the Han tribe, hoping to trade for more white salt. The Snake tribe from Rumeng Water Valley was the first to act with a population of about 400 people. Their livelihood was mainly based on fishing, so their food source was relatively stable and abundant. But due to their large population, the Snake tribe's consumption rate of white salt was much faster than other tribes. By now, within the entire Snake tribe, only key laborers were given a little white salt every 2 days, barely enough to taste the saltiness on their tongues. Even so, their salt reserves were not enough to last until the next spring festival. The Snake tribe chief Jian was deeply worried. He thought this situation was not sustainable, and he had to find a way to contact the Han tribe to trade for salt. At this point, a tribe elder suggested that going alone was too dangerous, and it would be better to invite a few other tribes to go with them. There's strength in numbers, and they could look out for each other on the way. Chief Jian thought this made sense, and immediately rode non-stop to the Bear tribe. It was a 2-day journey away. The Bear tribe lived in the mountains and specialized in hunting. From the old to the young, they were all fierce warriors, but their situation was no better. When the Bear tribe chief Han heard the purpose of the Snake chief's visit, he didn't hesitate to agree to go with them, because their own salt supply was also running low. But when it was time to set off, the 2 leaders hit a snag. They only knew the general direction of the Han tribe, not their exact location. So the 2 decided to head to Dreamwater Valley first, and then follow the direction the Han tribe took when they left years ago. Since the Han tribe had brought many people with them, they surely must have left a trail. But the Xiong leader was still worried. He didn't know what they could trade for salt. The Shi tribe leader, however, seemed to have already prepared, saying calmly, "In the past, the Han tribe often traded salt for people, but they probably won't use that method anymore. This time, I plan to send 10 warriors and 5 youths, bringing along livestock to trade. If the Han tribe still accepts people, we'll trade 5 of them for now and figure out the rest later." After hearing this, the Xiong leader considered his own tribe's situation. His tribe was small, so he could only dispatch 10 warriors and a few livestock. And so the two quickly reached an agreement and set off immediately after their discussion. On their journey, they continuously recruited other tribes to join them. Before long, their group had grown like a rolling snowball. By the time they reached Dreamwater Valley, the contingent had expanded to 7 tribes numbering 85 people. After a day's rest in Dreamwater Valley, 5 more tribes joined in. Now with their numbers exceeding 100, everyone gathered buzzed with discussion for a bit, and then headed northeast from the valley. Along the way, they indeed discovered the trail left behind by the Han tribe. Everyone followed the tracks. A few days later, they ran into the She tribe's hunting party, who saw them from afar, and thinking a large tribe was coming to attack, were scared out of their wits. After looking more closely, they recognized a few familiar faces from the spring festival. The leader of the Chai tribe saw this and quickly went forward to ask, "Do you guys from the She tribe know where the Han tribe is?" The She tribe leader frowned, thinking, and said he wasn't entirely sure, but the Bian tribe had a pretty close relationship with the Han tribe, so they might know the location. And so the search party followed the She tribe to find the Bian tribe. When they got there, everyone was shocked to see that all the Bian men had their hair tied up in buns, which was completely different from before. Seeing the uninvited guests, the Bian warriors all held their spears defensively. The She tribe leader quickly explained that these people had all attended the spring festival this year, and that they wanted to find the Han tribe to trade. A Bian warrior proudly stated, "Our tribe has already joined the Han tribe, and though we haven't moved over yet, the main branch is building houses for us." The Chai tribe leader hurriedly asked, "Could you lead us to the Han tribe to trade for salt?" The Bian warrior frowned a bit, saying he had to ask his chief first, and didn't forget to warn them. The Han tribe has set up a lot of traps up ahead, so if you don't have a guide, it's really easy to get into trouble. Soon enough, Tang got the news, but she didn't dare to make the decision herself. She had no choice but to send a warrior to find the Han tribe's hunting patrol and ask them to relay the message to Luo Sung. Meanwhile, the search party was invited to rest temporarily in the Tang tribe's village. Within the village, the vast fields of hemp and the women meticulously weaving intricate hemp bags left everyone wide-eyed with astonishment. Tang saw their astonished expressions and said with a smile to the She tribe leader, "The reason we were so willing to join the Han tribe is because their chief is just too amazing. He invented tools that make weaving fabric so much easier. On top of that, the Han tribe gave us so much pottery and white salt that we can't even use it all. Most importantly, if we run into enemies, the Han chief will even dispatch his warriors to help us defend." After a day of rest in the Tang tribe's village, the Han hunting patrol finally arrived. They reported back to Luo Sung about the tribes coming to trade for salt. That very night, Luo Sung summoned his top leaders for a meeting. Shu Da was the first to speak. "I think we can keep trading salt for people. The tribe planted a ton of rice this year, so feeding another 200 or 300 people is no problem." But the moment he finished, the elder and Ziwu immediately disagreed. The elder said with concern, "The tribe has already accepted too many new members this year. Everyone's busy building homes and providing food. And on top of that, winter is approaching, and we don't have much livestock in reserve. If we take in more people, I'm afraid our livestock won't be enough. Therefore, they proposed trading white salt for livestock instead." Luo Sung sat silently nearby, listening to everyone's debate. But he was lost in deep thought. After a while, Shu Da waved his hand in front of Luo Sung's eyes. "Chief, what were you thinking about? So are we going to trade people for white salt or not?" Luo Sung suddenly snapped out of it. "I've given this matter a lot of thought, and for the time being, we don't need to trade for people. Have any of you realized something? This time these people gathered into a group and came here on their own. I have to be on my guard. If we continue to trade for people, it could breed resentment among the other tribes, and it would be a huge mess if they turned around and gathered an army to attack us. It's better to just trade white salt directly for their other goods." Just as the old chief said, livestock would be great. Hearing Luo Song's analysis, everyone felt it was very reasonable and nodded in agreement. But who would have guessed as soon as they finished nodding? They looked over and saw Luo Song was once again deep in thought. Shu Da couldn't resist asking, "Chief, what on earth are you thinking about now? Is there something even more important than this?" Luo Sung raised his head, his eyes fixed on everyone with determination. "I'm going to release the methods and seeds for growing grain, so the tribes that come for salt can also learn to cultivate their own food." The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd stared with wide, astonished eyes, giving their techniques to another tribe. "Aren't we just raising a competitor?" Luo Sung just smiled faintly and said slowly, "On this vast continent, although the Han tribe currently has a small advantage. If we want to truly rule this continent, we can't be selfish. Once we spread our farming techniques, agricultural tribes will pop up like mushrooms after a rain. At that point, anywhere grain is grown, people will remember that the Han tribe taught them, and they will know that the Han tribe has a chief who is like a god. Besides, even if other tribes learn how to farm, they'll just be developing the wasteland on our behalf." The Han tribe possessed advanced metallurgy, along with armor and longswords. Facing tribes that had just learned to farm, they were fundamentally not even qualified to be opponents. La Sung's explosive words left the elder Thu Dai and Thu Vu completely speechless. This was the first time they had heard their leader so openly express his ambition to conquer the continent. A wave of boiling excitement surged within Thu Dai, feeling that if the Han tribe truly achieved the great feat of becoming the overlord, it would be an immense glory. But Tu Vu and the elders preferred to develop the tribe stably as long as their people's lives continued to improve. They were already quite content. They didn't really approve of Lasung's idea. However, Lasung had his ways of persuading these two old men. He slowly explained, "We possess a power that makes the world envious. We can't just seek a comfortable life for ourselves alone. Even if we have to conquer in the future, it's so that more people can live a good life like ours. From a certain point of view, this is also a way of helping them. Besides, conquest doesn't have to rely on bloodshed. We can absolutely use other methods to make the Han tribe more powerful and prosperous, for instance, through trade, to acquire more people, or by using our culture to influence other tribes. What I'm going to do next is establish a market within the Han tribe, spreading our culture through goods like pottery textiles, and tools all engraved with our totemic patterns and Han characters, causing members of other tribes who buy our goods to be constantly exposed to Han culture in their daily lives, thus engraving a deep impression of the Han tribe in their minds. That way, when we offer them the chance to join the Han tribe, perhaps they'll come to us willingly." After hearing Lasung's explanation, although the two old men still had some reservations, they could sense that this plan would likely benefit the Han tribe. And so the matter was settled. Afterwards, Lasung sent a hunting patrol warrior back with a message telling them to lead the other group to the Han tribe the next day. He wanted to negotiate this himself. Just past noon the next day, the news reached the other tribes. The patrol warrior relayed Lasung's message agreeing to trade with them again, and specifying that there was no need to trade people. Furthermore, the Han tribe would teach them a new way to get food, and anyone who wanted to learn was welcome. This news left the people of the various tribes utterly astonished. They immediately followed the patrol team and headed for the Han tribe. After a day of arduous travel, the Tribal Alliance delegation finally arrived at the Han tribe's territory. They arrived right around noon, just as the Han tribe was busy harvesting peanuts, which was the perfect opportunity to showcase their agricultural achievements to these guests. The more than 100 people were led directly to the main road east of the settlement. On both sides of the road were rice paddies covered in a shallow layer of water. Near the small river, there was also a peanut field almost ready for harvest. In the rice paddies, many people were still diligently planting rice seedlings. This work had been going on for several days, but with nearly 1,000 acres of fields, finishing all the planting was still a massive undertaking. Each member of the Han tribe was bent over holding a bundle of young seedlings, carefully planting them one by one into the water-filled fields. This sight made the more than 100 people standing on the main road feel dizzy. Their hearts were filled with confusion, and one tribesman couldn't help but turn to his companion and ask, "What are they doing? Why aren't they hunting or gathering food but are sticking grass into the water instead?" His companion was just as bewildered, shaking his head and saying, "I don't know, I was wondering the same thing. Why did they bring us here? Why haven't they traded the white salt with us yet?" Murmurs rippled through the delegation, some grumbling, others curious, and a few observing intently, trying to find an answer. Just then, a sharp clap drew everyone's attention, and they saw Lasung wearing his bronze helmet approaching with the two elders and about a dozen young men. These youths were all people who had been acquired from other tribes during the spring festival. Now Lasung had summoned them to act as temporary interpreters. When the crowd saw Lasung appear, they immediately fell silent, all eyes turning to the young tribal chief. He wore a smile, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before he slowly began to speak. "I know you all came for the white salt. Rest assured, the Han tribe has more than enough white salt for all of you to trade, so there's no need to rush. Someone will lead you to trade for it in a little while. But I imagine you are all very curious right now, wondering why you were brought here. And what are our Han tribe's people doing?" After speaking, Lasung glanced at the interpreters behind him, signaling for them to relay his words to the crowd. As soon as they finished, the group of over 100 people erupted into a buzz of conversation, wildly guessing what the Han tribe was up to. Their curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. Once the translators were done, Lasung gently raised a hand, and the crowd fell silent again. He continued, "Perhaps some of you have already guessed they are actually harvesting food. We plant the seeds of edible plants, and when the plants mature, they bear edible fruit, which we call grain." Lasung's words were like a stone tossed into a still pond, instantly creating massive ripples through the crowd. Everyone began to murmur in shock. To them, this was a way of getting food they had never even heard of. In their minds, besides hunting and gathering, could such a magical method possibly exist? If that was true, didn't it mean you could have as much food as you wanted just by planting it, and you'd never have to worry about starvation again? Could this be the new method of getting food that the Han tribe wanted to teach them? Lasung looked at the shocked expressions on their faces and smiled faintly. "Perhaps you find this hard to believe, and it's not easy to accept that this is real, which is why I had you all come here to see it for yourselves. Next, someone will take you to see the peanuts that our Han tribe grows, which are also edible. Once you see it with your own eyes, you will understand." With that, Lasung led the crowd towards the peanut field. In the peanut field, all the leaves had withered and turned yellow, marking the perfect time for harvest. The tribe members preparing to harvest the peanuts stood in neat rows following the mounds of peanuts. They moved forward slowly, bending down as they went, pulling the peanuts straight out of the ground. Clusters of plump peanuts popped out of the soil and were then arranged neatly on the mounds to dry. Customarily, these peanuts needed to dry for 2 days before being moved to the plaza for shelling, or continuing to dry in their shells until they were completely arid. The more than 100 people, under the guidance of their own interpreters, followed closely behind the harvesting team. Their eyes were glued to the freshly pulled peanuts, filled with curiosity. Some even picked up fresh dirt-covered peanuts from the ground, eagerly shelling and popping them into their mouths for a taste. After tasting them, they all asked their interpreters at once, "How exactly are these things called peanuts grown? How long do they take to harvest? How many do you get each time, and is it enough to feed many people?" The dozen or so interpreters shared what they knew, meticulously explaining the method for growing peanuts and mentioning the growth period. As for how many people the harvest yield could support, they weren't too sure either. But the chief had once said that peanuts were not the main staple of the Han tribe. That was still patty rice. The rice from the patties was both delicious and filling, making it the Han tribe's favorite food. "Isn't patty rice that grass planted in the water over there?" a member of the Zhou tribe asked doubtfully. "That's right. That's the rice. Right now, it has only sprouted a few young leaves. When it matures, countless grains of rice will form at the top. You dry it, thresh it to get the grains, and that's the edible rice. The rice is hard, so it has to be cooked in a pot before it can be eaten." The Zhou tribe's interpreter patiently explained, "So how long does this rice take to grow? Do the rice stalks yield as much as the peanuts?" "Patty rice grows extremely fast. Taking only a mere 3 months from sowing to harvest, you can reap it in just 100 days. And what's more, the rice yield is incredibly promising. Just with the rice you see here, the grains from a single stalk are enough to fill one person's stomach, and we can grow at least 2 crops a year. This year, our Han tribe has already finished the first harvest. Now we are planting the second crop, which will be harvested in the first month of autumn. This amount of rice is enough for our entire tribe to get through the long winter safely." Hearing this, the crowd nodded vigorously, most of them secretly making a resolution. They absolutely had to bring these cultivation techniques back to their own tribes and solve their clan's food problems. After the tour ended, Luo Song had his subordinates trade white salt with them. The Han tribe in turn received quite a few livestock animals. When it was time for the evening meal, the Han tribe used the peanuts harvested that day, cooking them with rice, to make a light pink porridge to treat their guests from afar. The Han tribe members also had the peanut and rice porridge that day. There was also delicious fresh fish and meat. The 2- and 3-year-old children opened their little mouths wide, excitedly waiting for their mothers to feed them porridge. The entire tribe was immersed in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. So this is what you get from patty rice and peanuts. It turns out you just cook it with water to make porridge like this. It tastes really good. Why didn't I think of trading for these things with the Han tribe before? It's too late for regrets. Now you guys who were traded to the Han tribe are truly blessed. You get to eat such delicious food every day and never have to worry about hunger." A member of the fish tribe turned to say to his fellow tribesman who had been sold to the Han tribe during the spring festival, his voice full of emotion. Of course. I'm living extremely well in the Han tribe. Now I have a full stomach every day, and soon I'll even get to wear hemp clothes." People from various tribes who were reuniting after a long time eagerly recounted their recent experiences. Everyone was buzzing about the wonderful life in the Han tribe. Just then, Luo Song stepped out again and clapped his hands a few times, drawing the crowd's attention. At that moment, the reunited people from the various tribes were enthusiastically discussing the good life in the Han tribe. The tribes that came to trade couldn't help but yearn to enjoy that life for themselves. At that very moment, Luo Song stepped out and clapped his hands lightly, and the eyes of the crowd immediately focused on him. Everyone understood that he had something to say again. Luo Song announced the Han tribe's idea of opening a market fair to be held regularly for the first 7 days of each month. Trade items would not be limited to just livestock and people. As long as it was something the Han tribe didn't have, it could be brought for trade. Hearing this, the small trading parties were ecstatic. From now on, they wouldn't have to worry about what to trade. Even if the distance to the Han tribe was great, there would still be enough time to make it to the market. Luo Song also announced that they would provide seeds for free and promised to help solve any farming difficulties, even farming tools could also be traded for with other items. These words put everyone's minds at ease. The crowd stood up in unison and bowed, expressing their deep gratitude to the Han tribe. The next day, the trade caravans received seeds from the Han tribe. Each party was also gifted 1 caddy of white rice. Everyone then set off with peace of mind. They were all eager to return to their tribes, hoping to bring the precious seeds back home soon. These things had the power to change the fate of every tribe. That afternoon, the team from the salt mine delivered another boatload of iron ore. After half a month of continuous transport, this was already the 7th shipment. Each trip carried about 10 tons of ore. The Han tribe's iron ore reserve was now nearly 100 tons. If refined into steel, it would yield several tens of tons, enough to last for a long time. Luo Song immediately instructed the 4 escorting warriors to bring 1 more boatload of ore on their way back this time. After that, the people at the iron mine could withdraw rendezvous with Yu Fu's trading caravan and quickly bring the herd of horses back. At the same time, Luo Song decided to halt all northbound activities for the year, so everyone could prepare for winter in the tribe with peace of mind. Hearing this, the 4 warriors piloting the boat were all thrilled that they would soon return and reunite with their families. This was exactly what they had been hoping for. She too rushed back to the tribe and respectfully reported to Luo Song that they had captured 329 wild horses. The entire Han tribe was overjoyed. With more than 300 of these draft animals, the Han tribe could expand its farming area even further, brought many benefits for the tribe's development. The tribes that had just traded with the Han tribe were also basking in joy. In the territory of the Zoa tribe, a community of over 400 members who primarily made a living from fishing. The Zoa chief Tien and the Zoa elder were savoring the novel and fragrant white rice. Even though it was just plain rice, the two of them ate with surprising delight. Chewing slowly, he mused, "The Han chief is truly selfless, willing to share such a precious technique with all the tribes." Meanwhile, the Huo chief had already started planning their cultivation. "Our tribe is right next to. We have to urgently clear the land and sow the seeds as soon as possible, trying to get a harvest before winter sets in. At the same time, we also need to assign people to gather more items. We have to go to the Han tribe's market to trade for some pottery." The tribe was severely short on clay pots, bowls, and plates. Other tribes were in the same boat. No one wanted to miss this life-changing opportunity. But not every tribe was like the Zoa, blessed with favorable terrain for easy cultivation. Some tribes began carefully searching for suitable land around their territories. Some even abandoned their old settlements. In the days that followed, all the tribes were incredibly busy. Some were busy moving, others were searching for fertile land. There were people already tilling the fields, each strike of the hoe breaking the hard earth, as if digging up not dirt, but hope for the future. Then there were some other tribes who began to scour the lands inside and outside their territory. They were looking for things the Han tribe needed: livestock, special plants, lively animals, strange rocks, and all sorts of healing herbs. They carefully gathered these items, just waiting for the market day early next month to trade them with the Han tribe for essential supplies. Meanwhile, Luo Song in Hanyang City wasn't just sitting around either. He was busy researching how to manufacture goods for sale, while also stamping them with the unique mark of the Han tribe. He wanted Han culture to spread far and wide through these items. Luo Song ordered his people to make a bronze engraving tool, so the wooden barrels about to be sold had to be stamped with the 4 characters made by the Great Han, making them instantly recognizable as items from the Han tribe. Luo Song also came up with new designs for other products. Since the Han tribe had already created a spinning machine, a foot pedal type, and had mastered the man-powered flywheel technology, Luo Song suddenly had an idea, and he led the carpenters to apply this technique. Soon enough, they successfully built a new piece of equipment, allowing them to freely shape the clay on top. Thanks to this potter's wheel, the Han tribe's ceramic technology took a massive leap forward. It not only increased the speed of production, but the pottery they made was also more beautiful and intricate. But Luo Song didn't create the potter's wheel just to make beautiful pottery. His ultimate goal was to print words and add color to the ceramics. The process was actually simple. You just needed to work on the half-dried clay piece and apply a layer of glaze to the outside. White glaze was the easiest to make. You just had to mix kaolin clay with water and stir it into a slightly thick paste. Then after putting the glaze in a bucket, you gently dip the half-dried clay piece into the mixture. The result would be an unfired piece of white porcelain. After it dried again, it was put into the kiln, and the final product would be a snow-white ceramic. The process for other colored glazes was similar. You just had to change the type of glaze used. And just like that, the Han tribe's ceramics became dazzlingly colorful in an instant, setting them apart from everything else out there. Finally, on the bottom of the porcelain bowls, Luo Song used red glaze to print the words, "Made by the Great Han," and added auspicious blessings like favorable winds and timely rains, and abundance year after year. When people ate from a bowl like this, they couldn't help but think of the Han tribe every time they saw the words. Luo Song didn't even let the grain sacks off the hook, using red dye made from spirit herbs to print massive eye-catching Han characters on both sides. At this point, pottery, water containers, and sacks. These 3 were the Han tribe's best-selling goods, and they were must-buys for other tribes visiting the market. In just a little while, the Han tribe's range of products would become even more diverse, with iron pots and iron farming tools all appearing at the market in due time. The Han culture was spreading further step by step, and later he could have Yu Fu take these goods to sell in even more remote areas. All of the Han tribe's forces were gathered in the settlement. The tribe's construction projects would also proceed in an orderly fashion. After several months of hard work, 2 residential areas within the city walls were completed, totaling 198 houses. Although only the basic decorations were done and the doors weren't installed yet, it was summer, so it didn't really impact their daily lives. Luo Song immediately ordered families with small children and married couples to move in first. The others would be assigned homes as more were built. Time flew by, and it was soon the 2nd month of summer. On the day of the full moon at the end of the month, the Han tribe had the first shipment of goods ready for sale. Luo Song sat guarding the merchandise, eagerly waiting for the first customers to show up at the market. But unexpectedly, even after 2 full days of waiting, not a single tribe appeared. Although Luo Song felt a bit down, he tried to reassure himself. Maybe the tribes that just got the seeds were busy clearing their land and just couldn't make time to come yet. But some of the tribesmen weren't as patient as Luo Song. They all looked dejected, feeling like all the tribe's recent efforts had been a waste. On the third day, a few figures finally appeared in the distance. Luo Song's spirits instantly lifted, and he sent someone to scout ahead. Soon the scout returned excitedly reporting, "Chief, the people from the other tribes are here, and there are almost 300 of them this time." Lasung was overjoyed on the inside, but he maintained a calm smile on his face. He was preparing to welcome the honored guests, determined to make them feel the warmth and sincerity of the Han tribe. As the crowd drew closer, step by step, Lasung saw the familiar faces of the various tribes. The heavy weight in his heart was finally lifted. His plan had at last taken its first successful step. On Lasung's orders, Shu Dai led a few tribesmen to stand at the market gate, welcoming the guests and guiding them to the product display area. For the tribe seeing the exquisite pottery, the practical wooden barrels and the sacks with words printed on them, their eyes filled with astonishment and desire. They had never imagined these items could be crafted so beautifully. Just look at this pottery. The carvings on it are so beautiful, and it even has colorful patterns. It must be really expensive, huh? A member of the snake tribe whispered to his companion. Shu Dai laughed heartily and announced to everyone, "These are all products of our Han tribe." The crowd immediately swarmed in, starting to pick out the items they wanted. Datu was busy negotiating prices with them. According to the standard set by Lasung, 5 medium-sized animal hides could be exchanged for 1 white porcelain bowl. The cave tribe was clearly heartbroken to hear the price, but they still gritted their teeth and traded for a few bowls. Just as the market was bustling with excitement not far from the stalls, a commotion suddenly erupted. It turned out one of our tribesmen was arguing with an outsider. That guy was insisting on trading 1 deer hide for 2 clay pots, and even wanted to trade deer antlers for a white porcelain bowl that looked identical. This was truly bizarre. When he saw the animal hides and the antlers for himself, Lasung's eyes immediately lit up. These weren't deer hides and antlers at all. They were clearly antelope hides and goat horns. Furthermore, looking at the skinning technique and the pristine condition of the hides completely without a single blemish, these animals were definitely domesticated, not hunted. Observing more closely, Lasung couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. These were actually Saiga antelopes, a true heaven-sent treasure. If they could domesticate them, wouldn't the Han tribe have an endless supply of meat in the future? Lasung cleared his throat and turned to the group that came to trade, saying, "Your animal hides are indeed quite good without even a single puncture. Considering this, I can raise the price a little. 2 hides for 3 clay pots and 1 pair of horns for 1 porcelain bowl. But I have a condition. Next time you must bring me 100 live antelopes, and they must be 2 to 3 years old. 20 males and 80 females. If you can't do this, the Han tribe will no longer trade with you." After hearing this, the other man's jaw dropped and he stammered, I can't make that decision. This needs the chieftain's approval." Lasung didn't make things difficult for him. He waved his hand, signaling his tribesmen to complete the trade at the agreed-upon price. At this market, aside from the Sharphorn tribe, many other tribes came to trade as well. The Sickle tribe brought flint, and the Snake tribe brought some medicinal herbs and a strangely shaped tuber. Lasung thought to himself that it would be perfect for making pickles later. There was also the golden vine from the Jingji tribe, red sugar from the Zhou tribe, animal sinew from the Dan tribe, hallucinogenic mushrooms from the Gu tribe, and fish skin from the Cha tribe. The Han tribe bought everything, leaving nothing behind. Lasung even bought 2 skilled painters from the Wen tribe and assigned them to the pottery-making team to paint patterns, naming them Wen Hui and Wen Yan. The market was originally planned to last for 7 days, but since some tribes arrived late, it ended up lasting only 2 days. Even so, after the market officially ended, tribes, even some smaller ones, continued to show up to trade. Hearing that the Han tribe was cultivating rice, they traveled great distances specifically to learn the techniques and ask for seeds. Lasung agreed to all of it. Half a month later, the Han tribe's fire-resistant bricks were finally completed. He began to research and design a new type of iron smelting furnace. Although the construction process was extremely complex and progress was slow, Lasung knew that quality was the most important thing, so it had to be done right. In early April, at the start of summer, the Han tribe bustled with activity as they held their second market. This time, most of the visiting tribes wanted to learn the techniques for managing the later stages of rice cultivation. For instance, the Snake tribe, who lived near the river, had extremely favorable conditions for growing rice, and also had the largest cultivated area. They had already finished transplanting the seedlings while the other tribes were rushing to catch up. But what surprised everyone was that the Sharphorn tribe didn't show up. This made the Han tribe's leadership unhappy. The hot-tempered Shu Dai wanted to lead an army to just take the Saiga antelopes by force, but Lasung thought they should wait a bit longer. At this market, Lasung made another new discovery. A few of the smaller tribes brought wild honey, which was a precious commodity. He immediately purchased it at a high price, along with loofahs, radishes, tomatoes, long beans, and all sorts of other vegetables. Lasung's eyes lit up like headlights, and he bought everything at a high price, not forgetting to pre-order seeds. In the future, the tribe could grow these strange new things. As for the Tianjiak tribe, after they returned, Their chieftain saw the exquisite porcelain and precious white salt they had traded for from a distance, and he was overjoyed. But before he could even celebrate, the trading party reported that the Han tribe was demanding 100 live antelopes, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. Those antelopes were the tribe's treasures. But if they refused, he was afraid the Han tribe would stop selling them salt in the future. He hastily summoned the tribe's shaman to discuss a strategy. In the end, they decided to hand over the antelopes, but only this one time. In the future, they would go back to only trading with animal hides. The Sharphorn tribe spent the next half a month hastily preparing and gathering the animals. The dried hay was tied into bundles. They also carefully selected 40 able-bodied men to escort the herd of 100 antelopes. To avoid being discovered, they deliberately avoided the market fair times of other tribes. They chose small, deserted paths, cautiously making their way toward the Han tribe. Meanwhile, in the Han tribe, under the meticulous arrangements of Luo Song, he was busy conducting a census and reorganizing families. He paired up the women of the Fire tribe with the men of the Han tribe. The disabled and women who were past childbearing age were also properly settled, ensuring everyone could live a peaceful life. After finishing the houses, the workers didn't rest immediately, starting on building warehouses in the storage area and other public facilities like livestock pens. Building the warehouses was no simple task. An area 110 meters on each side required 12 warehouses. With such a wide span, brick pillars had to be erected in the middle to support the roofs. Luo Song racked his brain to design a detailed construction process and even invented a unique lever-operated tamping cart. Using this cart, the speed of laying the foundations increased significantly. Just as the foundations rose above the ground, the party from the Xianzhou tribe arrived with the antelopes. Hearing the news, Yu Cheng rushed out to see. When he saw the herd of healthy and lively antelopes, the weight in his heart was finally lifted. He was secretly glad his guess had been correct. A member of the Xianzhou tribe stepped forward and said, "Since these are live goats, the price has to be a little higher. 1 goat for 5 clay pots or 5 large bowls of white salt." Luo Song thought for a moment, felt the price was reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Since there were only a few of them, carrying too many clay pots was inconvenient, so they mostly traded for bowls and white salt, taking only a small number of pots. After the smooth transaction, the Xianzhou tribe members took their goods and headed back. The Han tribe continued with its construction, handing the antelopes over to the members in charge of raising livestock. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon it was autumn, and the Han tribe's third market fair opened for business. But this time, the volume of trade dropped significantly. Luo Song knew full well that everyone was busy stocking up on food for the winter, so he enthusiastically taught the other tribes the method of making cured meat. As a result, the tribes began buying large quantities of white salt again. At the same time, the Han tribe's pottery industry also made adjustments, shifting to a low-volume, high-quality production model. They began firing more exquisite pottery. After all, the 2 artists Luo Song had brought back weren't just for show, he had to let them use their talents. This year, the Tang tribe's more than 2,000 acres of hemp fields had already yielded 4 harvests. Considering future development, Luo Song told them to pause the harvest and wait until the hemp plants went to seed. Consequently, the entire Tang tribe moved over to the Han tribe. It was also at this time Dufuk, that restless guy, came looking for Luo Song again, never one to sit still. Dufuk told Luo Song he wanted to form a trade caravan and take the surplus pottery and white salt on another trip east of the river. He hoped to establish an east market across the river in the future, holding it twice a month, once at the beginning and once at the end, so the Han tribe's culture could spread further. Moreover, it was already autumn. Various types of edible melons and fruits were ripe. Who knows, maybe this trip across the East River could bring back some vegetables or seeds. Luo Song thought for a moment and then nodded. He assigned 40 male tribe members to Dufuk, along with 2 ox carts filled with salt and pottery, and even equipped each person with a horse. This way they could explore further as long as they returned before winter. This team also included a few special individuals. 2 teenagers formerly from the Shiding tribe who were the best at the Han language and characters. Additionally, there were 2 teenagers from the Eagle tribe who brought their domesticated giant eagle, ISEKAI'd. With these 4 along for the ride, no matter how far the caravan traveled, they could use the eagle to send messages. Dufuk was extremely satisfied with Luo Song's arrangements and quickly led the expedition team on its way, while Luo Song continued to oversee the construction of the city. The main project at the time was the granary. Initially, progress was rapid due to the large workforce, but it eventually started to slow down. So Luo Song ordered the carpentry team to urgently craft several sets of pulleys within 2 days. Once completed, they were immediately handed over to the construction team. Thanks to the assistance from the pulleys, the warehouse construction speed increased dramatically. The granary was ultimately finished 1 week ahead of the month-end deadline. This warehouse stood tall and imposing. It covered an area of 600 square meters, providing valuable experience for future multi-story construction. As the first month of autumn came to a close, the summer heat faded, and a slight chill could be felt in the mornings and evenings. Luo Song became one of the first in the tribe to don sheepskin clothing. He wore woolen trousers and a knee-length cross-collared tunic with short cowhide boots on his feet. His whole demeanor radiated high spirits, but not everyone could wear such an outfit. Since the Ling tribe's return, they had focused on weaving hemp cloth, but the number of looms was limited. Thus, hemp and woolen fabrics were not yet widespread. Only a few high-ranking tribe members and newborn infants were lucky enough to receive a set. Thankfully, the tribe had plenty of livestock, so no one had to go cold. Before long, the Han tribe's market fair was held again. The tribes that had previously received rice seedlings came to learn. Smaller tribes also brought the vegetable seeds Luo Sung had ordered in exchange for pottery and white salt. Since the city walls weren't finished, the view of the Han tribe's inner city was on full display. They had previously admired the neat brick houses from afar, but this time the massive towering warehouses were especially eye-catching. They left everyone stunned, unable to imagine how such colossal structures could be built or how warm they would be in the winter. However, the chief leading the group did not forget the purpose of their visit. Having heard that the Han tribe's rice was golden and ripe, they had to rush over to see for themselves and learn how to harvest it. By now, the paddy fields had been drained and left to dry in the sun for 7 to 8 straight days. The soft mud in the fields had firmed up. The rice stalks were still a faint yellowish green, but the ears of rice had painted the entire field a brilliant gold. The groups of merchants who came to learn were led down to the fields to witness the Han tribe harvesting rice firsthand. Zhong even allowed them to harvest a portion themselves using sickles. This wasn't to force them into unpaid labor, but to teach them how to use the sickles, the proper harvesting techniques, and other important points. Anyone who volunteered to help these past few days was provided with food by the Han tribe. During the 7-day fair, they learned how to reap, thresh, dry, mill bag, and store the grain. By the final day, these people even got to taste the freshly harvested rice. Now they had a complete understanding of the harvesting process. Hemp sacks were the top seller at this fair, followed by white salt, and then the bronze sickles. Each metal sickle was priced at 2 large animal hides. Although the tribes winced at the cost, they had to grit their teeth and buy a few for the rice harvest. The fair concluded after 1 week, and the Han tribe's harvested rice was dried and had completely filled their granaries. The 900 mu of fields yielded a harvest sufficient to feed the entire tribe through the winter. The Han tribe also stockpiled various kinds of meat. Even though livestock farming had just started, the pigs and saiga antelopes couldn't be butchered yet, and the water buffalo were needed for plowing. However, the several thousand red-tailed chickens they were raising laid eggs constantly. Rabbits also provided a partial supply of meat. And there was more good news: the fish species from the fish tribe that swam upstream to spawn last year had appeared in the river again. Right now, aside from the team building the livestock pens, most people were idle. So Lasung assigned more men to the fishing team, ramping up the fishing efforts to stockpile more meat for the long winter ahead. At that moment, Lasung made a mental calculation. A large-scale fish migration like this indicated they must be near the coast. Being near the sea offered countless benefits like abundant seafood. And if he could lead the Han tribe to expand towards the ocean in the future, for one, their supply of white salt would never be a problem. Moreover, once the Han tribe became powerful, if food supplies ran low, they could build ships to fish at sea and develop maritime trade, making the tribe ever more prosperous. He just didn't know how far Dupuk's expedition had gone this time, or if they had found the sea. But Lasung didn't get his hopes up too much. The tribe's construction had to go on. Right after he started planning the livestock area, the new livestock pens were built to the same standard as the granaries, though there were fewer of them. They decided not to build pens specifically for rabbits, as the Han tribe now had the superior saiga antelopes. Once the main livestock herds grew, the rabbits would inevitably be phased out. While not getting rid of them completely, the rabbits would be distributed to individual families to raise on a small scale, acting as a backup food source for each household. With 2 months remaining before winter, Lasung ordered the construction team to build at least 2 more enclosures. This was the bare minimum. The Han tribe's 300 horses would certainly need their own separate pen. The buffalo, deer, goats, pigs, and camels were still few in number, so they could be housed together for the time being. A portion of the rabbits would have to be culled before winter, with the remainder distributed evenly among the families, so no separate pens were needed. Once these arrangements were made, Lasung urged the construction of the blast furnace to speed up. He prepared the materials for smelting iron, stockpiling ore bricks and charcoal, along with a tall scaffolding system and the necessary lifting equipment. Since this blast furnace was top-loaded, they had to be able to load a large amount of raw materials in a short period. Fortunately, the Han tribe already had the relevant skills from when they built the granaries. They were proficient with large wooden structures, labor-saving pulleys, and assembly techniques, so the construction wasn't overly difficult. It was just that since this was for iron smelting, the lifting mechanism was rather cumbersome. Because of this, Lasung ordered the production of thicker ropes and pulleys made entirely of metal. It was a shame they didn't have iron chains yet. Chains would have been even better. The days went by, and all construction projects were carried out in a hurry. Just past the midpoint of the 2nd month of autumn, Dupuk's trade caravan arrived at the Yu tribe's territory again. This was the tribe that specialized in raising spotted pigs, and had previously traded several dozen of them with Dupuk for pottery and white salt. A long time had passed, and their white salt supply was depleting rapidly. The last time he left, Dupuk had promised to return soon, but unexpectedly several months went by with no sign of him. The chief of the U tribe Duok was getting antsy, looking forward to Dupuk's arrival every single day. Just as they were about to despair, Fook suddenly appeared in the U tribe's territory, and a tribesman ran breathlessly to inform Chief Duok. The tribe that sold white salt last time has come again. This time they brought 2 large carts, and what's more, every single one of them is riding a beast. And there wasn't a single woman among them. Hearing this, Duok jumped up excitedly. Quick, take me to them! He wondered how much salt they had brought. If they left this time, they likely wouldn't be back again this year. He hadn't gone far before Duok spotted Dupuk on horseback. You guys are finally here. Our white salt is almost completely out. If you didn't show up, we'd have a real hard time surviving. Dupuk chuckled and told Duok, I brought plenty of salt this time, enough for our trade, but I've now joined the mighty Han tribe, and by our chief's orders, we probably won't be coming back after this deal. Duok immediately grew anxious upon hearing that. If you guys don't come back, then how will we trade for goods? Dupuk hurriedly explained. Chief, we've said it before, we'll be holding regular markets in the Han tribe's territory. From now on, if you want to trade, you can come there yourselves. Then he gave Duok the details about how to trade, and the location of the Han tribe. Duok felt a bit more at ease after hearing that, and then the two of them negotiated the terms of the current trade. The U tribe was willing to offer another 60 pigs in exchange for pottery and white salt. Fook didn't agree right away, because he still had to travel to a region farther away, and he could only take these 60 pigs on his return trip. Chief Duok didn't object. He was just a bit curious. Since Dupuk still planned to head south, how long would it take for him to come back? Dupuk said, I guarantee I'll be back within 1 month. I just don't know what other tribes are to the south. Even Chief Duok isn't sure, so he says. The deceased members of the tribe had told him that his people had migrated from the south a very long time ago to a place that was all water so vast you couldn't see the shore. Dupuk immediately became interested in this place. His intuition told him that this watery place probably had quite a few people living there. If he could make it there this time, he would definitely have a great haul. Thinking this, Dupuk left the Du tribe some pottery and white salt as a deposit. Then he led his group and continued their journey south. They didn't have much time left. It had been almost a month since they set off, and they had to return in half a month at most. Time was tight, and the mission was heavy. So for the next few days, Dupuk's group barely stopped heading straight for the rumored place that was all water. Along the way, they encountered many tribes. But seeing the group of all able-bodied men riding wild beasts and pulling 2 mobile homes, the tribes were all terrified and kept their distance. No one dared to strike up a conversation. Luckily, that intimidating group didn't stop, allowing the tribes to breathe a sigh of relief. Force marching like this, finally 11 days after leaving the Du tribe, the group reached the end of the road. That place wasn't an ocean, nor was it a large lake, but a sheer cliff. The cliff was less than 50 meters high, but it was vertical. Standing on the edge, one could clearly see a vast grassland with countless herds of buffalo, goats, horses, and deer grazing. To the east, there was also a massive lake, where the reflection of white clouds against the deep blue sky dyed the water's surface a cerulean color. On the lake were countless water birds, including giant wild geese. There were grayish-blue birds with wingspans of nearly a meter, and flamingos with long, slender legs. These birds were hunting sea fish that were swimming upstream to spawn. Just then, the 2 ISEKAI'd eagles in the sky let out a loud cry. Dupuk pulled his gaze from the distant horizon and turned to say to the group behind him, We'll stop here for today. Tomorrow, we'll find a way down and check it out. The next day, under the guidance of the 2 scouting eagles, Dupuk and his men discovered a valley more than 40 miles west of the cliff. From there, heading south would lead them into the vast grassland. It took them a whole day to venture deep into the plains. The entire trade caravan of Dupuk didn't dare to get off their horses. They remained on high alert, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Dupuk even gave an order that if it really came down to it, they were allowed to abandon the ox carts and goods to escape. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. As dusk fell, they finally encountered a nomadic tribe, the Tien Duong tribe. This tribe had an estimated 500 people, and they primarily lived by herding livestock. When the 2 groups first made contact, the Tien Duong women were holding baskets collecting buffalo and horse dung. The dung still contained undigested grass which could be dried and used as fuel for the winter. The men, on the other hand, rode horses patrolling the grazing area, each carrying a short bow and a dozen poor-quality arrows. These men wore 2 long braids on either side of their faces, were shirtless, and wore loincloths, with only a simple animal hide or a rough woolen cloth wrapped around their waists. As Dupuk's group approached, more than a dozen fierce sheepdogs rushed forward, baring their fangs and barking loudly. They were warning the strangers not to get any closer. Soon the patrolling warriors spotted them and rode over quickly, drawing their bows from 50 or 60 meters away in a standoff. A Tien Duong warrior shouted at Dupuk, What tribe are you from? What are you doing here? But the 2 sides were far apart, with a pack of growling dogs in between, and their languages were different, making communication completely impossible. Dupuk dismounted, tried to take a few steps forward, and raised both his hands to show he was unarmed. But the other warrior was very cautious. He immediately shot an arrow in front of Dupuk's feet, a warning not to come any closer. Luckily, Dupuk had traded with many tribes, so he had experience dealing with this kind of situation. He ordered a few men to get down without their weapons, and to bring some of the large clay pots from the ox cart to show them. 5 members quickly dismounted, holding up 5 large clay pots as they moved forward. They stood still beside Dupuk as he continued to shout, "Hey brothers on the other side, we've come to trade you. Do you need this pottery? If not, we're leaving," he shouted while pointing at the clay pots beside him. Although the Sun Tribe warrior didn't understand his words upon seeing the clay pots, their eyes immediately lit up. The reddish-brown earthenware was coated with a white or dark red glaze glistening under the setting sun. Though they had never seen anything like it, a single glance told them it was a treasure. The Sun Tribe warrior reacted instantly, shouting to control the sheepdogs. He spurred his golden horse toward Dufuk's group, finally stopping in front of them. A young man who seemed to be the squad leader dismounted, preparing to communicate with Dufuk. Dufuk gave a friendly smile, took a water pouch from his back, and poured some water into a clay pot. The water swirled around without leaking a single drop. The squad leader instantly understood the object's purpose, knowing the Sun Tribe desperately needed such containers. He called a brother over, handed him the clay pot, and told him to ride back and show it to the chief. The man took the pot, immediately spurred his horse, and galloped straight towards the tribe's camp. Before long, the messenger found Chief Yi Li by the livestock pens. At that moment, he was squatting down, helping a mare give birth. The warrior quickly reported the situation and presented the clay pot to the chief. Yi Li examined the object in his hands, his eyes blinking with interest. "Go take me to see them." With that, Yi Li leaped onto the back of his black horse, gripping its belly tightly with his legs, and followed the warrior galloping straight north. About half an hour passed, and the sun was already low in the sky. Just as Dufuk and his companions were growing impatient, 2 magnificent steeds, one red and one black, appeared in the distance, flying like the wind, and instantly capturing everyone's attention. Yi Li reined in his horse, dismounted, and walked over to the squad leader. His gaze fell upon Dufuk, and he first observed the other party's attire. The strange birds, the walking tent, and the various clay pots they held caught Yi Li's attention, and an idea formed in his mind. He signaled for his tribesmen to step back, then waved for Dufuk to come forward. Fuck quickly, led his people over. Seeing that everyone obeyed Yi Li, he knew the chief had arrived. He quickly placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly in respect. "Respected chief, we are a merchant caravan from the north, wishing to trade with your tribe. We'd like to exchange our goods for your cattle, horses, and livestock. Would that be possible?" As he spoke, Dufuk signaled his men to bring out a set of pottery from large clay pots to small porcelain bowls, and most importantly, pure white salt. He then pointed to the Sun Tribe's herds of horses and livestock, indicating his desire to trade for them. Yi Li immediately understood Dufuk's intention, but he didn't answer right away, instead carefully examining each item. The exquisite pottery delighted Yi Li endlessly. He picked up a snow-white porcelain bowl, imagining how satisfying it would be to drink cow's milk from it, and his heart filled with joy. Finally, when he saw the small bowl of salt, he looked at it with a questioning gaze and made an inquisitive sound. Seeing this, Dufuk dipped his finger in to taste it, then invited Yi Li to try some as well. Just as expected, almost everyone who tasted the Han people's pure white salt for the first time was instantly captivated by its exquisite flavor. Yi Li was no exception. After a round of communication through gestures and broken words, Yi Li understood that Dufuk had many more similar treasures, so he enthusiastically invited the caravan to be guests at the Sun Tribe's camp. By now the sun had set and darkness was falling quickly, so Dufuk decided to stay for one night, taking the opportunity to learn more about the steppe tribe. He wanted to understand their needs for trade goods to bring more suitable items next time. The group quickly entered the tribe's encampment, heading to an open space in the middle of a circle of a dozen or so large tents where bonfires were blazing. Yi Li waved his hand, and his tribesmen immediately brought over a whole slaughtered sheep skewered and roasted over the fire. The tender young mutton sizzled under the flames, releasing a captivatingly fragrant aroma. Fuck also had his men place several bowls of white salt next to the bonfires. The curious young women of the Sun Tribe eyed the Han merchant caravan. They laid out animal hides and sat in a circle around the fire, all seated on the ground, cutting off pieces of freshly roasted mutton and placing them on the hides. Dufuk sat next to Yi Li and ordered his subordinate to take out a few small packets of chili powder. "My brother Dufuk, your Han pottery is good. The white salt is also excellent, and this chili is even more amazing. You must trade a lot more of these things with us," Yi Li said, using the few Han words he had just learned, stumbling over his words to praise Dufuk. Dufuk smiled and replied, "It's great that Chief Yi Li likes them. Rest assured, as long as your tribe can provide what I need, I believe our trade will be very pleasant." Then the two began to negotiate prices. Dufuk started speaking smoothly. "You see our draft oxen? One of them can be traded for 2 pottery pots. If it's a cow, you can get 3 pots. If you trade with goats, 2 goats get 1 pot, or you can trade 1 goat for 2 large bowls. The white salt can only be traded for horses. 1 horse for 5 bowls of salt like this. In addition, we also acquire animal hides. Cow horns, sinew, and leather can also be used to trade for pottery." In truth, he was making up all these prices, and he was setting them exorbitantly high. On this trading expedition, Dufuk's status was different from before. He was now a member of the Han tribe responsible for securing benefits for his people. Hearing Dufuk's prices, Yili couldn't help but look pained. The Han goods were truly excellent, but the prices were just as unbearable. The pottery was more acceptable since it wasn't a consumable item, but the precious white salt could only be traded for horses. How many horses would it take to feed the entire tribe for a year? Just thinking about it makes my gut ache. Brother Dufuck, everything else is negotiable. But if this white salt must all be traded for horses, we can't possibly give you all of our horses. My Han tribe really needs horses, otherwise I won't be able to report back to my chief. He might not let me come again next time, and then it'll be hard for you guys to get white salt. All right then, let's settle on that. We'll trade at this price tomorrow. Van pondered for a long while, felt it was acceptable, and agreed. After negotiating, the price dinner concluded with a fire-running performance. When it was time to rest, Van gave the Han merchant group 2 tents and also called Dupuk into his main tent to sleep. Dupuk immediately grew suspicious, but he couldn't very well refuse the man's enthusiastic hospitality. He would shoot right up. 2 naked women had secretly snuck into his blanket. One of them was Wei Li's eldest daughter. Wei Li quickly stood outside the tent to explain, "This is a custom." But he and the merchant group had been on the road for over half a year and were already feeling an itch they couldn't scratch. Faced with women actively offering themselves, he immediately embraced them both and enjoyed a night of passion. It wasn't just this tent, the other 2 tents for the Han merchant group were arranged similarly. The entire grassland was filled with indescribable sounds. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that things gradually quieted down. The next day, Dupuk and Wei Li completed the transaction smoothly. The Tianyang tribe, with over 500 people, bought 100 cradles, over 1,000 ceramic bowls, and traded for 4 wooden barrels of white salt. They took the barrels with them. Dupuk made a massive profit, receiving 50 male and female cattle, 550 white-horned sheep, and 350 adult horses of various colors, mostly mares, as well as a lot of cowhides, buffalo horns, and cow tendons. This great achievement boosted the entire merchant group's morale. If they could get the livestock back to the tribe safely, the chief would surely reward them handsomely. The tribesmen would see them as heroes. And Dupuk was overjoyed too, but having only sold half the goods on the 2 large carts, he planned to find another nomadic tribe to sell the rest. To keep the chief from worrying, Dupuk called over 2 young men skilled in writing Han characters and used charcoal to write down their findings on a piece of goat skin. The content included the location of the large lake in the grasslands, the situation with the nomadic tribes, the details of this transaction, and their future plans. Then he tied this animal skin letter to the leg of the eagle Azuka to have it fly back to the tribe with the news. The eagle Azuka was sensitive to magnetic fields, so despite the 1,000-mile journey, its flying speed was extremely fast, and delivering the message would only take 2 days at most. After releasing the eagle, the merchant group continued on their journey. They brought with them 2 ox carts, 40 zebras and horned deer, and the 950 newly acquired livestock, including cattle, horses, and goats. With only 40 people in the group to herd all these animals, it was an incredibly tough job. Although the Han people had herded horses on the grasslands before, they had never managed a herd of this massive scale. Luckily, the domesticated animals were quite obedient. However, they were short-staffed and lacked sheepdogs. The herd was frequently harassed by wolves and wild beasts, and in just one day they lost over 20 sheep. Although the warriors were equipped with longbows, they hadn't been trained in mounted archery. On horseback, they couldn't use their full strength and could only watch helplessly as the wild beasts wreaked havoc. The beasts were extremely cunning, even using guerrilla tactics. All the members agreed to this compromise. In the evening, they arrived at a lush area with grass and water by a lake. They let the herd eat and drink, and the members who weren't patrolling on horseback took turns going down to the lake to rest. His muscles were solid. He wore an animal skin skirt around his waist and rode a red horse. He was leading 3 young women on horseback, 2 of whom were holding small children. Over a dozen sheepdogs were herding nearly 100 sheep towards the lake. Ling also came to the lake shore to let his sheep drink, taking the opportunity to hunt water birds for food. He didn't interact with Dupuk's group, simply riding along the shore, drawing his bow and firing an arrow at a flock of low-flying wild ducks. Dupuk's warriors saw the arrow fly into the sky without hitting a single duck and couldn't help but scoff. But just a moment later, the tragic cry of a duck struck by the arrow rang out. They even obediently wagged their tails and barked. This sight made the merchant group extremely envious. One member grumbled, "When will the wolves we're raising ever be trained like this?" Another person analyzed, "Wolves and dogs are different. Dogs know how to wag their tails and bark woof woof, but wolves only know how to howl awoo." Someone suggested they trade with Ling for a few dogs. The dogs could help guard the livestock. Who knows, they might even be able to crossbreed them with the tribe's wolves to create wolf dogs. Dupuk thought it was a reasonable idea and told his younger brother Duda to take an earthenware pot with a small packet of white salt to go and feel things out. Duda rode his horse over to Ling. Ling, seeing someone approach, immediately drew his bow in caution. Duya signaled that he wanted to trade a clay pot and white salt for the dogs, then tossed the pouch of salt towards Ling. Ling caught the pouch, opened it, and saw the pure white powder. Seeing that the dog was fine, he dared to taste a little and immediately recognized it as a precious salt. Right after that, Ling flashed a friendly smile at Duya. The two communicated through gestures, and Duya learned that the other man's name was Ling. Ling could only toss the salt pouch back to Duya, raising his hands helplessly. Duya returned empty-handed while Ling led the women and his flock of goats preparing to leave the camp. Duya went back to report the situation to Du Fu. If he helped guard the livestock, the salt would be his. Ling understood and happily accepted the offer. And so the two groups merged into one, finding a safe place to set up camp. They used ropes and large nets to make a temporary pen, herding all the cattle, horses, and goats inside. For dinner, everyone gathered together using a Han-style clay pot to stew a salted duck soup. Ling had never eaten anything like it. His tribe didn't have pottery, nor did they have enough water to make soup. Ling and the woman practiced using chopsticks to eat the meat and drink the soup. Gradually, he grew closer to Du Fu, and they began to converse using gestures. Ling conveyed that he came from a large tribe of 700 to 800 people, but because he was born with red pupils, the tribe's shaman deemed him a bad omen. Some wanted to kill him, while others demanded his exile, so his mother had to tearfully allow him to be cast out. When they parted, she gave him 3 tamed dogs, a small horse, and a few goats. She also told him not to wander too far. Later, his mother would secretly give him a few more goats while she was out herding. From then on, Ling began a life of wandering, becoming a wild man of the steppes. After several years of honing his archery skills, Ling traded goats with a few smaller tribes in exchange for 3 women. He now had 2 children with another woman currently pregnant. After understanding Ling's circumstances, a desire sparked within Du Fu. But Du Fu countered that the Han people had sturdy houses, abundant food and water, making it safer to winter with them. Ling suddenly grew wary, thinking Du Fu wanted to take his goats and dogs. Du Fu chuckled and nodded, then shook his head, saying, "If I wanted goats, I could just trade with a large tribe. The Han people also raise dogs, but not as many as you, and they're not as well trained." This reasoning made sense to Ling. He had seen large tribes of several thousand people that owned tens of thousands of cattle and goats. Du Fu explained, "Our horses and cattle are used for labor, we grow grain for food. Grain was just seeds from a type of grass which could be eaten after being cooked. Furthermore, the tribe also knew how to fish and raise other types of animals, so there was no shortage of meat. The tribal leader was very wise, teaching the people how to craft items, grow food, and raise livestock." Ling listened but didn't really understand, and he especially couldn't comprehend the idea of growing grain. The thought of humans eating grass seeds was unbelievable to him. Du Fu knew Ling was confused, but fortunately, "Tomorrow I can cook some for you to taste." Ling took the handful of grains, examining them in the firelight. He thought it was food for horses and cattle, finding it hard to believe people could eat it. Ling mentioned that he had seen this kind of grass on the steppes, guessing that Ling was describing a strain of wild rice. If it could be cultivated in dry soil, it would be a monumental discovery for the Han people. He excitedly grabbed Ling's hand and asked, "Can you take me to find this grass?" He also promised to give him plenty of white salt and pottery. Ling was tempted. This grass grew all over the steppes, so finding it would be incredibly easy. So he happily agreed. At the crack of dawn the next morning, Du Fu ordered his men to cook white rice porridge. Ling took the arrowhead and was instantly captivated, completely amazed by the strange material. His own arrows were just made from shrub branches with animal bone tips, a far cry from the quality of this object. He even poured out all the arrows from his quiver for Lang to see and invited Lang to try the longbow. After testing it, Lang found that the longbow had a far greater range and was much more powerful than his homemade bow. Dupuk seized the opportunity to say, "The chief is developing a short bow that's even more powerful. If you join our tribe, you'll get one as a gift." Hearing this, Lang's spirits lifted immediately, and he asked in astonishment. For real, Dupuk confirmed it. The other members of the Han tribe only ate self-cooked porridge. Lang tasted the white rice and couldn't stop praising it, finding it hard to believe it was made from the seeds of grass. Dupuk explained that this food source was easy to find. The seeds from the grass could substitute for a meal, while the leaves and straw could be used to feed livestock, so nothing went to waste. Lang thought this was a brilliant method for sourcing food. After the meal, the group set off to find the next nomadic tribe for trade, while also searching for the plant Lang mentioned. Lang's woman and child rode on an ox cart while he rode a saddled zebra. Lang's riding skills were masterful. Lang informed Dupuk of his decision. Dupuk was overjoyed and said, "Our chief is exceptionally talented and knows how to use skilled people. A person with your abilities will definitely be put to good use. You might even be made a team captain." Lang's heart pounded with excitement after hearing that. Under Lang's guidance, the group continued their journey. They traveled for tens of miles in the morning, and right at noon, they discovered barley growing on the plains. Dupuk confirmed that this was a type of grain. Although he couldn't distinguish whether it was barley or wheat, it didn't matter. They could just plant a crop and grind it into flour to test it out. They stayed for 2 hours. They harvested 2 large sacks full of grain ears, and even dug up a few plants with their roots intact to plant in clay pots, planning to bring them back for Lasung to study. After that, the group continued their journey. By late afternoon, they came across the Ngu Kot tribe, whom Lang knew well. The chief Air Tai was on good terms with Lang. Thanks to Lang's introduction, Dupuk and Air Tai started trading. Meanwhile, after flying for 2 days, the great eagle Akka had returned to the Han tribe. He guessed that Dupuk must have found the herds of sheep and completed a trade. He unrolled the hide. The letter was full of miswritten characters, but Lasung could still make out the meaning. It said they had traveled south for over a month to a land that was vast and flat with a freshwater lake and sprawling grasslands. They had met a nomadic tribe and traded their pottery and white salt for a great deal of livestock. They still had half of their trade goods remaining. They wanted to find one more tribe to trade with before heading back, and asked Lasung to prepare more hay and pens for the winter. Lasung was so moved he was shaking. He hadn't expected Dupuk's expedition to be so successful. The elders in the tribe heard the news and gathered around him. They saw Lasung staring blankly at the letter, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Fearing it was bad news from Dupuk, Lasung joyfully announced to everyone that Dupuk had found immense grasslands and had traded for nearly 1,000 head of livestock. Our tribe will no longer be short on workhorses, cattle, or sheep for meat. Everyone erupted in cheers upon hearing the news. Lasung ordered the hide letter to be hung on the flagpole for the entire tribe to see the good news. He also decided to hold a feast that night. He then assigned the upcoming tasks. The construction team was to first use fences to section off a livestock area, and then continue building more housing. The Han tribe had to handle the transportation themselves. If there weren't enough carts, they were to build more urgently, even resorting to making sleds by tying branches together. Though it was hard work, the tribespeople were thrilled knowing it was all in preparation for the new livestock. On Dupuk's side, the trading went smoothly as well. With Lang's help, he managed to trade for another 1,000 head of livestock from the Airtai tribe. This time, Dupuk acquired fewer sheep, focusing on trading for 200 cows and 400 horses, and purchased another 400 sheep. Seeing that the herd would be difficult to manage, he also bought 10 young women who could ride and herd. At this point, the trade caravan had sold almost all of its goods with only a barrel of salt, and over 100 pieces of pottery remaining, which they saved for trading with smaller tribes on the way back. With the prairie trading mission complete, the group began their journey home. 2 days later, the caravan arrived at the mountain pass bordering the prairie, where they received an eaglegram from Lasung. The message was simple, telling them to be safe and return quickly after selling all their goods. Dupuk was overjoyed, and he became extremely interested in the method of using Han characters for eagle messages, and decided he would learn more from Lasung later. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. He sent an eaglegram to Lasung, but this time, instead of writing, he used a piece of animal hide to wrap a whole stalk of barley, tied it to the eagle's leg, and let it fly. The group continued their journey. The trade caravan, which originally had 40 people, now numbered 56, and they were leading 2,000 head of livestock. The massive herd traveled through the mountain ranges. It was a magnificent sight. Wherever they passed, all the vegetation was devoured, leaving behind a trail of animal droppings. 2 days later, Lasung received another message by eagle, thinking that Dupuk was in trouble and calling for aid. When he opened it, it was a bundle of wheat. Luosung was immediately overjoyed. The surrounding tribe elders quickly gathered around, tentatively asking, "What kind of plant is this?" Luosung explained, "This is wheat, and it's not just for making porridge. After grinding it into flour, you can make way more stuff like noodles, dumplings, stuffed pastries, and steamed buns. Plus, wheat doesn't need to be grown in flooded paddies. Just a few irrigation ditches are enough. Even though the yield isn't as good as rice. I'll plant a small test batch tomorrow." Hearing Luosung's explanation, everyone thought he was some kind of monster, able to list dozens of recipes for a plant he'd just seen for the first time, preparing it for next year's planting season, and then wrote a reply to Yu Fu. He told Yu Fu to gather more wheat seeds and to make sure he returned to the tribe before winter set in. After receiving the letter, Yu Fu immediately set off in a hurry. A few days later, his caravan returned to the vicinity of the Yu tribe, ready to collect the 60 spotted pigs they had ordered. Yu Fu had been gone for nearly a month, so the Yu tribe's chief Ju assumed the trade caravan had met with disaster and wouldn't return. When a tribesman reported that Yu Fu was back bringing with him thousands of livestock, Ju was both shocked and envious. He worried that the Han tribe would either stop trading for spotted pigs or try to lowball him on the price from now on. Yu Fu didn't give the Yu tribe any time to think it over. As the massive herd of livestock passed through, he simply unloaded half a barrel of white salt and a few pieces of pottery, collected all 60 pigs, and immediately hit the road again. The trade caravan made much better time on the way back. Several small tribes wanted to trade for livestock or tamed beasts, but Yu Fu refused to sell any livestock, only offloading a few of the beasts. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was late autumn on the cusp of winter. Yu Fu was about to reach the Han tribe, his entire journey having taken exactly 3 months. Meanwhile, the Han tribe had been building at a crazy pace. They had already finished 2 ranches and a second warehouse for storing hay and dried salted fish. They had also dug an underground cellar to store fermented pig feed. The fences for the livestock area were up. Simple pens and sheds were also finished. In the smelting zone, one star-shaped blast furnace specifically for copper was complete, along with another for iron, and heavy equipment like cranes was ready to go. Luosung was even working with the carpenters to research and develop new casting equipment to mass-produce iron pots. The harsh winter was fast approaching, but the Han tribe was completely prepared. The city walls were still being built up. The land east of the river was being prepped to be turned into rice paddies, and just a week before winter set in, the busy tribespeople suddenly noticed a sound in the distance like a rumbling landslide that made the very ground shake. It was Yu Fu leading the trade caravan returning to the Han tribe loaded with spoils. He was overcome with emotion. He spurred them on faster, and the moment he got close, he leapt off his horse. He pulled Luo Sung into a tight hug, and the other caravan members also embraced each other excitedly, sharing their overwhelming joy. "Chief, we're back. This trip was a massive success," Yu Fu yelled. "Check out all this livestock, and we traded for a ton of other treasures too," Yu Fu excitedly presented. The herd they brought back. "Haha, excellent, you've all worked hard," Luo Sung replied. "You've achieved something great. Go get the livestock settled first, and then we're going to have a huge celebration." Luo Sung clapped Yu Fu on the shoulder. From the Antai tribe to meet the chief. He made sure to highlight Ling's skills. When Luo Sung heard Ling was an expert at mounted archery, he immediately knew he had to make good use of him. He decided to have Ling stay, giving him the new name Ling Feng, and tasking him with teaching his skills to the other tribe members. Through Yu Fu's quick translation, Ling Feng understood what Luo Sung meant. He was so moved that he dropped to one knee and swore his loyalty. "I promise not to let you down, Chief. I will dedicate everything I have to the Han tribe." The young women from the plains were also given houses and were assigned to take care of the livestock on the ranch. Luo Sung then had Da Shu show them to their new homes, hand out daily supplies, and explain how everything worked. Da Shu showed them how to light the heated floors and how to cook rice. Ling Feng led his family down the brick-paved road in the settlement. Everything here was made by the people taught by their chief. Ling Feng was filled with an overwhelming sense of admiration for Luo Sung. Even though the chief was younger than him, he managed thousands of people so thoughtfully. One person brought a water jug and a wooden bucket, another brought pottery and animal hides. The women from next door helped lay the hides on the heated floor. A man brought 2 sacks of rice from the warehouse on a wheelbarrow, and another man pulled up with an ox cart full of firewood. All the essential tools were also provided. Later, Luo Sung had Xiao Dia bring them some linen and wool fabric to make clothes for the kids. This new life came with a lot of perks, but of course it had its downsides too. For instance, Ling Feng's goats, horses, and sheepdogs were all requisitioned for the tribe. This was a tricky issue. He didn't mind so much about the goats, but he had grown very attached to his 7 horses, and not being able to see them often made him feel antsy. Luo Sung brought this up too, but you just couldn't keep horses in the residential area. For now, La Sung couldn't let an individual manage the horses. He only allowed Lin Feng to visit them in the stables in his free time. The sheepdogs were an even bigger problem. These dogs only recognized one master, so whenever they were let out, they would rush back to Lin Feng's house. La Sung was helpless and could only instruct him to manage them carefully and make sure they didn't bite anyone. The best course of action was to find a way to take these dogs to the ranch. The team of carpenters had completed the molds for casting iron pots. Time passed until the first day of winter, and the markets had long been deserted. On this very day, La Sung began to lead his tribesmen in smelting iron. Dai Chui stood by his side as La Sung intended to teach him the entire process. He demonstrated each step one by one, then handed everything over to the tribesmen. The number of people directly involved in the iron smelting reached several dozen, with over 100 people assisting. The furnace had an output of about 2 tons, and aside from casting 2 iron anvils weighing 100 caddies each, the rest was used to make iron pots. When the final tally was made, there were less than 200 pots in total, which still wasn't enough for the internal needs of the Han tribe, but after a full day of work, everyone was exhausted and had to take a break. La Sung ordered the tribesmen to continue polishing the iron pots, and he also instructed Dai Chui to wait for the blast furnace to cool down completely and then inspect every part for damage. Anything broken had to be repaired immediately to prevent any issues next time. Dai Chui happily accepted the task. After a long day of smelting iron, La Sung was also exhausted, so he went out for a walk alone. He strolled along the bank of the canal in the early winter air. The water level had dropped quite a bit, but the watermill on the bank was still turning steadily, just slower than before due to the reduced flow. Suddenly, La Sung had a brilliant idea. The water freezes in winter, sure, but the wind is incredibly strong. If he could build a windmill, wouldn't it be able to run even during the winter? Plus, this natural power source was available all year round, making it more convenient than a watermill. At the very least, he wouldn't have to stress about finding the right location. With this plan in mind, La Sung immediately ran towards the carpenter's workshop. He chose 2 long wooden beams, crossed them to form a plus sign, and tied them tightly with rope. Then he wove vines into 4 square frames. After that, he sent someone to the warehouse to get 4 sacks to cover the vine frames. And just like that, 4 sails were finished. Mu Tong and Shu Ju from the carpenter's team watched La Sung's strange actions, knowing immediately that their chief was inventing something new. However, they still couldn't figure out the purpose of this weird contraption. It wasn't until La Sung mounted the cross-shaped frame with the sails onto a horizontal wooden stand, pointed it north, and it began to spin wildly in the wind that the entire carpentry team stared with wide-eyed amazement. Then I'll have you guys handle the construction. If we finish this windmill, it will surely be more convenient than the watermill. Yeah, that's true. Weather aside, Shuju replied, a windmill has more advantages than a watermill, and you don't have to worry about where to build it. Shuju added his analysis. Okay, you all get back to your own tasks. I'm going back to think through the construction details. Lasung said, I'll let you know once I've got it figured out. After saying that, Lasung returned to his private residence alone and stretched out on the warm, heated bed. The room was pitch dark as the windows and door were just temporary. The main door was made of wooden planks pieced together, while the window was covered in animal hide and vines completely blocking any light from outside. Right now, the Han tribe didn't even have paper, making it difficult to create a window that could let in light. Thinking about this, Lasung couldn't help but sigh wearily. The road ahead was still very long, with a mountain of things still waiting for him to create. A few days later, Lasung led the smelting team to produce 2 more batches of iron, completely using up the raw materials stockpiled over the past few months. In return, they managed to get a large quantity of iron ingots and a few steel ingots, produced using the steel infusion method. They now had more than enough iron pots, and after satisfying the needs of the Han tribe, there were still several dozen left over to be stored as reserves or used as trade goods. Most of the remaining iron was cast into ingots and stored away. For now, Lasung put his iron research on hold and quickly rejoined the carpentry team. In just a few days, Lasung started recruiting a second batch of carpenters from the tribe to increase the production of wooden items. Meanwhile, now that they had iron, the process of selecting professional blacksmiths also began. Quickly built next to the blast furnace, a simple shed constructed from logs and bricks. The blacksmith apprentices were ready, consisting of a few of the wild men who had previously joined the Han tribe. Among them was a man named Yi. Lasung decided to first forge a fine longsword for himself, using it as a chance for his apprentices to observe and learn. The sword he intended to make was the classic 8-sided Hanjian from the Han dynasty, where the entire blade has exactly 8 faces. The main feature of this sword was its thick blade, which was good for both thrusting and powerful slashes, while also being very resilient and difficult to break. Lasung personally chose a wrought iron ingot and placed it in the furnace to heat. The apprentice beside him immediately worked the bellows, helping to soften the iron ingot. After heating it for a while, he used iron tongs to take the ingot out, placed it on the anvil, and began to swing the hammer, explaining to the apprentices as he worked, then folding and forge welding it. He shaped it, quenched the steel, polished it finely, and finally completed the assembly. The sword was made from the only elephant tusk. The Han tribe possessed, a spoil of war snatched from the jaws of a man-eating old mountain ape. The sword's hilt was a flattened hollow cylinder, with intricate patterns carved on the outside. This was the treasured sword, symbolizing the leader's status, bearing the glorious name Emperor's Wrath. When the emperor is enraged, the people submit, symbolizing the absolute royal authority over life and death. The tribesmen had only heard Lasung talk about iron weapons being better than old bronze ones, but they had never seen just how much better they were. The blade immediately bent into a large arc, but when Lasung lifted his foot, the sword snapped back straight, leaving the onlooking crowd gaping in astonishment. Next was the sharpness test. Lasung had someone bring a thick fleeced goat, and with just a flash of the blade, the goat's head flew off, hot blood spraying 5 paces away, once again stunning the crowd. The goat's wool was so thick, yet it was beheaded in a single strike. If that were a human's bare neck, the death would surely be more gruesome than the goat's. Someone exclaimed, "Leader, how can this iron sword be so powerful? If each of our warriors had one man could fight off many." Dashu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "That's right, leader. Can we also be issued swords like this?" Dashu asked with a covetous gaze. This was also the question the Chai tribe was most concerned about. Such an exquisite weapon, worthy of being called a divine, peerless blade. Who wouldn't want to own one? "I'm afraid that's not possible," Lasung replied. "It took me and a few others a whole month to forge this single sword." "If the whole tribe used this sword, who knows when we'd be finished?" said an elder who had witnessed Lasung's forging process, shaking his head. Lasung understood this problem well. "I can only equip them with sabers, a weapon that's easier to forge, meaning it only has one edge. Other tribesmen who want a sword must perform great deeds for the tribe to be rewarded with a treasured blade. However, you shouldn't look down on single-edged sabers. I've already had someone craft a prototype ring pommel saber. You can all take a look. Its overall performance is no worse than a longsword. It just lacks one edge. But this actually makes it safer for those unskilled in swordsmanship, because a double-edged sword can easily cause self-injury if not handled properly. Hey Yai, bring out the ring pommel saber I made for everyone to see." The tribesmen immediately took the ring pommel saber and tested it following Lasung's methods. The results were just as the leader had said. The ring pommel saber was in no way inferior to the Han sword, and in fact, it was superior in its slashing and stabbing capabilities. Some people even preferred the ring pommel saber. The first month of winter passed, and the Han tribe had only managed to forge one saber and one sword, but other projects like the rammed Earth City wall were not neglected. After several months of hard work, it finally reached the final stages. The city wall was 7 meters high, with an arrow shield wall on top that was 1.3 meters high, used to protect the warriors on the wall, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. This allowed warriors to ascend and descend the wall quickly. Lasung was extremely satisfied with the completion of the city wall, This towering structure gave the tribesmen a sense of security. Everyone cheered with excitement living in this impregnable fortress, made them feel proud and happy, no longer worrying about food and clothing, nor fearing foreign enemies. In this era, this was truly a paradise-like life. Finally, the tribesmen asked Lasung to have 8 large steles made with the 2 words Han Yang carved on them in raised clerical script. They were placed right in the middle of the 4 city gates. This was the name of the Han tribe's first city, Han Yang City. It symbolized the Han tribe as a rising sun, destined to climb higher and become even more powerful. By the middle of the 2nd month of winter, Lasung assigned a new task to the more than 200 slaves. They were to continue building warehouses and livestock pens. Although the weather was freezing, Lasung felt not a shred of pity for these inhuman creatures who had once eaten people. They were slaves anyway. It would be a waste to feed them and not use them. He thought that even though he was forcing them into hard labor, Lasung didn't skimp on their due benefits. Each one was given animal hides to cover their entire body and fed 3 meals a day, with an abundant supply of white salt. There wasn't much meat, but they could drink as much meat broth as they wanted. In the cold winter, sipping a bowl of steaming meat broth was happiness enough. Even back in their old man-eating tribe, they had never been treated this well. Therefore, the slaves were quite obedient. If they worked, they got food. If they didn't, they got beaten and escape was impossible. Especially after they had built the city wall with their own hands. With guards at every gate, they couldn't dream of rushing out even if they grew extra legs. To the Han tribesmen, this towering wall was a safe harbor, but to the slaves, it was an inescapable cage. A month and a half later, the group of carpenters had finished preparing the windmills, making 2 sets in total. The first windmill station was erected next to the blast furnace, with 2 sets of blades installed on it, one to power the forge hammer, and the other to operate the millstone, helping the Han tribe continue grinding ore into powder throughout the winter. The windmill ran smoothly for 2 straight days without any problems. The inspection was complete. Lasung immediately ordered the construction of more windmills. This time it was 2 similar sets of mills, but for the artisan group, which was the Han tribe's woodworking workshop. Using the power of the windmills, they built several wind-powered wood saws. This would increase the production speed of wooden goods manifold. The houses of the Han people still didn't have doors or windows yet. The reason was that no one had the time to saw that many wooden planks. Once this workshop was completed with a massive supply of raw timber, whether it was making furniture, decorating boats, vehicles, or wooden machinery, the Han tribe could process it all quickly. Lasung had a group of blacksmiths forge saw blades and instructed the carpenters on how to build the wood saws. He also quickly got busy with another task, which was creating an oil press. The Han tribe had stored countless oil-bearing fruits, but still didn't have a press to extract the oil. With more and more wooden items being made, there was still no sign of the tung oil needed for varnish. So researching the oil press was put on the schedule. The process of extracting vegetable oil was basically the same. First, grind the oil-bearing fruits into a fine powder, then roast it in a pan. Wrap the roasted powder in cloth or straw. Finally, use physical force to press out the oil inside. The press equipment was placed in the slaves' newly built warehouse. Lasung named this place the oil mill. The oil mill was divided into 3 sections. Each section specialized in pressing a different type of oil. One for peanut oil, a second for tung oil, and a third for lacquer fruit oil. The structure of the press was extremely simple. First, they cast a bronze tube with holes drilled in the bottom, with a diameter of 40 centimeters. Above it was a large wooden lever-style press hammer, which could be raised and lowered with a pulley rope, or by hanging bricks on the lever to increase its weight. Lasung told the oil press workers to adjust the pressure flexibly. At the end of the 2nd month of winter, just as he was guiding his people in building the oil press workshop, the gloomy sky unleashed a heavy snowfall. This time the snow fell all day without stopping, and the snow accumulated in the city square was a full meter deep. For the well-prepared Han tribe, this snowfall was nothing significant. But for the smaller tribes, it was a terrible ordeal with food shortages and a scarcity of fuel, forcing them to risk going outside. In previous years, when faced with this situation, they would usually hunt to survive, but this winter they had a new option, the Han tribe's market. Even though they didn't know if it was open in the winter, they had to go and see for themselves. Who knew it could be their only hope for survival? Speaking of the Han tribe's market, because Lasung had decided to use livestock as the common currency, the Han tribe now had an extremely abundant reserve of animals. While ensuring there was enough for the entire tribe, they could also use the surplus livestock to create luxury goods, namely buffalo hide drums. Last spring during the ceremony, there was only 1 buffalo hide drum, but now there were 8 of the same size. They were placed on both sides of the 4 city gates to be used as defensive alarms. More than 10 warriors were stationed at the 4 city gates, with 4 people at each gate. 2 people inside the gatehouse were warming themselves by a fire. Just then, Lasung came up with a brilliant plan to build the new city, while also recruiting more people for the Han tribe. The plan was to establish a permanent market in the new city, send a few hundred tribesmen to guard it, and simultaneously recruit laborers from neighboring tribes. Lasung used food and goods in exchange for manpower. These laborers would live and eat with the Han people. During the city's construction, they would gradually be assimilated. Once the city was complete, Lasung would require them to join the Han tribe to be allowed to stay. Seeing the city walls they had built with their own hands, they would naturally be happy to stay. This way, Lasung only spent a small amount of goods. When these laborers decided to join the tribe, the goods would return to the Han tribe's hands, as if it had all been used on their own people, resulting in no loss at all. In the future, Lasung used this method to expand the Han tribe at lightning speed. Once the population was large enough to split the forces, he would build many other new cities. The rate of population growth would be incredibly fast. Lasung decided to use the winter to prepare supplies like ox carts, horse carts, white pottery, and refined salt, as well as wooden barrels and various tools. At the same time, he sent the feathered team to scout a location for the new city. The feathered team searched for a suitable place to build an outpost village. Meanwhile, Lasung gave a new task to the manufacturing department, which was to mass-produce trade goods to meet the demands of the Hanyang city market and for trade with the grassland tribes. Surplus supplies would be invested in the new city, but the commercial focus would remain on the grasslands, because that's where the huge profits were. Lasung also made even more extensive preparations, requesting the collection of more raw materials, especially sheep's wool. The Han tribe was in desperate need of wool yarn to make blankets, mattresses, and clothes. After that, Lasung returned to the metallurgy area to research springs, a key secret for increasing fabric production. When he successfully created the first spring, he took a new step forward. Lasung developed a loom with a flying shuttle, which multiplied productivity. In addition, he also researched and successfully built the spinning jenny, increasing productivity tenfold. The woodworking workshop was also improved, speeding up the production rate of wooden goods. The system suggested building another windmill processing workshop, and Lasung agreed. A month later, the cavalry patrol searching for traders brought back over 480 people. The Han tribe's population increased once again. The feather team also completed the topographical map of the eastern region. Lasung now had a clear overview of the terrain, but building a city was a major undertaking, and he still needed to supervise it personally. At the beginning of the 4th month of winter, everything was carefully arranged. Lasung instructed Da Shu and the old shaman to look after Hanyang City, while he led Shu Dai Shuidu and the Ling Feng cavalry squads, Shou Ya and Ling Yu, a total of 15 people, to the proposed site for the new city for a survey. After a 2-day ride, they reached the Great River, where Lasung used a measuring tape to survey the land. He discovered the terrain here was perfect for building a city. The land was flat, ideal for large-scale farming, and could support a huge population. Luo Cheng decided to meticulously plan for the new city upon his return. The scout team sent to explore the nearby mountains discovered swordgrass to the north, a plant that could replace bamboo in making various items like cooling mats and door curtains, hanging blinds, and so on. In the southern mountains, they found paper mulberry trees whose bark and sap were rich in fibers perfect for paper making. There were also star anise pagoda trees, willows, poplars, and pines, all of which were useful types of wood. The scouts also found a suitable area to build a village, which could serve as a way station between Hanyang City and the new city and be developed for livestock farming and services. After the scouts returned to the Han tribe, Luo Cheng received the survey data. He began planning the construction of the new city from Hanyang City. However, when spring came, the Han tribe had to focus on planting, so the city's construction had to be postponed until after the spring season. In the last month of winter, the cavalry trading party returned with another 300 people. Including the previous additions, the population grew by 817 people over the winter. The Han tribe's total population now reached 4,000 people. When spring came, Luo Cheng was now 12 years old. The Han tribe also witnessed a new generation of youths coming of age. Although there weren't many, only about 100 of them, the great annual spring ceremony was held as usual, but this time it was a bit special. Not only were the Han tribe's people participating, because with the return of spring, the monthly market had also reopened. However, this first market of the year wasn't for trading goods, but was an opportunity for the tribes who had learned to grow rice to come and learn spring plowing from the Han tribe. In addition to agricultural learning, the year's first major matchmaking event was also moved to the Han tribe's market. Tribal chiefs, shamans, and elders from all over brought their strong men and newly adult youths with them. They flocked to the grasslands west of Hanyang City to set up camp. For most of these young people, it was their first time setting foot in the Han tribe's territory, and they were amazed by everything here. 3 days later, the Han tribe held its grand sacred ceremony. To showcase the tribe's might, the tribespeople marched out of the west gate in neat rows, forming a square formation outside. Drums echoed from the city walls as the gates swung open, and the procession marched out. A large scroll was hung on the wall, inscribed with the words, "Honor the ancestors, may the 5 grains flourish." Next came the procession of the 6 domestic animals. This caused a buzz among the onlookers. 4 elders holding the tribal flag stepped forward to the flagpole on the city wall. Luo Cheng led the flag-raising ceremony and then began his speech, both paying homage to the ancestors and motivating his people. Everyone bowed in unison before the tribal flag and the sacred scroll. After the ceremony, the scroll was left on display for another day, before being taken down at night. The tribespeople then returned to the city in an orderly fashion, taking the children home. Then they went about their own business. Once the crowd dispersed, ox carts filled with various goods appeared outside the city for the market. This time, the new items included iron pots, iron spoons, steel needles, woven wool, and scissors. There were also wooden tables, chairs, and iron farm tools. The Han tribe demanded people in exchange for their metal goods. The other tribes agreed to trade with their population, and as a result, the Han tribe acquired about 300 more people. After that, the east gate of Hanyang City opened wide. Oxen and horses began plowing for the spring season, mixing fertilizer into the soil. The Han tribe's cultivated land this spring was vast. Besides last year's paddy fields, the fields and the east bank of the small river had been cleared all winter. Luo Chong reclaimed an additional 1,500 mu of land. He planned to plant this year's new wheat in the east bank area, starting with a trial run using half the seeds. Although he wasn't an expert in wheat farming, Luo Chong knew to create furrows and broadcast the seeds. He set up a few test plots planting 5 mu. While the tribespeople were busy plowing, Luo Chong wasn't idle either, personally taking the lead by plowing 5 mu of land. He then started preparing for the development of the new city. This required sending a vanguard of warriors. Their mission was to clear out all the wild beasts around the site of the new city, establish a garrison, and lay the groundwork for the main force to move in. The Han tribe didn't have a professional army yet. Luo Chong decided to first create some standard weapons and equipment to form a proper military unit. He first focused on uniformity, starting with the military uniforms. The Han tribe had enough linen cloth to outfit over 100 men. Luo Chong ordered the cloth to be dyed iron red for the uniforms, which were to be sewn with an inner and outer layer. In addition, he designed short black military boots made from buffalo leather. The soles were a combination of buffalo leather and ebony carved with anti-slip treads. With the boots made, armor was the next essential item. Luo Chong decided on simple leather armor made from raw buffalo hide. The infantry armor was a vest-style cuirass pulled on over the head with a split hem for mobility. The front of the chest piece was painted yellow and inscribed with the character for courage, and it came with a pair of leather vambraces. The cavalry armor was simpler, consisting of a single layer of lamellar armor fastened with a belt. The basic design was similar to the infantry's, but with a slightly longer skirt split into 2 flaps. There were also leather helmets which were round with a pointed crest, a brow plate, and a plume. After finalizing the armor design, the standard weapons were also upgraded. The new standard issue spear was forged from steel, with a flattened 4-sided pyramidal head and a socket for the shaft. The spear tassel served an important role in gauging thrusting power and distracting the enemy. The new standard issue spear also came with a multi-purpose military shovel. The equipment for the sword and shield soldiers was also unique. Their rectangular shields were made of wooden planks with a slightly curved surface reinforced with fixed ribs. The sides of the shield had semicircular notches, making it easier to thrust their sabers while maintaining a shield wall. Their weapon was the Yanling saber, a blade of moderate length. These soldiers were also equipped with a military shovel as a sidearm. The cavalry's main weapon was the lance, with the military shovel as a sidearm, and they would later be equipped with the Miao Dao. The Miao Dao is a long saber, making it highly suitable for cavalry. The archers continued to use longbows and were also issued military shovels. In the first month of spring, the Han tribe completed their spring planting and weapon crafting. Luo Song began recruiting soldiers from the able-bodied youth of the tribe, establishing the first professional army separate from production. The entire tribe had over 4,000 people, but for now they could only form a unit of 155. After the market day in the second month of spring ended, Luo Song gathered all the adult men in the city's central square. He announced that he would select a group of elite warriors, 155 in total. These soldiers would receive generous benefits. They would only answer to the chief. They would be responsible for protecting the tribe and its people, as well as expanding their territory. The selection was divided into 4 unit types, each with standardized equipment. Luo Song had 4 models show off the gear. The tribesmen were all amazed by what they saw, and then the first round of selections began. The men had to run 4 laps around the city walls, and the first 300 to finish would be chosen. Luo Song used this long-distance run for recruitment. This was to ensure the soldiers had excellent stamina and could handle the weight of armor in combat. 1 lap around Hanyang City was 1,400 meters, so 4 laps was nearly 6 kilometers. For primitive people, this was a significant challenge. But Luo Song believed they could do it. During the selection, he stood on the city wall watching. After 1 lap, the group began to spread out, but no one gave up. On the second lap, a few people collapsed from exhaustion or vomited and were helped away to rest, eliminated from the competition. By the 3rd lap, everyone's pace had slowed significantly, but most were still pushing through. At the end of the 4th lap, Luo Song was waiting at the city gate for the first 300 finishers. He gave them identification tokens. The first group of 20 to finish were potential candidates for officer positions. The second group of 80 people were suitable for the sword and shield infantry. The third group of 120 were reserves for the spear unit. The rest of the runners trickled in after that. Once 300 were counted, Luo Song signaled the end of the round. Those who didn't make the cut collapsed on the ground exhausted. The 300 men returned to the square to await the second round of eliminations. This time, another half would be cut. After a 30-minute rest, Luo Song announced the second round was a martial arts tournament, where participants would draw lots to pick their opponents. No weapons were allowed. They had to take down their opponent with their bare hands to advance. The young men drew wooden tags, found their opponents, and lined up. Luo Song called out the pairs with 30 men fighting at the same time in each heat. The matches began with everyone using raw strength instead of techniques to win. Luo Song saw one group fighting fiercely, and then noticed the skinny Chai Duo and the round Hu Manshang locked in a difficult wrestling match. He was deeply impressed by these two, and was prepared to select them preferentially. Luo Song proposed a match against both Chai Duo and Hu Manshang, one fat and one skinny, a striking contrast. One was tall, the other short, creating a remarkable contrast. Luo Song had an imposing figure and an extraordinary aura, his eyes radiating confidence and determination. Hu Manshang had a powerful build with clearly defined muscles. He exuded a sense of unpredictable power. Chai Duo, on the other hand, had a lean frame and agile movements with a clever glint in his eyes. The three stood in the middle of the fighting ring as the surrounding tribesmen watched with bated breath. They were waiting for a spectacular showdown. The match began, and Chai Duo rushed forward first, using his superior speed to charge at Luo Song like a whirlwind. He intended to take down his opponent with a spinning heart kick, but Luo Song was already prepared, effortlessly dodging before launching a lightning-fast counterattack. A single heavenly reversal elbow sent Chai Duo flying, and just then Hu Manshang seized the chance to attack from behind. But Luo Song's reaction was incredibly fast as he skillfully spun around to evade the blow. He used the Iron Mountain shoulder technique to knock his opponent down, and in the end both Chai Duo and Hu Manshang were defeated. The two looked at each other with wry smiles. They were filled with admiration. Luo Song announced that both of them would advance and promised to teach them more martial arts. The spectating tribesmen were awestruck by his power, making them even more eager to catch the chief's eye. The fights continued, and Luo Song made an exception to choose another young man named Shi Lu, because his calmness and extraordinary willpower impressed him. Finally, the army roster was complete. Aside from the 150 official victors, there were only 2 spots left. Luo Song didn't recruit anyone else. His recent display of power was meant to increase his prestige and make it easier to command the army later. Next, Luo Song would teach them advanced techniques, turning them into true warriors. The recruitment ended, and the Han tribe returned to their daily routines. Luo Song then issued a new order. He used the old unit from the Tang tribe as a core. To form an elite army of 100 men, Luo Song sent people to the old base to plant Juma grass, and Dashu also led men back to Babao Mountain to mine copper ore. As for mining iron ore, Luo Song didn't send anyone for now, because the Han tribe's current demand for iron wasn't high, so there was no need to rush. Besides these tasks, Luo Song also dispatched a trade caravan led by Yu Fu, with Ling Feng as the deputy leader to trade on the grasslands. This time, their main goal was to acquire livestock, cattle horn sinew, as well as horses and cattle, and they also had to gather more sheep's wool, after receiving their orders. Yu Fu and Ling Feng excitedly set off with the caravan. Luo Song kept Yu Fu's younger brother behind, preparing to assign him to lead a team to the new city area east of the river to set up a market. The two brothers were overjoyed upon hearing the news. Yu Ye in particular immediately started running around checking on the production progress of goods in the various workshops. The Han tribe's slaves continued their construction work tirelessly. It was estimated that in another year, the entire construction of Hanyang City would be complete. At that time, the slaves would be moved to the new city where there would be plenty of work for them. After arranging all the external affairs, Luo Song once again focused on building up his military. The future of the Han tribe's army depended on the foundation he was now laying. At this point, Luo Song understood that soldiers needed to be separate from the civilians, so he ordered the soldiers to move into new quarters. The warehouse was converted into barracks, the floor paved with green bricks, and furnished with bunk beds and long tables, making it convenient for both living and studying. Lasung planned to have the soldiers study culture to train a force of future instructors. Next, he urged the carpentry and pottery teams to create teaching tools like blackboards, chalk, and small slates for the soldiers to practice writing. By the second month of spring, the barracks and classrooms were finished. After training and competitions, the soldiers were divided into 4 military branches, forming 4 grand banners. Lasung appointed Thu Dai as the chief commander, Huyet Do as the vice commander, and Thu Nha as the Sima. Each military branch had its own grand banner leader. The soldiers began professional training, and Lasung even composed a military anthem called Han Lang. He planned to teach the soldiers during culture class with daily formation drills, physical training, battle formation drills, and live combat practice. Afternoons were for culture class, where Lasung integrated Han characters into his lectures on military formations, allowing them to learn both strategy and literacy simultaneously. At the end of the class, he would review the morning's content, point out their shortcomings, and then make the soldiers continue their physical training. In addition to training soldiers, Lasung also organized a student group to learn crafting methods and Han characters. This group included women who were pregnant the previous winter, and children around 10 years old, totaling about 200 people. Lasung used literature to teach them how to read and write. They learned crafting skills while memorizing characters. Throughout the third month of spring, he managed both military affairs and the classes. Duda's merchant caravan along with Tudai's army set off for Tan to begin preparations. Dufuk's merchant caravan also traversed the grasslands searching for tribes to trade with. But they discovered that the tribes from last year had all moved elsewhere. Langpong explained that the grassland tribes often migrate following water and grass, so they could use this pattern to find new tribes. In the fourth month, the advance party for Tan reached its destination and began setting up camp. Hunting parties from neighboring tribes noticed the activity. But seeing the unusual equipment and demeanor of the Han tribe, they didn't dare to approach recklessly. That was until one day when a small squad of Han soldiers went to the river to fetch water. They ran into a tribal hunting party. The squad leader explained the Han tribe's plan, inviting them to join in trade and construction. The tribal chief was both overjoyed and worried, fearing they lacked the manpower to trade for goods. The squad leader explained, "The Han tribe can trade labor for goods, and will even provide food and white salt." The chief was overjoyed upon hearing this, and decided to return to discuss it with the elders. The squad leader then led them back to the encampment. Luke brought the delegation to meet Duda to discuss the market details. Duda presented the plans for Tan to the chief, including the construction layout and trade conditions. The chief appeared satisfied with the Han tribe's plan. After returning to his tribe, he would share this news with other tribes to attract more people to join the construction effort. Duda also wrote a letter to Lasung reporting the progress and requesting that he come in person to plan the city's specific construction site. After receiving the letter, Lasung decided to go to Tan himself. He planned to build a great metropolis capable of housing up to 400,000 people. The layout of Tan was modeled after the city of Chang'an, divided into a palace area, a noble academy district, and 80 market wards. The residential space within the wards was expanded to accommodate a larger population. Lasung hoped to increase the population through a policy that encouraged childbirth. The construction of Tan would be carried out in phases. First, they would build the market wards, and only then would they construct the city walls and the palace. Lasung also prepared a large number of wooden barrels to use as molds for the rammed earth city walls. Lasung then led a convoy of carts and workers towards Tan, ready to start the construction. But unexpectedly, Han Duangtan received dire news. A great army from a northern cannibal tribe over 1,000 strong was approaching. They were armed with crude wooden shields, bows, and bone spears. First, they ambushed the Kinjiak tribe's trading party, and then occupied the territory of the Za tribe. The panicked people of the Xia tribe fled towards Han Duangtan, and Ong Nue, the city guard commander, received the report. He immediately implemented defensive measures. He ordered the city gates sealed, and after consulting with Elder Thuvu, he told all the tribespeople to return to their homes. Livestock were herded into pens, and the 3 city gates were locked tight. He also dispatched 200 cavalrymen to escort the refugees, while preparing to use the large signal bazooka to message Lasung, hoping for a strategy to counter the enemy. Upon receiving the message, Lasung, along with Tudai, Huyet Du and Thu Nha held a meeting. They analyzed the enemy's strength and equipment, concluding that with its high walls and deep moats, Han Duangtan would be difficult for the cannibal tribe to breach. The main concern was the other tribes coming to the market for trade. They were unaware of the situation, and could easily walk into the enemy's trap. Lasung devised a plan to assemble a coalition army from the tribes near Han Duangtan, and once their forces were overwhelming, he would personally lead the main army to coordinate with the city's defenders in a pincer attack, wiping out the enemy in one fell swoop. Lasung replied to Han Duangtan, ordering them to hold their position and wait for reinforcements, strictly forbidding them from opening the gates to engage the enemy, and reminding them that if things got desperate, they could slaughter the pigs and goats within the city for meat. He specifically emphasized that they must treat the Xia tribe refugees well. With that settled, Lasung led his army out of Tan. The troops marched towards the hillside below Kolin waterfall near Han Duangtan to prepare to rendezvous with the allied forces. Meanwhile, inside the city, Ong Nue, Thu Vu, and the other elders acted swiftly. They followed Lasung's orders, sealing the city gates and gathering all able-bodied men to be ready to defend the city and counterattack at a moment's notice. Elsewhere, the more than 200 refugees from the Sa tribe were being settled. After some discussion, the elders decided to temporarily house them in the granary, which had previously served as the army barracks. The warehouse contained over 100 bunk beds, and although it was a bit cramped, the adults and children could manage for the time being. If space was still an issue, they could arrange the study tables in one half of the warehouse, the rest for sleeping. They were currently on high alert for war, so every household had extinguished their cooking fires and ate together communally. The Han tribe usually treated everyone equally, but now they had to prioritize, distributing rations to the able-bodied men first. Women came next, and finally the children. Women and children only received 2 meals a day, not because the Han tribe was short on food, but because no one could predict when the enemy would retreat. In this unpredictable situation, they had to conserve every last bit of food, as every portion saved meant they could hold out for another day. Just as Hanyang City finished its preparations for battle, Lasung also began his journey back. At that moment, the army of over 1,000 cannibals had already reached the foot of the city walls just as dawn was breaking. These barbarians were bare-chested, with their waists wrapped in animal skin skirts or clothes made of green leaves. Their bodies were covered in mysterious white patterns and their foreheads were wrapped with some unknown type of vine. Though they weren't in neat formations, they weren't completely disorganized either. You could vaguely see many small squads, each with about 40 members, led by a captain wearing a necklace of palm-sized skulls on his chest. Their outfits were exactly the same as the cannibals they had met before. The formation didn't just consist of humans. There were also countless man-eating red-furred giant apes. This time they brought more than 40 of them. Even standing among the army of over 1,000, Lasung still stood out like a flame in the dark night. Prisoners from the Snake Tribe and the Thornhorn Tribe were also being marched along in this army. They were tied together in long chains with the restraints placed at a vital point. Each one looked lifeless like a hungry ghost. They wore yokes around their necks and were lined up in a long row, totaling about 30 prisoners guarded by a few monkey demons. The ends of the ropes were in the hands of the giant apes who dragged them along like a pack of hunting dogs. Of the 200 antelopes captured yesterday, half were already gone, likely having become prey for the monsters. The remaining less than 100 were also roped together and led with the army, traversing treacherous forests and mountains, finally emerging from the southwest, which was originally the territory of the Spirit Tribe. They must have followed the carriage tracks. As they emerged from the forest, a vast clearing of over 3,000 mu spread out before them. The flat land itself wasn't strange. It was just a grassland nestled between the mountains. But what shocked them was a towering structure in the eastern center of the clearing. As they got closer, they could see that this massive fortress was completely surrounded by water, with walls so high they seemed to touch the sky, its entire surface made of green bricks resembling mountain stone. The walls were perfectly smooth without any cracks or handholds, looking like a sheer cliff carved by nature. The only feature was a massive wooden plank in the center of each of the 4 walls. The curious horde approached the west gate, where continuous carriage tracks led right up to the western moat and then abruptly disappeared. Looking at the huge wooden plank opposite the tracks, they all seemed to realize what had happened. Just then, the noise below the city walls alerted the guards. The sky had just begun to lighten, and visibility was still hazy. About 10 soldiers in the watchtower poked their heads over the parapet to take a look. In a single glance, they saw countless white-patterned warriors below, along with giant apes that were twice the height of a man. The sight terrified the tribesmen who were seeing it for the first time. "It's the enemy! The enemy is at the gates! Sound the drums!" It wasn't clear who yelled first. Following that, the 2 large drums on either side of the West Gate Tower began to thunderously boom. The deafening sound woke the entire sleeping Hanyang city and also startled the cannibals, their army, and the giant apes below. The enemy forces simultaneously looked up toward the source of the sound. On top of the city wall, along a neat row of battlements, countless figures were bustling about, with some constantly peeking out from the gaps. Those people all had their hair tied back neatly and appeared to be holding weapons. A closer look revealed they were carrying either sharp bronze spears or massive longbows. This sight immediately drew the enemy's attention. The hairstyle wasn't the main point. The important thing was that the people on the wall were holding bows and arrows. You have to understand they came here specifically to find the tribe that uses bows. So wasn't this a perfect match? Outside the west gate, the red-furred giant ape also spotted the people on the wall. It roared in fury, took a running start on its short legs, and launched itself high into the air. It soared over the 13-foot-wide moat and slammed into the smooth wall. Unfortunately, the giant ape only made it about 16 feet up before losing its momentum. The smooth wall offered no handholds, and it could only claw at the surface a few times in vain. Then, with a massive splash, the giant ape plunged into the moat, sending huge waves crashing up. Water slammed against the city wall, and the opposite bank drenching the nearby giant apes and warriors like drowned rats. The surroundings immediately filled with a clamor of curses, mixed with the growls of the other giant apes. The ape that had fallen into the water struggled to climb out of the moat. Once on land, it shook its fur like a dog, flinging water everywhere as it continued to roar at the top of the wall. Nue, standing on the tower, clutched his chest in fear and muttered, "Woo, that was close. That monster almost managed to climb up." It's a good thing the walls are high enough and the moat is wide enough. This is no laughing matter. The moat really is super effective against the giant ape. While it can't actually hurt it, it severely limits its jumping distance. That beast is massive and has insane jumping power. If the moat wasn't there, it could have jumped from much closer and easily reached the battlements. But thanks to the moat, its jump was cut short, making it miss the top by about 6 feet. This helped the people in the city relax a little. As for those Coppervine warriors, they were even less of a threat. Forget climbing the wall. Even with a running start of a few hundred yards, it's doubtful they could even clear the 13-foot moat. They'd be lucky to even touch the wall, let alone climb it. But just because they couldn't reach the wall didn't mean they had no way to attack. You have to remember the bows and arrows in their hands, and their spears weren't just sticks for a fire. Although the number of bows wasn't large in their army of over 1,200 men, only about half of them had bows and arrows. But that was still absolutely more than the defenders of Hanyang City. It was just that their stockpile of arrows was on a completely different level. Each warrior of the cannibal tribe only had about 20 to 30 arrows, and the quality was extremely crude. Arrows fletched with bird feathers were incredibly rare, not to mention they had no arrowheads. Their arrowheads were all just wood burned to charcoal and sharpened to a point. Just making the arrow shaft straight was already a great achievement. You have to remember the insect-repelling arrows were the very first primitive type invented by Luo Song. Back then, he didn't even have any metal to use. The arrows had no tips, only tails fletched with terror bird feathers and straight shafts. Other than that, they were really no different from what the enemy was using. Now back to the story. The savage ape below the city, the one that failed its jump and fell into the water, soon grew frustrated and tried again. This time it backed up much further, then launched itself towards the city wall again. The only difference from last time was, the defenders on the wall were ready. Just as the savage ape leaped high about to pass the 5-meter mark, several imposing archers suddenly appeared from the arrow slits. Duer was right there among them. Fire at Duer's gruff command! 5 arrows shot straight into the savage ape's chest, piercing it with 5 sickening thuds. All of them hit vital points, each arrow from a different angle. They embedded themselves deep in the beast's chest. 2 arrows even pierced straight through its back, sticking out halfway. They punctured the savage ape's heart and lungs, and in an instant before it could even touch the city wall, it let out a tragic scream and plunged into the moat with a loud splash. It struggled a few times underwater, seemingly even breaking one of the arrows in its back. Then its legs went still, and it slowly sank into the moat. The water's surface grew calm again. Then a string of bubbles rose from below, carrying with them a trail of diluted red blood, staining a large patch of the river. The fish in the moat seemed to smell the blood, and in an instant they swarmed in to tear and frantically feed on the savage ape's corpse. This sudden turn of events left the entire enemy army dumbfounded. Even the other red-furred savage apes just stared blankly at the blood-muddied water. On the city wall, seeing the red-furred monster taken down in a single move, the defenders' morale surged. They all let out a thunderous cheer, their shouts echoing across the top of the wall, gradually becoming a powerful, unified chant that was incredibly uplifting. The archers who had just shot down the ape were also surrounded and praised by everyone, continuously receiving words of praise and admiring gazes from their fellow tribesmen. The cheering from the wall also snapped the horrified enemy troops below back to their senses. 2 of the apes, whether out of anger or grief, let out a roar and leaped into the moat. Together they chased away the fish and pulled their fallen comrade's body from the water, injuring a few large fish that were latched on and wouldn't let go in the process. The 2 savage apes grabbed the fish off the corpse with their bare hands and hurled them with all their might towards the top of the wall. They didn't hit anyone as the soldiers easily dodged them. The other savage apes also rushed over, immediately surrounding the body and roaring incessantly. One of them even pulled out a Han tribe arrow embedded in the body and snapped it in 2 with its bare hands. Seeing the corpse of their kind, the remaining savage apes went berserk. Just as the horde of savage apes leaped up en masse, the archers simultaneously loosed a deadly volley of arrows, followed by another series of sickening thuds. This time, 2 or 3 apes that charged up together were all hit by arrows and fell. Those hit by multiple arrows died on the spot, but some had less severe wounds. After falling into the water, they quickly scrambled back onto the bank, bared their white fangs, and forcefully pulled the arrows from their bodies. Each time an arrow was pulled out, it tore out a chunk of flesh, or made the existing wound much larger, causing blood to flow non-stop. Even if they didn't die right away, they probably wouldn't survive for long. This round of conflict ended in the savage apes' defeat. Having suffered heavy losses, the apes became more clear-headed and stopped their reckless attempts to climb the wall. That wall was truly too high, they couldn't scale it even if they tried. And together they drew their crude bows, unleashing a merciless volley of arrows at the defenders on the wall. The sound of arrows whizzing through the air as if they were free rained down on top of Hanyang City's wall. But these kinds of bows and arrows, how much power could these crude things possibly have? The bow limbs were uneven, so how could the arrows fly straight? The sound of arrows thudding against the wall was endless. Some didn't even reach the wall, falling short and hitting the cliff face, while others flew over the top of the wall and landed inside. As for the soldiers on the wall, they had long since taken cover behind the protective parapets. Let alone any casualties, there wasn't even a single injury. The 600 cannibal archers fired 7 or 8 volleys, but they achieved absolutely nothing. The squad leaders at the base of the wall repeatedly yelled to cease fire because their arrows were already scarce. Each man only had 30 to 40 arrows. They couldn't afford to waste them like this. Seeing the enemy's arrows rain down without doing any damage, the soldiers on the wall cheered even more excitedly, their morale soaring wave after wave. In contrast, the enemy troops below were either dejected and frustrated or furiously enraged, but among them were also some clever ones. They knew their bows and arrows were of poor quality, so they switched to a more primitive tactic. Someone quickly shouted something, and immediately a large group of men at the base of the wall split off and rushed towards the riverbank. They paid no mind to the wild rice, seeing a large path in the middle of the field, so they followed it to the waterfront. The rice paddies were filled with mud, so no one in their right mind would wade through. The swampy field was overgrown with weeds, so several hundred men ran to the riverbank and returned in an instant. Each man carried several river stones, piling them up at the base of the city wall. The giant red-furred ape's eyes lit up at the sight of the stones. Without a second word, they grabbed a large rock and hurled it straight at the figures on the wall. Ying Rui had just peeked his head out to look down, when he saw a black shadow hurtling towards his face, forcing him to quickly pull back. Immediately after, with a loud thud, a heavy object slammed into the city wall. The fist-sized river stone struck the very corner of the battlement and ricocheted down into the protective moat below. Inspired by this, the other giant apes and the warriors couldn't stay idle, all scrambling to pick up stones and hurl them at the city wall. In the blink of an eye, thousands of river stones rained down like a storm. The soldiers hiding behind the battlements cowered, clutching their heads tightly. Many were hit and cried out in agony, and some were injured on the spot. Get off the wall, leave a few men in the watchtowers. The rest of you get down immediately. Ying-Rui also clutched his head and scrambled into a watchtower. Hearing his command, the other soldiers quickly retreated from the wall. One man was hit by 2 stones as he fell back, his face twisting in pain. Fortunately, they all managed to brave the stone shower and reach the inner base of the wall to take cover from the projectiles. The elder and Ziyu, watching from the city gate, were also horrified by the sight. After a moment of thought, the elder immediately gave an order. Go to the workshop and see. I remember we have plenty of spare shields, the ones the chief prepared for expanding the army. Bring all of them here. If that's not possible, wooden planks will work too, as long as they can block the stones. Hearing this, Duer, who was standing nearby, had his eyes light up instantly. Without a word, he dashed straight for the woodworking shop. The other soldiers immediately ran after him. The hail of stones didn't last long and soon subsided. That's because they could only carry so many stones from the river, each time running out of ammo after a few volleys. Just as the enemy ran back to the river to gather more stones, Mu'er and the others arrived from the workshop with plenty of shields and wooden planks. A large group of men swarmed back up to the top of the wall. The injured warriors had already been taken to the infirmary in the barracks for treatment. The clan chief saw nearly 10 wounded soldiers being carried down, and hurried to find Ziyu and the elder to request herbs and medical supplies, preparing to treat his clansmen's wounds. The Snake clan was naturally skilled at healing, and in their daily trade, they supplied a large quantity of medicinal herbs to the Han clan. Now was their chance to put those skills to use. The elder was overjoyed, and personally led the Snake clan chief to fetch the supplies. A few minutes later, the second wave of the stone attack began. But this time no one was injured. Their morale, which had plummeted from the earlier barrage, now soared once more. Ying-Rui grew even cockier, propping up a giant wooden plank to block an embrasure, purely to show off to the enemies below. I've got a shield now, you still can't do squat to me. This taunt quickly worked. Just moments ago they had heard agonizing screams from the wall, which had gotten the warriors at the base of the wall all hyped up. They had tried all sorts of methods and finally found something that worked. So they threw stones even more fiercely, but after just a few volleys, the top-knotted defenders on the wall had already figured out a counter. Seeing the guy in the shiny silver helmet on the wall smirking coldly from behind a large wooden plank, the warriors at the base of the wall instantly lost all motivation to continue throwing. Only the flesh-eating apes refused to give up, stubbornly hurling stones at Ying-Rui's plank. The giant ape's strength was monstrous, making the plank thunder with each impact, and even forcing Ying-Rui to stumble back a few steps. He didn't dare to stay exposed any longer, and after taking more than 10 hits, he retreated back under the embrasure. After this wave of stone attacks, the warriors of the flesh-eating tribe were pretty much out of ideas. A group of them circled the city walls several times, but still couldn't find any weakness to exploit. Ultimately, they were forced into a standoff with the defenders of Hanyang City. All 4 gates were sealed shut. So let's see how you'll manage now. You can't stay in there without food and water forever, can you? You'll starve to death if you don't come out to hunt. Let's see if you show your faces then. It was only natural for them to think this way. They had never set foot inside Hanyang City, so they had no idea what it was like, let alone what its people ate. They just assumed everyone had to hunt daily just like them. The fighting came to a temporary standstill. Ying-Rui also made a patrol round on the city walls. Seeing all 4 gates blocked, he could only shake his head helplessly. Even if he had the ability to break the siege, Luo Chong had given strict orders not to leave the city to fight. Besides, if they really launched a counterattack, the Han clan would undoubtedly suffer casualties too. That was probably the chief's reasoning, otherwise why wouldn't he let them counterattack? The 2 sides were thus locked in a stalemate. Ziyu also ordered his men to gather the stones that had been thrown into the city and carry them up to the walls. This way, they didn't have to gather their own stones and could just drop them right back on the enemy's heads. The siege of Hanyang City fell into a stalemate, while on Luo Chong's side, the march continued without pause. At their current speed, it would take another 2 days to reach the slopes of Tuogu Ridge. But the journey didn't prevent him from keeping up with the situation in Hanyang City. As soon as the attack from the flesh-eating totem army subsided, Ziyu had immediately dispatched 3 messenger teams, summarizing the states of the battle. At the end of the letter, Ziyu asked the chief for instructions on what to do next. After reading it, Luo Chong let out a sigh of relief. It was nearly noon, so he ordered everyone to find a place to rest, and that they would move on after eating. The group quickly came to a halt, with some starting to cook, and others taking care of personal matters. Seizing this moment, Luo Chong began to write his reply to Ziyu. You've all done well. You must ensure the safety of our tribesmen, treat the wounded immediately, and at the same time try to lure the enemy towards the West City Gate. Don't let them get near the rice fields,
or the harvest will be ruined. Don't just kill the enemy soldiers indiscriminately. They will all become my slaves later. Kill as few as possible, we still need them for labor. Lasung directly laid out.
The next steps in the letter then sent 3 fire teams to deliver it immediately. For the next 2 days, the great totem army of the cannibal tribe remained in a standoff with Hanyang City. They deployed more than half their forces to guard the 4 city gates, while the rest went into the forest to gather firewood and hunt in the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Lasung had also led his troops from another location, secretly crossing to the west bank of the small river and quietly approaching the mountainside of Thak Ko Lin. Just as he was leading his army on a silent march, the tribes heading for the April market in Hanyang City were on their way. At this moment, all the tribes participating in the April fair in Hanyang City had dispatched their trading parties. But before they could arrive, they ran into the hunting warriors of the cannibal tribe in the mountains. The hunters of the cannibal tribe were struggling to find any prey, when suddenly the trading parties practically served themselves up on a platter. Fortunately, the people sent to Hanyang City were mostly the strongest warriors from each tribe. Moreover, the number of cannibal hunters was not large, consisting mainly of small scattered groups. Therefore, in this situation, even if some were captured or killed, a few always managed to escape. This was because as frequent traders with the Han tribe, they knew the terrain along the route like the back of their hands and could find their way home with their eyes closed. Thus, before Lasung could even bring reinforcements, most of them had already escaped their pursuers, huddling in the mountains unsure of what to do. Another day passed, and Lasung's group finally reached Thak Ko Lin. Immediately, they encountered a few warriors from other tribes who had been separated while fleeing. "Great chief of the Han tribe, please help us. Many of our kinsmen have been captured by those totem warriors. They might still be alive now. We beg the Han chief to lead reinforcements and rescue our captured tribesmen." A haggard man pleaded with Lasung. He was from the Flying Stone tribe. He had set out with 15 of his tribesmen, but only 6 or 7 managed to escape, and they even got separated. In the end, only 2 of them met Lasung. "That's right, please help us, Han chief. Our firewood tribe also had people captured. The Han tribe is powerful with sophisticated weapons. We urgently implore you to send troops to help. The groups from our tribes were taken away. If we don't act now, I'm afraid it will be too late." A short man from the firewood tribe prostrated himself before Lasung. "Sirs, please get up and speak. It's not that I don't want to help, but the enemy's numbers are too great. I'm afraid you don't even understand the current situation, not having reached the outskirts of Hanyang City yet. The great cannibal army has arrived with over 1,000 male tribesmen of totem bloodlines surrounding it. They've completely sealed off the 4 gates of Hanyang. Otherwise, why would we have snuck out here to devise a plan?" Lasung first rejected the 2 men's request, then explained the danger of the siege that Hanyang City was currently facing. The disparity in forces was too great. Defending themselves was already difficult. Where would they find the spare energy to worry about others? "So that's how it is. Even Hanyang City has been besieged by them," the short man from the firewood tribe exclaimed in shock. "Then has the Han chief come up with a plan, 1 or 2,000 people? So outside Hanyang City, how many of your Han tribesmen are left?" The short man from the firewood tribe asked insistently. "The vast majority of our people are currently trapped in the city. Out here, there's only our group." Seeing the disappointment in their eyes, Lasung paused and then continued. "However, it's not like there's no way. We also want to rescue our people. Our goals are fundamentally aligned. Besides, aren't the people of the Han tribe also your relatives? Which of your tribes doesn't have kin in Hanyang City? Therefore, the hardship we face now isn't for a single tribe to bear alone, but something we should all face together. If each of your tribes also dispatched 100 or so men, we could quickly assemble an army of 1 or 2,000. Fighting them would be much easier then." These words deeply moved the men, even the warriors beside Lasung. They were originally bought from other tribes, and it had been just over a year at most. How could they so quickly forget the place where they were born and raised? What's more, the strategic objective of this operation was not known to the lower-ranking warriors. The information they received was simply that Hanyang City was besieged by the great army of the cannibal tribe, and their chief was leading them to provide aid, but the enemy was currently too numerous, so the chief had to recruit more forces from neighboring tribes. Once their forces were combined, they would counterattack together. As for the matter of using this opportunity to annex the surrounding tribes, only the 3 top masters and Lasung knew the full story. The others didn't think that deeply, but Lasung felt that even if he told these warriors the truth, it wouldn't matter. In the Han tribe, they themselves had full bellies and warm clothes. Wouldn't they want their old tribesmen to enjoy the same life? Of course, some would think that way. The 2 men from the Firewood and Flying Stone tribes nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "You're not wrong. 1 tribe's manpower isn't enough, so if everyone pitches in, we can definitely gather 1 or 2,000 men. Han chief, your analysis is very reasonable, but even if our 2 tribes contribute people, we'd only get 200 or 300 men at most. That's still not enough to match the enemy's numbers." The short man from the Firewood tribe said, Just our 3 tribes is of course not enough. But I have a way to make other tribes send their troops." The Sharphorn tribe and the Serpent tribe were also attacked. The remnants of the Serpent tribe managed to get into Hanyang City and are now trapped inside. but the Sharp Horn tribe. There are also 3 people in the city. I can find a way to get them out. Tell them to return to their tribes to gather troops. We can probably gather 100 or 200 people, and other tribes will surely come to help as well. As Sung explained to the group, but our tribes are all too far away. It will definitely take a lot of time to travel back and forth. The man from the Flying Stone tribe pointed out the difficulty. That's not a problem. We have horses, we have cavalry. I can send cavalry to escort you back, and what's more, for sending your troops this time, our Han tribe will pay a handsome price. Even though this is a common cause, your tribes have small populations. Asking you to send out so many people is indeed a big ask. However, you can go back and report this to your leaders. Just say that these are Lasung's words, inviting the chiefs to bring reinforcements. To destroy our common enemy together. After the war, the Han tribe will surely give generous rewards. I can give you a little preview of this reward. Recently, our Han tribe discovered an extremely bountiful land. Yeah, the soil is fertile, the terrain is flat, water is abundant, and there are countless ideal farmlands with just a little cultivation. It could support 100 tribes the size of the Han tribe, no problem. As long as your chiefs bring their troops, I am willing to share this land with you. Of course, if you don't want land, that's fine too. The Han tribe has many other treasures to offer as rewards as long as they are willing to face our common enemy. The Han tribe warriors will take the lead on the front lines. Just relay this message to your chiefs. Lasung enthusiastically painted a beautiful picture, his powerful tone inspiring awe in his listeners. Is the fertile land real? Of course it's real. In this day and age, you can find good land with your eyes closed, completely untouched. But if you want to possess it, the land can't exactly move itself. So the only way is to move your tribe there. And when it's time to cultivate it, you'll still have to do the work yourselves. To put it bluntly, it's just a trick to get them to come and work as laborers. Is what the Han tribe chief says true? Are there really such good things? Those guys were clearly convinced by Lasung's firm words and noble demeanor, but in reality they were practically drooling over that sweet pie in the sky. Of course it's true, I am the leader of a great tribe of several thousand people with countless treasures in my hands. Why would I deceive you over such a small matter? Just relay my words as I've told you. A piece of cake! Lasung nodded, turned around and shouted, "Where is Cavalry Commander Chai Dada? Immediately select cavalrymen under your command. Find 2 warriors from the same tribes as them. Give each person 2 horses and send them back to their tribes to summon people." Hearing Lasung's shout, Chai Dada hurried over from behind, lifted the black armor on his chest with one hand, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands. "This general obeys your command. All right, go and pick your men. Remind the soldiers to be careful and safe and to return quickly." Lasung waved his hand, signaling him to go. The men from the Du and Phi Thach tribes also hurried to follow. Soon the men were galloping away on horseback. Their tribes were not close to Hanyang City. It would take at least a few days' journey. A person on foot could cover 20 to 30 miles at most in a day, but on a galloping horse, a day's journey on foot would only take about an hour. Reaching the farthest tribe would take a day at most, so this request for reinforcements was extremely fast, and it was expected that a large army would arrive soon. After settling things, Lasung used a falcon to send a message back to Hanyang City, ordering an eagle to transport the 3 members of the Sharphorn tribe out, and then also sent cavalry to escort them back. He painted the same sweet pie in the sky promise for them. While Lasung was busy arranging for reinforcements from the tribes, Chai Dada led the sword and shield units and archers spreading out in 12-man squads. They patrolled the northwest and southwest directions in the forests to assist scattered soldiers and bring them back to Lasung. He used both reason to persuade them and emotional appeals while also painting them a pretty picture, then sent cavalry to take them back to deliver the news. Today in the early summer was supposed to be the day the Han tribe held its trading market, but because the enemy had besieged the city, the market couldn't open. Yet the tribes that intended to attend the market still arrived on schedule, only to be brutally attacked and killed by the enemy. Fortunately, the Han tribe's elite soldiers provided support deep in the forest. A few people from each tribe were saved, and these survivors were then sent back to their tribes to call for aid. The horses were as fast as the wind and weren't picky about roads like carts. These cavalry messengers also took shortcuts and small paths, so their speed was extremely fast. Most of them reached their tribes on the same day they set out. The chiefs immediately received the rather unpleasant news. The sky was pitch black with 2 full bright moons hanging high. At the settlement of the Serpent tribe, the chief, who was nearly 30 years old, sat before a fire holding a bowl of white rice, looking in astonishment at the 2 people in front of him. One was his subordinate, previously sent to the market. The other was a Han tribe cavalryman in red clothes and black armor, who was once a member of the Serpent tribe. "What did you say?" "Hanyang City is besieged by over 1,000 enemies, and they've also captured our people." "That's right. So the Han tribe chief sent us back to report. He wants our chief to bring warriors as reinforcements, and he promises a handsome reward if we just send our people." The short man immediately relayed Lasung's exact words. The Serpent tribe chief frowned deeply, then looked at the Han tribe cavalryman. "Chief, the Han tribe chief did indeed say that this humble one can testify." The quick-witted cavalryman understood the cue and immediately confirmed it. "Let me think about this," the Serpent tribe chief replied with a frown. "This matter isn't as simple as these 2 grunts make it sound. It's true that our tribesmen were captured, But how many exactly? No more than 10 lives in total. For a tribe with a total population of over 400 people, this is basically nothing. Worst case scenario, I'll just have to accept the loss of these 10 men, right? Does that mean I have to risk my entire tribe to help you fight? Besides all those so-called benefits you mentioned? Like having good land for farming that can support hundreds of thousands of people and so on. But how are we supposed to use it? To use this land, the entire tribe would have to relocate. It's not as simple as just saying yes. However, you also said that if we don't want to move, you'll offer other things as a reward, but what things and how much you didn't specify. This is a completely empty promise. So what if we don't go? From what I've heard, Hanyang City hasn't been breached yet. It's just under siege. And according to this cavalryman, Hanyang City still has plenty of food and livestock, so they're not short on supplies at all. If they just keep holding out, I wonder who will wear down first. The problem here is if the Han tribe survives this disaster, will they come back for revenge on the tribes that didn't send aid once they've recovered? You have to remember, the Han tribe's population isn't just 1,000 people. Swallowing a few small tribes like ours would be as easy as flipping a hand. There's an even more critical issue if the Han tribe falls and is wiped out. Where would we buy white salt from then? In other words, if the Han tribe wins, even if they don't attack us, our relationship will be ruined, and if they cut off trade forever, we still won't have any white salt to eat. This situation is very likely to happen, because if I needed help and promised you a reward, but you still didn't show up, what reason would I have to sell you anything? Putting myself in their shoes, if I were the Han tribe's leader, I'm afraid I'd do the same thing. After thinking for a long time, the Snake tribe chief sighed. If he didn't send troops no matter the outcome, he couldn't accept it. So he had to dispatch his army. He had no other choice. He was backed into a corner. The two soldiers finished the food in their bowls, both silently staring at the Snake tribe chief awaiting his answer. After all, their tribesmen were still waiting to be rescued. Our Snake tribe and the Han tribe have always been friends. Now the enemy besieging Hanyang City has also captured my people, making them our common enemy. When it comes to an enemy, there's no need for words. This battle must be fought. Gather the tribesmen immediately. I need to select 120 people. We set out at the crack of dawn tomorrow morning. The Snake tribe chief turned around his gaze, meeting the two soldiers, who were filled with hopeful anticipation. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. And so that night, the Snake tribe quickly selected their warriors. 100 men and 20 women, a total of 120 people ready to set off at dawn. That night, other tribes who received the news took similar actions. Those who become chiefs, elders, or shamans are no fools. They are all the most strategic minds of their tribes. Their thought processes weren't much different from the Snake tribe chiefs. They were all forced into a corner. On the early morning of the second day of summer, the 10 tribes that had traded with the Han tribe all sent out their warriors. There were large tribes like the Sharphorn tribe, with a total population of nearly 600, who directly dispatched 150 warriors this time. That was almost their entire fighting force. Other tribes sent a considerable number too, with the larger ones sending 100 people, and the smaller ones sending 40 or 50. Some small tribes with populations under 100 mobilized almost everyone, while others with 50 or 60 people even brought along nursing infants looking like they were moving house. For these small tribes, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Han tribe had discovered a new extremely fertile land and even agreed to share it with them. They certainly wouldn't dare to ask for a share, but maybe they could join the Han tribe directly. By doing so, wouldn't all those good things be given to them for free anyway? Waves of warriors were heading towards Luochang to assemble. However, some tribes were quite close, and on the afternoon of the second day after setting out, they arrived at the gathering point. But seeing the cannibal tribe warriors packed tightly at the city gate, Luochang didn't give the order to attack directly. The cannibal tribe warriors needed to find food, so they often sent out small teams to hunt in the surrounding forests. Seeing that the number of allied warriors wasn't large yet, Luochang had a flash of inspiration and immediately issued a bounty mission. Capture one enemy alive and bring them to me for a reward of 2 bowls of white salt. Immediately, the warriors who had arrived early were stunned. They never expected such a good deal. So they immediately split up and went everywhere, preparing to ambush any enemies who dared to venture into the forest. In the forest surrounding Hanyang City, a team of 40 cannibal tribe warriors was marching silently. They were tracking a herd of beasts, while on another side, a dozen or so Han tribe warriors on their mounts were heading towards a valley. They were deliberately circling the area near Hanyang City, precisely to lure the hunting parties into an ambush. The two groups of warriors moved further and further apart, gradually going deeper into the mountains, while also getting closer to the encirclement. In the ambush area in the valley, nearly 200 warriors were lying in wait all around. Some were hiding in the trees, others were concealed in the bushes, and some were even lying prone in the waist-high grass. Among these 200 people were Han tribe warriors in red shirts and black armor, as well as reinforcements from other tribes dressed in leafy attire. Before the attack, Ah had specifically instructed them to try and capture the enemies alive. Before long, the two opposing forces, one after the other, had entered the encirclement. The dozen or so Han tribe warriors on their mounts all dismounted, let their bare mounts go, and found their own hiding spots lying low and waiting for the enemy to walk right into their trap. A team of 40 totem warriors followed the cattle tracks and soon appeared on the mountainside.
But the cattle tracks, which had been clear and consistent, suddenly became chaotic here. Human footprints suddenly appeared around the cattle tracks, startling the squad leader. Could someone else have approached the herd? But upon closer inspection, these footprints didn't look human. Because all Han tribe warriors wore military boots with hard wooden soles carved with anti-slip patterns, they only differed in size, but the style was uniform. The cannibal tribe had never seen footprints like these before, so they couldn't be sure if they were human. But before they could think it through, over 100 people suddenly emerged from all four sides,
shouting as they surrounded them layer by layer. The cannibal warriors' faces paled. The people before them wore incredibly strange outfits with red tops and pink pants, their bodies clad in black armor that covered all their weak points, revealing only their faces. The weapons in their hands were also extraordinarily exquisite, completely different from their own crude bone spears. They weren't on the same level, but the cannibals were still battle-hardened warriors, and they reacted with extreme speed. The 40 of them immediately formed a back-to-back circle, with those holding wooden shields on the outside, one hand raising the shield, the other resting a long spear on top of it. Those without shields also raised their bone spears high, pointing them straight into the air above the shield wall. The warriors closed in step by step, the encirclement tightening relentlessly. The Han tribe's sword and shield soldiers drew their swords from their sheaths, one hand holding a shield, the other raising a gleaming blade. With every step they struck their shields with their swords. The two sides hadn't even clashed yet, but the sheer aura of this disciplined army was enough to send chills down the spines of the cannibal totem warriors. One was so scared he wiped his hand on his body, smearing the white totem patterns painted on his skin. The circle drew tighter and tighter. Then everyone suddenly stopped. The resounding commands ceased, and a heavy suffocating silence fell over the area, making everyone's nerves stretch taut like a bowstring. The cannibal totem warriors were also bewildered. They couldn't understand what these strangely dressed soldiers who looked like heavenly warriors descended from above ultimately wanted to do. Why suddenly surround them? Now that they were trapped, why weren't they attacking? Just then, the piercing sound of a signal horn echoed from the gorge, its sound reverberating throughout the valley. Following that, a thunderous sound rose from the opposite direction of where the cannibal tribe had come from. At this moment, the Blood Butcher's fellow tribesmen were advancing slowly through the mountain forest. Their minds were only on hunting and plundering. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye a group of strangely dressed warriors would suddenly appear like ghosts surrounding them from all sides? The ambushers just stood there silently, neither attacking nor speaking. The air was filled with an eerie silence. The Blood Butcher warriors looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. They had absolutely no idea what was happening, and a sense of unease grew in their hearts. One of them thought to himself, what the hell are you guys trying to pull? Just as everyone was still bewildered, a piercing whistle suddenly echoed from the gorge, followed by a rumbling sound like the earth shaking coming from the distance and getting closer and closer. Then 38 black and red war horses charged forward as swift as a whirlwind, as fast as lightning, each horse's muscles bulging. Their hooves thundered against the ground. On their backs were warriors in red shirts and black armor sitting as straight as spears like divine generals descended to earth. One hand gripped the reins tightly, the other held a 4-meter-long cavalry lance horizontally, the tip of the lance glinting with a cold light that seemed capable of tearing through any obstacle. Hearing the command for the two wings to fall back, the surrounding formation immediately opened a path moving in unison like a well-oiled machine, forming a perfect corridor. Seeing this, the cavalry shot forward like an arrow straight at the Blood Butcher group. They were already caught in a pincer movement, and hastily tried to form a circle to defend themselves, hoping to hold out for as long as they could. But unexpectedly, a single charge shattered their ranks like crumbling sand. The warriors panicked and fled in all directions, completely losing their ability to resist. Just like a swarm of headless flies, the cavalry charged straight into the circle without mercy, their sharp lances piercing through the bodies of the cannibal warriors. Those who were struck were like ragged dolls, hanging limply on the lances dragged for a long distance by the horses. They died on the spot, their blood staining the grass red, creating a horrific scene. The surrounding warriors saw the enemy in chaos. How could they let this golden opportunity slip by? 200 warriors charged like tigers descending a mountain, their momentum unstoppable, rushing straight at the more than 30 remaining enemy soldiers. The Han warriors were all elites, carefully selected from over 4,000 men, and their equipment was even more sophisticated. Facing the enemy, they showed no fear felling their foes in a single clash, charging in and crushing them, knocking them out on the spot. The sword and shield soldiers were even more ferocious with quick reflexes and sharp coordination. They used their shields to precisely block the enemy's bone spears, then swung their swords and with a single clang sliced the spears in two, stomping their feet hard on the ground to knock their opponents over. The support troops next to them didn't fall behind, swinging a large club and smashing it into the enemy's head. Thwack! The enemy immediately collapsed unconscious. The Han spearmen were completely dominant. When facing the enemy spearmen, their spears were longer, allowing them to attack first. But this time, Luo Song had ordered them to be taken alive, so the spearmen had received special training. They skillfully used the shaft of their spears to parry the enemy's spear.
And taking advantage of the opening, they swiftly struck with the spear shaft. With a crack, the enemy fell to the ground, and before they could recover support, troops rushed in and quickly tied them up with ropes. The archers, even without their bows and arrows, were unyielding, holding a short club in their left hand and a military shovel in their right, as if wielding an invincible divine weapon. When the enemy's spear thrust at them, they remained calm and unshaken, using the wooden club to firmly parry it away, then fiercely swinging the military shovel in their right hand, breaking the opponent's weapon in a single move. Immediately after, they closed in like a flash, raining down a flurry of blows on the enemy, every punch landing true. Their combat power was astonishing. As expected, the chief of the cannibal tribe was no ordinary foe, possessing immense strength and incredibly agile movements. In the midst of the chaos, he snatched a wooden club and began swinging it wildly in all directions, the wind from his swings howling as anyone who dared to get close was knocked away. Seeing this, the sword and shield platoon commander Hu Manchang, he frowned deeply, thinking he couldn't let the enemy leader act so arrogantly. Without a second thought, he raised his shield and charged forward like an enraged bull, carrying the force of an entire army. He sent the enemy chief flying, and before the guy could even get back on his feet, Hu Manthuong swung his saber with a swift slash. Half of the enemy's arm flew into the air with blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. Hu Manthuong, brandishing his bloody saber, roared, "This is their leader, finish him!" Hearing the command, a dozen shield and saber soldiers immediately charged forward like a pack of hungry wolves. In the blink of an eye, blades flashed. With several sickening sounds, the mighty chief of the cannibal tribe was hacked to pieces. This horrific bloody sight made the remaining enemies and their ragtag reinforcements turn pale as a sheet, their legs turning to jelly and trembling uncontrollably. They were all easily captured alive by the Han clan warriors. This battle was a resounding victory for the Han clan, eliminating all 42 enemies with 5 killed and 37 captured alive. Miraculously, their side suffered 0 casualties, making it a truly perfect victory. In the following days, the Han clan allied forces moved through the forest like a pack of mighty hunters. They successfully ambushed the enemy again and again, and with each victory, morale soared. Some soldiers even excitedly chanted slogans, vowing to fight to the death at Hanyang City. But Luo Song remained cool-headed. He knew it wasn't time for a do-or-die battle yet. They had to wait for more allied forces to gather, and to see how the enemy would react, to grasp their true strength for a decisive victory. The enemy wasn't a pushover, though. Before long, they realized their hunting parties were vanishing without a trace. This spelled big trouble because without food, everyone would start to starve. Left with no choice, they sent more men into the forest. Each party was now up to 100 strong, and they even brought several giant apes with them, thinking this would guarantee a harvest, and also allow them to search for their missing people. But they had no clue that after all the constant fighting, Luo Song had already captured over 30 enemies and killed dozens more. This meant that outside Hanyang City, the enemy force was down to a mere 800, their strength severely depleted. Early on the morning of April 8th, at the start of summer, a cavalryman galloped up to Luo Song with a report. 2 enemy teams, 100 men each, had taken the bait and were following the decoys right into our trap. They're expected to walk into the encirclement before noon. Luo Song immediately asked, "How many giant apes are with those 2 teams?" The cavalryman replied, "The main group has 6, and the one to the southwest has 5. Luo Song thought for a moment, then told the rider, "Go tell Shu Dai that since our allied forces are numerous this time, let them handle the melee combat. Tell our mounted archers to stay back and snipe the giant apes from a distance. We need to take out those beasts first to avoid heavy casualties." He added a reminder for Shu Dai since giant apes were involved. To keep the situation from spiraling out of control, they didn't need to focus on taking prisoners. Their own safety was the #1 priority. If capturing was too risky, they should just eliminate the enemy. After receiving his orders, the rider galloped off like the wind. Luo Song continued his inspection of the camp, and what he saw filled him with concern. Over 300 prisoners were being held there, and they had been starving for days. They were all lying weakly on the ground, completely out of energy with hopeless empty eyes. In addition to the prisoners, there were dozens of wounded soldiers, mostly reinforcements from other tribes. Only 3 members of the Han clan were injured. The camp also held many women and children. Some were survivors from a small tribe that had pledged allegiance to Hanyang City, and others were female warriors sent from allied tribes. Luo Song looked at them and thought, "I can't just let them be idle. I need to put them to work." So he ordered the women to temporarily stay in the camp and take on the task of guarding the prisoners, as well as other logistical duties like cooking and watching the children. By noon, the ambush was set and the big fight was imminent. The ambush spot was cleverly chosen, mostly in an open clearing without any trees, specifically to keep the giant apes from climbing. If those things got into the treetops, their attack power would skyrocket, making them incredibly difficult to handle. The strategy was the same as last time. Let the enemy walk into the trap and then surround them. But there was a key difference this time. Before the cavalry charge, there would be a massive volley of ranged attacks. The archers were already in position, their eyes fixed on the enemy from afar. They took aim at the giant apes, unleashing a rain of poisoned arrows. Some apes struck by 7 or 8 arrows dropped dead instantly, while others hit only once or twice thrashed about trying to escape. When the apes closed to within 60 meters of the encirclement, the shield and saber soldiers swiftly formed a shield wall. Behind them stood rows of spearmen, their long, sharp spear tips jutting out from between the shields, like a deadly forest of steel, ensuring no enemy could escape the trap. Further back, countless reinforcements from the allied tribes stood ready, each holding 3 to 4 long javelins, their eyes glued to the incoming giant apes. On the command of a Han clan squad leader, they all launched several volleys of javelins at once. In a flash, a heavy rain of spears poured down. The man-eating apes didn't even make it to the shield wall. As they were riddled with so many spears, they looked like porcupines dying on the spot. After the giant apes were dealt with, the rest of the battle played out exactly like it had in the past few days. The cavalry led the charge to break their ranks, sweeping through the enemy line like a tornado and throwing them into total chaos. The spearmen and shield soldiers took advantage of the confusion, rushing in to attack from every direction, coordinating seamlessly with one attacking and one defending. They completely routed the enemy forces, sending them fleeing in disarray. Both battles from start to finish were over in less than half an hour. This was the power of the Han clan allied forces after all. 400 to 500 men fought against 100 enemies. From weapons and tactics to the battlefield, every advantage was on the side of the allied forces. Victory was already in their grasp. When the battle ended, the army began to clean up the battlefield in an orderly fashion. One unit escorted the prisoners back to camp, while others split up to scout the enemy's situation. By the time the group escorting the prisoners returned, dusk had already fallen. Although they captured few prisoners in this battle, they still took more than 120 men. After several consecutive skirmishes, the enemy's remaining forces outside Hanyang City were down to about 600, while Luo Chang's allied forces had surpassed the 2,000 mark. Each large tribe sent an average of 100 men, so 17 or 18 tribes already provided over 1,700 troops. And with a few smaller tribes pledging allegiance, the total number of soldiers far exceeded 2,000. Luo Chang gazed at the moon high above, mentally calculating the days. He knew that in just over a week, Hanyang City's first rice harvest of the year would be ready. The harvest waits for no one. Luo Chang immediately made a decisive move. He decided that tomorrow would be the day for the final battle. That night, Luo Chang sent a message via Messenger Eagle to the defending troops in the city, telling them to coordinate with him to launch an all-out assault the next day, to completely annihilate these invading enemies. He also meticulously detailed the specific plan for the decisive battle. The next morning, Luo Chang left behind over 300 men to guard the camp and the 430 prisoners. He then led an army of over 1,900 men charging straight towards Hanyang City. This force consisted of 1,800 allied troops and over 100 elite soldiers of the Han tribe. Everyone began marching at dawn and continued until about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. As they were about to emerge from the forested mountains, Luo Chang ordered the army to halt. He knew everyone was exhausted and needed to eat something to replenish their energy. So the soldiers took out the rations they had prepared that morning. There was grilled rice and roasted meat, and everyone ate ravenously. After resting for an hour until 5 in the afternoon, the army split into 2 flanks, southwest and southeast. Like 2 sharp blades, they burst out from the forest and mountains, forming a pincer movement to corner the enemy to the west of Hanyang City. The defenders on the city walls saw their leader arriving with a large army from afar and erupted in joyful cheers. The enemy had been besieging the city for more than 10 days, and the defenders had been hoping for reinforcements day and night. Now their leader had finally appeared with the allied army, and they were overjoyed. As for the enemy forces outside the city, they were utterly stunned to see such a massive force pouring out of the dense forest. It probably only just dawned on them why their warriors sent into the mountains to hunt had all vanished without a trace. Even the 200 men sent out to search for them yesterday had also failed to return. Now seeing this huge crowd, they knew without a doubt that this group was responsible. The only thing they couldn't figure out was why these people dared to stand against them. While the enemy forces stood there stunned, our army parted to form a path. From the rear, 2 colossal mammoths slowly advanced, and on one of their backs was a man wearing a golden crown. It's him. It's really him. Those are our war mammoths, the very 2 that went missing in the dark forest 2 autumns ago. Our whole squad was wiped out back then, and only the 3 of us made it back alive. One of the enemies yelled. Those 2 mammoths were lost as well. I can't believe that guy managed to capture them. It was a cannibal warrior who had once attacked the Tang tribe, and he was screaming in the middle of the crowd. He still had a round scar on his shoulder. It was the wound from an arrow shot by Luo Chang that year. It's just that back then Luo Chang's arrowheads were still crude, so the wound wasn't too severe. Because of that, he managed to escape injured, even taking the arrow still stuck in him back to his tribe. And that's what led to everything that happened later. His shout didn't get much of a reaction, though. To the cannibals, it didn't matter who stood before them. Everyone was an enemy. Their reaction was also incredibly fast. Upon seeing so many enemies appear, one of them, who looked like a captain, immediately summoned the men from the east and north gates. They were gathering all the warriors who were blockading the 4 city gates to form up and fight the enemy outside the west gate. Luo Chang saw this and didn't stop them, thinking it would save him the trouble of splitting his forces later, making them harder to capture. just as the more than 600 Dongyu warriors and 15 or 16 giant apes had all gathered at the west gate. The east gate behind them suddenly flew open. About 1,500 members of the Han tribe charged out. There were both men and women, all wielding a mishmash of weapons from the Han tribe's early-era bronze spears to bronze shovels, iron swords, and even axes and hoes. Some were just carrying clubs. More than 1,000 people poured out of the east gate and immediately split into two paths surrounding them from the south and north, trapping all the enemies in front of the west gate. This sight made the blood drain from the enemies' faces. They never imagined there were so many people inside the city. They had been laying siege for days, yet they still had no idea
how many people were inside.
One of them muttered, "If you had this many people, why didn't you just attack earlier instead of hiding in the city?" This is just great. There were already so many enemies outside the city.
And now you guys run out to join the fun, aren't you, just backing us into a corner? At that moment, the Dongyu warriors felt like screaming and crying. Even their retreat path was now surrounded, leaving them completely trapped.
At that very moment, the allied army in front of them stood with their backs to the setting sun. On horseback, Sima's subordinate Shoya waved a huge sail-sized banner with all his strength. The bright red flag billowed fiercely in the wind. This was the signal for the Hanyang city defenders to launch an all-out attack. Atop the city tower, war drums began to thunder, creating a deafening roar. Countless figures suddenly appeared at the arrow slits on the western wall. Among them were the Han tribe's original female archers, and those who were trained later, totaling no less than 100 people, along with countless ordinary tribe members. Even the adult members of the Snake tribe appeared on the city walls. Luo Chong ordered Shoya next to him to change the flag signal. The drumming from the west wall instantly stopped, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of arrows rained down like a hailstorm, striking the dozen or so giant apes at the foot of the wall. These arrows were all coated in poison from paralyzing mushrooms. The tribe had collected this numbing fungus specifically for one-hit kills, to instantly eliminate these monsters with terrifying combat strength. The sound of arrows sinking into flesh echoed out. Half of the dozen or so giant apes quickly collapsed. The remaining few panicked and hastily tried to flee. They couldn't attack the people on the wall. They had tried many times over the past few days, so their only option was to flee. But outside, an encirclement of 2,000 soldiers was waiting. From Luo Sung's side, arrows and javelins were launched relentlessly. The archers on the city wall showed their might once again. They fired down from above, raining arrows directly into the moat. The enemies trying to flee were instantly shot dead. Other tribesmen who didn't have bows and arrows also started throwing things. A barrage of rocks they had stockpiled, smashing them directly into the enemy troops below the west wall. Under this rain of projectiles, countless enemies were hit in an instant. It wasn't that they didn't want to dodge, but they were packed in with comrades on all sides, leaving no room to escape. However, under pressure from the masses behind them, the troops were forced to surge forward, getting out of range of the stones thrown from the wall. But this played right into Luo Sung's hands, as the enemy's advance opened up a gap in front of the west gate. The war drums thundered once more. To be honest, those sacred bronze warriors had planned a desperate charge, hoping it was their only chance for survival. Who would have thought they'd find the gate blocked by abnormally large four-legged beasts? And just then Luo Sung waved the command flag to the west. It was as if someone shouted a command. In the blink of an eye, the main banner cavalry next to Luo Sung, led by Chai Duo, charged forward. 38 warriors with 76 horses in a dual mount formation tore through the battlefield like a raging tornado. At the same time, over 100 cavalrymen stormed out of the west gate, leading 200 riderless buffaloes to charge into the fray. The scene was absolutely cataclysmic. The enemy forces, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were scared witless. Their ranks completely shattered in an instant as they panicked and scattered. Luo Sung seized the moment, drew his longsword, and charged into the battle. The more than 3,000 soldiers of the Han Clan alliance immediately charged like tigers descending a mountain, launching a fierce assault. They dealt the enemy a devastating defeat. In this brutal battle, everyone showed what they were made of. Shu Dai gripped his straight broadsword with both hands, using the scabbard in his left hand like a club to block and strike, keeping enemies at bay. Xie Tu swung his jet-black longstaff, each blow whistling fiercely through the air. Any enemy hit by his staff was either killed or maimed. Zai Li, wielding his iron axe, shattered enemy shields with a single strike. Duer, brandishing an iron shovel, charged through the enemy lines as if they were empty space. No one dared to even come near him. Although Hu Ya was only responsible for signaling commands and didn't fight directly, he had his own weapon and was always ready to contribute. The battle ended with a complete and total victory for the Han clan. In this battle, not only were countless enemies slain, but they also captured 479 prisoners. Meanwhile, the Allied forces suffered minimal losses with only 3 deaths. Luo Sung had no intention of going easy on these captives. He ordered them to be thrown into the dungeons, planning to starve them for a few days to crush their arrogance and wear down their will to resist, showing them the Han clan wasn't to be trifled with. A victory, of course, had to be celebrated in style. Immediately after, Luo Sung warmly invited the allied forces of the various tribes into Hanyang City for a celebratory feast. Everyone gathered in the central square, where they got a glimpse of life within the Han clan. Now the tribesmen led by Luo Sung were inside the Han clan's territory. Everyone's eyes were wide with wonder, amazed by everything they saw. The streets were filled with countless children running and playing happily. They busily helped the adults carry tables and chairs, followed by several fluffy puppies from the pack of dozens of sheepdogs brought back by Ling Feng. The pups were only 1 or 2 months old, yapping as they chased after the children. The older children led the warriors from the other tribes to the wells at the end of the alleys to get water to wash up. These warriors were amazed by the wells, never having imagined you could get water just by digging a deep hole in the ground. It was a real eye-opener for them. After cleaning up, some of the visiting warriors started to explore the permitted areas. A warrior from the Tiger clan happened to run into one of his own people. He recognized his younger sister, who had married into the Han clan. The two of them were overjoyed at the reunion. He was then invited to his sister's home as a guest. It was just a normal family. The husband was serving in the military. He only had one wife, but since the house was a bit spacious, it was a waste for her to live alone. So 2 other women, both refugees rescued from the He clan, also lived there. Led by the little girl, the Fox clan warrior stepped into the small courtyard. The first thing he saw was a 4-year-old boy. The boy was squatting in the yard playing with a puppy. He didn't seem afraid, but he didn't offer a greeting either. He just picked up the puppy and stared at the stranger. The Tiger clan warrior smiled at the child, observing him with curiosity, and the strange clothes the boy was wearing. He then followed his sister inside. The main room doubled as a living room and a kitchen, where a woman from the He clan was kindling a fire in the stove. In the large iron pot, the sweet fragrance of rice wafted out endlessly. Next to the stove, a pile of firewood was stacked neatly in a row. On the other side were 2 large jars with wooden lids. Opening them up to check, one jar contained clear water, while the other was filled to the brim with pale yellow rice. His sister's room in the west wing was empty, not a soul in sight. On the large heated platform bed, a low square table was placed. On the table was a ceramic teapot, a white porcelain teacup, and a small tung oil lamp that cast a dim, hazy light. The wooden lattice window on the south wall was currently closed, but it might as well have been open. It wasn't covered with paper screens or animal hides, so you could see straight outside. The night breeze freely blew into the room, and just inside the window was a wide shuttle loom about 1.5 meters wide, with an unfinished roll of coarse hemp cloth still on it. This strange object immediately filled the Tiger tribe warrior with curiosity. After the sister explained how to use it, he finally understood the device's purpose. The sister also mentioned that this was invented by their chief, which stunned the man as if he had met a god. He never imagined this Han tribe's chief wasn't just a master of warfare, but also so multi-talented, capable of creating such a miraculous device. Similar scenes were unfolding all over the Han tribe's territory. Some were allowed to tour the woodworking workshop, where they saw a giant windmill fluttering in the wind, driving a complex system of wooden gears that turned automatically, ultimately controlling a row of saws that moved up and down rhythmically. In the blink of an eye, a round log was turned into a plank, leaving the onlookers in awe. Others were invited to visit the livestock farm, which had goats, sheep, and antelopes. All sorts of livestock, lacking nothing. Even the herd of 100 Saiga antelopes bought last year. Now 80 of the females had given birth to their first litter, each producing 2 or 3 calves. The Han tribe's antelope herd had grown from 100 to over 300. Luo Chong wasn't idle either. He was gathering the chiefs of the various tribes. He led everyone up the walls of Hanyang Fortress, looking down from above to take in the full view of the tribe's settlement. By now, it was late afternoon, and warriors atop the fortress walls had lit torches for their guard duty, a sight that made the other chiefs envious. They walked up the not-so-imposing fortress wall, both amazed and curious, because it was only a little over 7 meters high, nothing compared to the ancient cities of old. Yet even this was enough to leave them in awe. The square fortress was divided into a 9-square grid by 4 main roads, arranged like a well character. Inside the fortress, smoke from cooking fires spiraled into the air. On the streets, over 1,000 people bustled about, with the central square being the liveliest, where countless people were preparing for the victory banquet. Looking outside the fortress to the east were neat rows of rice paddies. In the distance, a small river served as a divider, and the dirt road from the gate led straight to a wooden bridge stretching out as if to infinity. Luo Chong saw that everyone had observed long enough, so he asked for their opinions on the Han tribe. Previously, they had only visited the market fair a few times, seeing the fortress from the outside. At first, they didn't understand why the Han chief would make his people expend so much effort to build such a thing. It wasn't until they stood on the fortress walls themselves that they truly understood the Han chief's foresight. With such high walls and deep moats, it could indeed stop any enemy. Although it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, it could last for generations, protecting the tribe so they could live in peace and prosperity. It's truly worth it. The chief of the Jingji tribe spoke first. Indeed, during the siege earlier, I was inside Hanyang Fortress, and the Han tribe elders allowed me to go up on the wall to fight. The giant monsters in the enemy ranks were incredibly strong and could jump astonishingly high. I was worried they would leap onto the walls. But they couldn't even reach the lowest railing, ultimately falling back down in defeat, and many were killed by the warriors on the wall. The snake chief thought back with endless regret in his heart. We of the snake tribe lived so close to Hanyang Fortress.
If only we had joined the Han tribe sooner to live inside a fortified city like this, our tribe wouldn't have been nearly wiped out. That day, the enemy army suddenly swarmed our settlement.
We didn't even have the strength to resist. It was only thanks to our tribesmen who sacrificed themselves to hold back the enemy that most of our women and children managed to escape. Otherwise, our entire line might have been extinguished. These past few days living in the fortress, I've come to understand more about the Han tribe. It turns out that tribesmen who join the Han tribe are allowed to keep their original clan names, forming their own branch. Although we become one people, our lineage is preserved, so it's not considered severed. Living together like this is even better. There's strength in numbers, we can achieve more, and life is more prosperous. Therefore, I have decided to lead the remaining over 200 members of my tribe to join the Han tribe, becoming the Shah clan of the Han, so that everyone can have a better life. At least we won't have to live in fear, terrified of a sudden enemy attack. I hope the Han chief will accept this request. Since you wish to join the Han tribe voluntarily, I naturally welcome you. As you said, there's strength in numbers. The more people we have, the more we can accomplish. I guarantee that under my leadership, the lives of our tribespeople will definitely improve. Luo Chong officially declared, "As the chief of the Han tribe, I officially welcome you." He solemnly replied to the Snake Chief's request. "Thank you, Chief. From this day forward, we are your people." Whatever is within our capabilities, please command us as you see fit, Chief. Having joined the Han tribe, it is only natural that we contribute to it. Seeing Luo Chong's serious response, the Snake Chief hurriedly bowed and said, This whole scene left the other chiefs gaping in astonishment. What's going on here? Weren't we supposed to be discussing how to split the spoils of war? You guys suddenly surrender, and he just casually accepts. What the hell is this about? But just as they were still bewildered, Luo Chong suddenly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the chiefs, his face stern. He began to speak. Fellow chiefs, you have fought alongside the Han tribe for many days now. Have you noticed anything unusual about the enemy forces?
Unusual? There's a lot of them, the Chai clan chief answered hesitantly. Exactly, this enemy army has over 1,200 men, all able-bodied young males, such a formidable force. Even our Han tribe with over 4,000 members couldn't gather a force of that size. Just think about it, everyone, how powerful is this enemy tribe? Their range of activity has already spread to this area. There's no guarantee they won't return in the future, and who knows how many more soldiers they have. This time, all the tribes suffered losses, with the Snake tribe taking the heaviest hit. Now they've lost their home and can only join the Han tribe for protection. But if the enemy returns, who knows which tribe will be the next victim? I was the one who summoned you all for this battle, and I previously promised compensation. A portion has already been paid up front by exchanging prisoners for white salt. When you all return to your tribes, I will provide additional compensation in the form of goods, but from now on, the Han tribe will likely close the marketplace. Lasung slowly revealed the plan he had been brewing. The chiefs, hearing about more rewards, had just broken into wide smiles. But his next words immediately sent them into an uproar. Han tribe chief, if you close the market, where will we go to trade for white salt and other goods? That's right, Han tribe chief. You absolutely can't shut down this market. Everyone please be quiet for a moment. I've already made it clear this enemy is too powerful. Even our Han tribe would have a hard time fighting them alone. Luckily, we have a strong fortress, so protecting the lives of my own people isn't an issue. But what if we keep the market open and the enemy decides to launch a surprise attack? Once they swarm into the city, even Hanyang City would likely be annihilated. Not to mention all the people from various tribes who come here to trade. How could I possibly guarantee their safety? So I've decided to close the market permanently. Hanyang City will also be under strict lockdown. Only one city gate will be opened each day as a precaution against any harm to my people, so it'll be hard to accommodate you all anymore. I can only do my utmost to protect the people of my Han tribe. What they thought was a sweet deal turned out to be a final handout. This time they scored big, but what about the long term? In the long run, this is no different from cutting off their lifeline. But the reason Lasung gave wasn't wrong either. There's no arguing with putting the safety of one's own tribe first. When danger strikes, you naturally prioritize your own people. You can't possibly expect them to sacrifice themselves for other tribes, right, Han Chief? You can't fight the enemy on your own, but it's a different story if you ally with us. If those scoundrels dare to come back, my tribe will immediately dispatch reinforcements. Why do you have to close the market and cut off our livelihood? How are we supposed to survive in the future? The Bear Tribe chief said in a deep voice. Your suggestion is one way to do it, but it's not always practical. What if next time the enemy's forces are many times larger? Or what if the Han tribe is besieged inside the city? How would we get a message out for you to send troops? This time we were fortunate that my people were stationed outside the city and hadn't clashed directly with the enemy, so we could call for your help in time. But who can say if we'll be that lucky again? Besides, it's not easy for the Han tribe to craft goods. It's one thing to trade with you for some useful materials, but asking you to mobilize your army even once. The reward we'd have to offer is too large. My tribe can't afford to call on you every time, we simply couldn't sustain that, Lasung explained with a glance. But if the enemy comes again? Your Han tribe has a fortress to stop them, so they can't do anything to you. They'll definitely turn to the surrounding areas and take it out on our tribes, the Zhou tribe chief said, his voice trembling. Lasung raised a hand and answered with a sigh. In that case, my hands are tied. I can only prioritize protecting my own tribe's people. If your tribes are attacked and you're willing to pay a suitable price, our Han tribe can also dispatch troops to assist you.
But that's only if Hanyang City isn't under siege, and if we can even spare any soldiers. After hearing this, several chiefs exchanged glances, and some of them frowned openly. That all sounds great, but asking the Han tribe to send troops, forget about whether they could even afford the proper compensation. Even if they could, by the time they sent a messenger to the Han tribe, and the Han tribe dispatched soldiers in response, their tribe would have been annihilated 8 times over before the messenger even reached Hanyang City. What a joke. First, they don't have fast horses or messenger birds to send word quickly, and second, they don't have a strong fortress like the Han tribe to defend themselves. How could they possibly wait for reinforcements to arrive? So what Lasung said was essentially meaningless. The chiefs around him immediately sank into contemplation. What were they to do? If the enemy attacked again, were they just supposed to close their eyes and wait to die? Should they migrate? But where could they possibly go? Should they just abandon the fields they've spent years cultivating, give up the ancestral lands where they've lived for generations? Besides, even if they moved somewhere else, who's to say they could escape the enemy? And they'd lose their source of salt as well. Looking down at the solid city walls below, they realized that in this land fraught with peril, perhaps the only truly safe place was inside this city. Then they recalled the recent decision of the Snake Tribe chief, and the phrase Lasung kept repeating, "I can only prioritize protecting my own people." The choice before them became crystal clear. Either take a generous reward and be left to their own fate from now on, or join the Han tribe, be provided with all kinds of supplies for free, and gain the right to live inside the city, becoming Han tribespeople, and enjoying the eternal protection of the fortress. Furthermore, they had just heard the Snake Tribe chief mention that the Han tribe would also bestow a unique family name upon the tribes that joined, allowing them to retain their own heritage even as members of the Han tribe. In essence, their traditions wouldn't vanish. They would simply continue on in a different way. The benefits were truly enormous. Weighing the options, one chief made his decision instantly. Han tribe chief. This time our Beast Fang tribe no longer requires a reward. Our tribe is small and we lack the ability to build a fortress like this for our own protection. We also can't just migrate to some distant unknown place, and we absolutely cannot do without the goods from the Han tribe. It's far better to join the Han tribe directly than to wait to be annihilated by the enemy. After careful deliberation, the Beast Fang tribe chief became the first to make his choice, expressing his willingness to join the Han tribe. Of course I welcome it. The stronger we are, the better our chances against our enemies. Welcome to the Han tribe tomorrow. I will send people to help you relocate and settle into Hanyang City quickly so you can start your new peaceful lives. Lasung immediately nodded in agreement. Another tribe had joined the Han. The other chieftains exchanged glances, still feeling a bit indecisive. But as they looked at the bustling streets of the city and the rows of houses with smoke curling from their chimneys, some quickly made up their minds. Hanyang City is only so big, and space is limited. If they hesitated any longer, they might lose their chance to join the Han tribe. Next were the Zhongshui and Wen tribes. Having realized this, 3 chieftains stepped forward in the blink of an eye, announcing in unison their decision to join the Han tribe. The 3 chieftains were stunned, not expecting others to step forward at the same time. What now? Hanyang City only has so much space. Please don't turn my tribe away. Thinking this, the 3 became even more determined, pleading urgently. Please agree, let our people into Hanyang City for your protection. Haha, thank you 3 chieftains for thinking so highly of us. Since you wish to join the Han tribe, I welcome you with open arms. Don't worry, even though Hanyang City is running out of space, I will make sure everyone is properly settled. After all, your people will be my people, and I will naturally protect them with all my might. Furthermore, after this incident, to better safeguard the Han tribe, I have decided to recruit an elite unit from our new members to expand the Han army. Those chosen will receive powerful weapons just like our current warriors. And as former chieftains, you can even receive unique, custom-made weapons. Lasung smiled cheerfully at the 3. With 3 more tribes deciding to join the limited land in Hanyang City was a growing concern. But with Lasung's promise of recruiting elite soldiers, expanding the army, receiving world-shaking gear plus custom weapons for the chieftains, this barrage of amazing offers was too much for the other leaders to resist. Chieftain of the Han, our tiger tribe also wishes to join. May I ask if you could forge a powerful weapon for me? The tiger tribe's chieftain was a young man in his 20s, seeming to be around the same age as Thu Nha, and had also performed heroically in the recent battle. Forget a custom-made weapon, he'd be more than satisfied just to join the army and get one of the standard-issue steel blades the Han warriors used. The moment the tiger tribe's chieftain finished speaking their close neighbors, the Sharphorn tribe also made their decision. Chieftain of the Han, our Sharphorn tribe wishes to join as well. The Han tribe is able to raise so many livestock. You are clearly more skilled than us who only know how to raise gazelles. We wish to follow you and learn to properly raise livestock for the Han tribe. Excellent, excellent, welcome. I'm sure everyone will love living with the Han tribe. I guarantee every single one of my people will have a job they enjoy. Lasung was so happy he blurted out excellent 3 times. The addition of the Sharphorn tribe was incredibly important, not just because of their large population, but more importantly, because they had several thousand sand gazelles. This was what Lasung valued most. Out of more than 20 chieftains, 7 had now declared their intent to join the Han tribe. And these were all large tribes with populations of at least 300 people to be conservative. For example, the Sharphorn tribe, which specialized in raising gazelles, had a population close to 600. Even though the average wasn't huge, these 7 tribes combined added up to 2,600 people, which would definitely take the Han tribe's power to a new level. Among the 20-plus chieftains, about 17 led tribes of around 300 people, while the rest had about 100. There were 4 small tribes with fewer than 100 members who had already expressed their desire to join before the war. Adding the 7 tribes that just joined, the population had increased by nearly 3,000. Lasung was incredibly excited. Hanyang City already had over 4,000 people, and with these additional 3,000, the total population of the Han tribe was finally taking another step towards the 5-digit mark. He calmed himself down, and Lasung's gaze turned to the remaining chieftains. He was now using a power play cornering the other tribes. If they didn't submit to the Han, they would lose their source of white salt for generations and be forced back into a primitive lifestyle and face constant danger. As long as they weren't insane, they would obviously choose to join the Han tribe. Who wouldn't want full bellies and warm clothes? Even if they disagreed. Their own tribespeople currently visiting the city probably wouldn't want to leave anyway. Heh. The remaining hesitant chieftains glanced at those who had just submitted then, at the packed Hanyang City, a bitter feeling rising within them. If they wanted to submit now, they were afraid there wouldn't be any room left. Chieftain of the Han, our Jade tribe, also wishes to submit. It's just, this small Hanyang City is already packed to the brim. With so many tribes joining, will there be enough space for us? The Jade tribe's chieftain looked dejected, cursing himself for not speaking up sooner. He was afraid they wouldn't be accepted now. At this point, the remaining chieftains were all very worried about the housing situation. They didn't think there was enough space to hold several thousand more people. But after Lasung explained everything, those chieftains were finally able to put their worries aside. They were secretly in awe of Lasung's leadership, almost to the point of prostrating themselves. Their own largest tribes had only about 600 people, and just managing their daily tasks was a huge headache. Yet Lasung managed a tribe of several thousand people with such order and precision, with every household having its own work. The tribe was growing more prosperous by the day, and now with even more tribes joining, the population was soaring. Yet it seemed Lasung still didn't have enough people. The Han tribe always had an endless amount of work to be done. But that was a good thing. The chieftains didn't have to rack their brains thinking about what to do. They just had to complete the tasks assigned by Lasung. Everyone believed that he would definitely lead the Han tribe to become even more prosperous. The necessary questions had been asked and answered, and Lasung had explained everything very clearly. The chieftains had already made their own judgments, so the majority decided to join the Han tribe, with only 2 or 3 still hesitating. Seeing that everyone else was joining, they had to follow along. This made Lasung extremely pleased. Just counting the large tribes with over 300 people, 17 tribes had submitted. The total population immediately increased by 5,800 people, and with a few small tribes voluntarily joining, the numbers directly surpassed the 6,000 mark, which was more than the original population of the Han tribe. Now, the total population of the Han tribe exceeded 10,000. The Han tribe had become a super tribe, and that wasn't even counting the slaves and prisoners, which would bring the total to over 11,000 people. But with the Han tribe now so numerous and strong, the slaves couldn't stir up any trouble. After dealing with the chieftains, Lasung felt incredibly relieved. He led them to a victory banquet in the city's central square. The tribe members gathered in full force, as families brought dishes for a potluck. It was white rice, and while there wasn't a whole roasted goat, there were pots of mutton stewed with napa cabbage, rich without being greasy, perfect for everyone to enjoy together. Lasung sat at the head table, which was laden with delicacies like mutton and cabbage soup, scrambled eggs with peppers, stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, pork stir-fried with dried tofu, and fragrant oil-roasted peanuts. These were all dishes Lasung had taught Xiao Di to cook, and they had now become popular throughout the city. The chieftains praised the food endlessly as they ate. They were secretly glad to have joined the Han tribe. These delicious dishes alone made it worth it. During the meal, the chieftains asked about the migration. Lasung told them, in about 8 days, the rice in Hanyang City will be ripe, and we'll be busy for a whole month planning the second crop. Your tribes also grow rice, just half a month later than Hanyang City, so move over at the end of next month after you've finished harvesting. Lasung specifically reminded the Horned tribe, you guys don't grow rice and specialize in raising antelopes, so you can start moving right away. I'll even send a squad to assist to ensure the herd of Saiga antelopes reaches the Han tribe safely. After the banquet, the chieftains and their warriors stayed overnight in the city. The next morning, Lasung sent a squad to help the Horned tribe migrate, and to conveniently bring back the several thousand Saiga antelopes. The other tribes returned to prepare, planning to move after their harvest was done. Lasung then dispatched another squad to escort the prisoners and women to New City, preparing them to take part in the new city's construction. A few days later, Lasung received a report from Dujia. He said the walls of New City were nearly finished, and though the city gates weren't installed, they could use temporary barriers for now. New City currently had over 300 laborers, and the number was still increasing. The wall construction was progressing very quickly. Lasung then got word from Dufu. He reported that this trade had brought in 280 cattle and 450 horses, and they had also purchased a large quantity of sheep's wool. Du Fu asked if Lasung had any other plans. He told him to take the livestock directly to New City, but to bring the woolen hides back to Hanyang City for processing. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-April, and the rice harvest in Hanyang City was abundant with golden stalks covering the fields. The tribespeople harvested with great enthusiasm, as the new rice yield would ensure the Han tribe's development. In just one more month, the other tribes' rice would also ripen. Then they would move over, bringing large amounts of food with them. The food problem in New City would also be solved. Feeding over 10,000 people was no small feat. They were going through several tons of rice a day, but thankfully Du Fu brought back plenty of livestock. This time the Han tribe could cultivate even more land. Lasung planned to complete the migration within 1.5 months, cultivate 3,000 mu of fields in the New City area within 3 months, ensuring New City would be self-sufficient with food this winter and also have enough stored away, and fodder for the livestock to get through the winter. The entire Han tribe was enthusiastically harvesting rice, and in just 1 or 2 short days, the streets and squares were piled high with grain. It would take 8 days to finish the harvest, and once the rice was dry, it could be stored. Next came plowing, fertilizing, and planting the second crop. Right when the Han tribe was busy with this, Shu Dai returned with the members of the Horned tribe, a total of 580 people and over 3,100 Saiga antelopes. Only then could Lasung rest easy with this herd of antelopes. There would be no fear of a meat shortage this winter. After the Horned tribe joined, Lasung had them rest temporarily in Hanyang City. That evening, he gathered all the residents of Hanyang City and asked who wanted to move to live in New City. Currently, New City had nothing but rammed earth walls. Anyone who went would have to build houses, clear land, and farm, which was a pretty heavy task. But there were also considerable benefits. The area in New City was twice the size of Hanyang City, allowing for a 5-room main house plus a separate kitchen and outbuildings. In the end, over 70 Han households from Hanyang City and 80 households from the Horned tribe decided to move to New City. The remaining 50 households moved into the empty houses left behind in Hanyang City. Among the people moving to New City, there were many craftsmen from the workshops. Once they arrived, they could quickly organize the new tribe members to start working, getting New City operational much faster. Lasung also had the carpentry workshop rush to make a set of components for a wind-powered sawmill which they would take to New City to set up. This way New City could process its own lumber and wouldn't need shipments from Hanyang City. At the same time, they brought large quantities of rice seeds and farming tools to prepare for cultivating the land. After this group departed, Lasung sent Shoya Shudai and Shuetu to lead teams to the other tribes and distribute sickles to help them harvest faster. After all, these tribes couldn't afford sickles before, and harvesting by hand was so slow it would delay Lasung's migration plan. With New City's population growing and tasks piling up, he felt a grand manager needed to be sent there. After long consideration, Lasung decided to recall Da Shu, who was mining at Bat Bao Mountain. Da Shu had been with him for a long time and was very capable. Previously, when Lasung was away, he was the one who temporarily took over as the grand manager. He immediately used an eagle to send a message summoning Da Shu back, and sent Vu Mao to Bat Bao Mountain to replace him. When Da Shu returned, Lasung planned to have him go to Tan Than to assume the role of grand manager, and at the same time bring Duda back. He had other plans for Duda, who was like an older brother to him and had a wandering spirit. At first, Duda was enthusiastic about being in charge of construction, but he eventually got bored, just supervising workers and paying wages all day. He wanted to leave, so Lasung indulged him. After several attacks from the cannibals, Lasung sensed the lurking danger. He decided to dispatch a team of elites to scout the north, find their lair, and see if they could cause some trouble. Wiping them out completely would be ideal, but that was too difficult. The immediate objective was to get a clear grasp of the enemy's situation. This advance party's mission was not only reconnaissance, but also map-making. Lasung realized the Han tribe still didn't have a single decent map, and making maps was no simple feat. It required an understanding of mathematics, geography, and skill with rulers and compasses. Most importantly, they needed a compass. Without one, relying solely on the sun for direction would result in maps with massive inaccuracies. Fortunately, the Han tribe now had the materials to make a compass, bronze, and magnets. Lasung had his men forge a diamond-shaped needle from refined steel, magnetize it by rubbing it with natural iron ore, and then cast a round base from bronze. The bronze disc, 9 centimeters in diameter, was engraved with the 8 cardinal directions and 360-degree markings. In the center was a small hole to secure the magnetic needle, which could also hold a small iron rod. When the compass needle failed, they could use the sun's shadow to tell direction. With this tool, map-making became much more reliable. The compass Lasung created proved to be very useful, especially in the northern region of Termite Lake, where the strong magnetic field could easily cause the needle to malfunction. However, sunlight wasn't affected by magnetic fields, so using shadows for orientation was still the most accurate method. Lasung had an exquisite wooden box made for the compass and used the stake and shadow method to determine true north and south. The direction of the shortest shadow during the day indicated true north. Using this method, Lasung could even measure the planet's magnetic declination, finally making the compass reliable. Since the sun's shadow direction didn't change with the seasons, this was the most accurate method. With the compass ready, the next step was to prepare map-making tools, especially the essential survey markers. Lasung also recruited a few people to teach them basic geography mathematics and the simplest map-making technique. The easiest method involved using a scale and a grid system. For instance, on a 1 to 10,000 scale map, 10 centimeters would represent 1 actual kilometer. First, you draw a 10-centimeter grid on paper, then plant survey markers to establish coordinates in the field and use a measuring tape and compass to determine the remaining 3 points. That completes the map for 1 grid square then. You slowly expand until the whole map is filled. While this method was simple, it had flaws like not being able to measure altitude. It was useless when dealing with high mountains and hills. But given their current limitations, mapping the general terrain this way was already pretty good. Any areas requiring contour lines were left blank with a note to be updated later when they had better conditions. The maps made this way would be huge. A single animal hide probably couldn't fit much. But that was okay. He'd have the surveyors draw everything in detail first and Sung would compile it all into one large-scale map. That way they could see the entire continent. The plan was set. They just had to wait for the clansmen to finish relocating and for the tribe to stabilize. Lasung would then send Duda on the surveying and map-making mission, which would save him from getting bored in the tribe. 2 days later, Da Shu returned to Han Duong City. Lasung gave him some simple instructions and put him in charge of managing the new Tanthan district. If you don't understand anything, just send me a message. Da Shu happily agreed, his only request being to bring his wife and kids with him. Lasung agreed. 3 days later, Da Shu arrived at the Tanthan district, finally swapping places with Duda. Duda rode like the wind back to Han Duong City, and the moment he saw Lasung, he began to whine. "Chief, you finally let me come back. Tanthan is boring as hell, there's nothing there. I wasn't even allowed to go out just watching those laborers work every single day. I felt like I was suffocating. I'd much rather be here in Han Duong. It's so much more lively here, I'll do anything you tell me to." Lasung shot him a warning glare and said, "Wasn't there plenty of work there too? If you were so free, why didn't you just go work alongside them?" Duda hurriedly defended himself. "I wasn't slacking off, Chief. You've got to believe me. I really wasn't lazy. It's just that people from the surrounding tribes kept looking for me. You put me in charge of recruitment at the market, so I couldn't just ignore them to do manual labor." Lasung didn't answer. He led him for a walk along the city wall and asked, "So you're saying a lot of people came looking for jobs?" Duda let out a chuckle. At first, the tribesmen didn't trust the Han tribe. They'd demand their wages after just 1 day of work, scared they'd get scammed. But it only took a few days for them to get addicted to our food. Duda used the method you taught to make simple stir-fries with peanut oil, and the smell was amazing. The tribespeople thought even plain vegetable leaves were delicious. Some of them even packed their meals in big bowls to take home to their families. A few days later, more people showed up, bringing some women along. Duda had them help with the cooking. They refused to be paid in white salt and only wanted rice. Whenever they collected 10 caddies of rice, they'd take turns carrying it back to their tribe. After asking around, Duda found out that since the Han tribe had moved in, wild animals in the area had become scarce. Their warriors couldn't hunt any meat, and the children in their tribe were starving and fainting. Duda saw this as a perfect opportunity for recruitment.
"Rest assured, Chief, your little brother guarantees he'll complete the mission."
In the following days, Lasung selected 11 tribesmen to form a 12-man squad with Duda. Among them were people skilled in communication. Besides marker stakes, they had outdoor survival knives, long blades, military shovels, and most importantly, bows and crossbows. Lasung had the carpenters craft new types composite recurve bows and crossbows. This time, he let the survey team take them for field testing. After more than half a month, the survey team completed their training. Duda was eager to lead his men and set out. 12 men each with 2 horses. The excavated earth is being piled up on site. After the planting season is over, we'll use it to build brick kilns. Right now, most of the tribesmen are busy plowing the fields. All available oxen and horses have been put to work. When there aren't enough animals. And another thing is our city wall. This makes them incredibly excited because the main reason they joined the Han clan was the fear of being attacked again. Now being able to sleep on a mat inside the city walls. That would make fishing much more convenient. After hearing this, Lasung said thoughtfully, "That is indeed a problem. You don't need to worry about it anymore. I'll take care of it. Hanyang City has a woodworking shop." He casually strolled around the hut area, his gaze falling upon the tribespeople who were eating. He then noticed a few children under a small low-roofed shelter sitting on a cool mat and hastily slurping down their dinner. They were eating and enjoying this hard-to-come-by food. The next day, Luo Sung remained in New City, meticulously inspecting the tribespeople's work. If anyone wasn't doing well, he would personally instruct them. They were currently camped in the Li tribe's former territory awaiting his instructions. Luo Sung immediately sent a reply telling Ziyu to send people to receive the wagons and bring the animal hides and sheep's wool back to Hanyang City. All of them rode on horseback, moving swiftly. In just 1 day, they reached the new city area. 280 oxen and 450 horses, a total of over 700 head of livestock suddenly appeared in New City. Especially the stirrups and saddles, and next are our ox carts. The nomadic tribes have to move frequently, so having a few large carts would make moving their homes and belongings much more convenient. Also, even though they haven't used our longswords, I'm worried that trading on the grasslands will become difficult in the future. Seeing his expression, Lasung immediately frowned and quickly asked what was wrong. Dufuk said, "This time we traded with 7 tribes." Cry out in shock. The first item was a yellow bamboo tube, as thick as a wrist filled with small white grains. Bringing it to his nose for a sniff, the smell of the ocean immediately rushed in. Lasung pinched a small amount, because the thing he presented was clearly a sparkling white metal bowl. The bowl was very large, its inner surface polished so smooth it could be used as a mirror, and the outside was engraved with a picture and some pictographic characters that Lasung couldn't understand. Setting aside the picture of summoning heavenly fire, just looking at the bowl itself, its reflectivity was extremely high. It felt heavy in his hand, and Lasung didn't hesitate to bite the rim. It was quite soft. This was clearly a silver bowl. Now from these 2 items, one must know that the Han people needed a minimum temperature of 1,500 degrees to smelt red copper, while a melting point below 1,000 degrees clearly made silver much easier for primitive people to discover and learn how to use. And immediately someone ran to the horses to retrieve more items. They brought back a pile of things, not a large quantity but a full variety. There were short bamboo tubes as wide as a bowl, which they actually used as bowls, and also bamboo cups. Wide bamboo strips were tied together with thin hemp cords with characters and drawings carved on them. Dufuk asked doubtfully, "Chief, do you know what these are?" This tribe is really something else to be able to create so many treasures. They originally thought these were all treasures, but after hearing Lasung's explanation, they seemed ordinary, just a type of plant. What amazed and made them worship him was that Lasung truly seemed to know everything. It can also be made into bamboo pens and bamboo paper. In short, countless things can be crafted from it. You could even call it a universal material. The men listened with their jaws dropped in amazement, never expecting this bamboo plant to be so useful. Dufuk recalled and said, "I did ask about that. They don't have vehicles. When they trade, they use a horse caravan with each horse carrying 2 large baskets along with some other things. In short, they probably don't have other metals. The only thing they brought to the nomadic tribe was this type of bowl, which I heard isn't even used for eating. I don't know what it's for. As for grains, they probably have them." One of them timidly raised his hand, looking like he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Lasung saw him raise his hand and immediately gestured for him not to be afraid, telling him to say whatever was on his mind. The newly joined savage saw Lasung smile. In just a moment, he had obtained 2 crucial agricultural products. For the Han tribe, this was incredibly important. The Han tribe's current staple food was rice, which could only be grown in places with abundant water. This nitrogen would eventually accumulate in the roots. Nodules would grow on the soybean roots, and these nodules were a natural nitrogen fertilizer. Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, the 3 essential elements for plant growth. And conducted some trades with them. I traded fine-wooled goats for white salt arrow fletchings and also those large baskets. I found these few seeds inside one of the baskets I traded for. He tossed it to the man as a reward for offering the food. The man caught the dagger, overjoyed beyond words, and hurriedly bowed in thanks. The others watched, their eyes red with envy, wishing they could have found. In the future, if we encounter the bamboo tribe's trade caravans, how should we handle them? This question gave Lasung a headache because it involved foreign policy, and he couldn't just casually decide whether to be peaceful or openly hostile. An idea suddenly flashed in Lasung's mind. The grasslands were like a giant cake. Both the Han tribe and the bamboo tribe were fighting for a peace, making the 2 tribes competitors. The bamboo tribe's trade caravan had also received their goods from the Han tribe. They were on their way back to their homeland. From the grasslands, they headed southwest. After more than a month, they finally reached the very edge of the southwestern lands, stirring up small ripples in the bay ahead. The twilight reflected on the sea's surface, dyeing the entire ocean a deep red. Countless seagulls circled just above the water, occasionally diving into the waves, catching a sea fish and swallowing it whole. In the coastal waters, a few men with bamboo baskets tied to their waists were gathering oysters in the shallows. Someone stood on a higher rock holding a self-made bamboo bow and arrow. A bit higher up, a group of men had set up a large iron cauldron on a rocky ledge. A wood fire burned brightly underneath and seafood bubbled away inside the pot. Cornbread was stuck all around the rim of the cauldron. One guy, while placing a piece of bread on the pot, it was something he had traded 2 jars of sea salt for with a nomadic tribe. Even the chief of that nomadic tribe didn't have much, only a sample of over 2 meters provided by the Han tribe, who finally cut off the small piece for him. The leader stared at the piece of wool for a moment, lost in thought. He looked up at the setting sun and turned to ask a middle-aged man behind him, "What day is it today?" "Is it the day of the full moon? Why hasn't the tide receded yet?" The older man took out a bamboo scroll he carried with him, calculated for a moment, then looked in the direction of the rising moon, checking and rechecking several times.